Can you get audio off the laptop for me, if you wouldn't mind? That hopefully will come in. If not, this will be very interesting. Very good. Oh. There he is.
General Miscreant. And I am here today to introduce... Wait, hold on. I don't have my announcer voice on. Okay. Please welcome to the stage, President of BSides Orlando, Ian Meyer. Oh, boy. Okay, someone give me some... Okay. Welcome to the stage, everybody.
Welcome, everyone. Isn't it nice to be back? Yeah, no, well, yeah, right? So thank you all for coming out. I know we've got this mask policy, and I'm not on stage in a mask because I have to be mic'd. I promise you, when I am out running around, I will be in a mask. So thank you for being here. Thank you for coming out. We really, we'll talk about masks more in a moment. So again, as Little Chompy said, I am Ian Meyer. I'm the president of BSides Orlando, and thank you for attending BSides Orlando 2022 Unprecedented Times. For those of you who are online, thank you for being with us online. For those of you here, like I said, thank you for coming out. Let's talk about BSides for just a moment. Is anyone here, is it their first BSides? Cool. Excellent, very good. You're going to get asked that question again a little later, so make sure you're ready for it. With that said, BSides, the framework, started all the way back in 2009 when a bunch of folks that had their papers and research they had done at DEF CON and Black Hat, they said, man, wouldn't it be great if all this amazing content could get out to communities that didn't get accepted? And they said, yeah, no, that would be great. So a small group of folks started this movement, and it's grown incredibly over the years, to the point where there are now hundreds of individual BSides events helping people enter information security, build local security communities, and learn more about securing, the world we're in. So in 2013, I love that I've got this. I usually have the pointer, and I'm like, in 2013. So Orlando is launched with 200 people, which is great. And we've gone through the years. We've been at different schools. We're now here at Full Sail University. And we've just grown and grown and grown. And then we hit the pandemic. And that was hard. That was hard for all of us, right? We did virtual events. We did our bite-sized event. Did anyone tune in for the bite-sized event? Yes? A few people? Excellent. So you recognize Chompy. We did our other events, and we said, you know what, we really want to do an on-campus event again. We want to be back on stage and live and seeing all of your faces and doing the types of things that we do at this conference. So we tried to figure out how we could do it, how we could make sure that people that are still very concerned about their health, I am as well. My mother-in-law, whom I love dearly, has to get a lung transplant, right? This type of respiratory disease that is on the tail end, I promise you, if you and I said, I'm like, I believe it. We're almost done with this. I hope we won't have to do this again. But we said, how do we come back live? How do we do this? Well, first we're going to have to get some sponsors, right? Because we don't charge you all much for this. So with that said, and we want to keep that because we want to keep it inclusive and people able to come. So please check out Black Hills Information Security, Active Countermeasures, and Trimark, and thank them. They're out there. There are diamond sponsors. Our platinum sponsors, many of them returning. iBoss, GuidePoint, Full Sail, Lockheed Martin, Shadowcat, Ironwood Cyber, Fortress, Plextrack, HackerBoxes, Flare, Praetorian, Bishop Fox, and then we have our gold sponsors, Modus Create, Research Innovations, Graylog, Custom Apparel from Impress Inc., Red Queen Dynamics, and G Research. They help us make this happen so we can keep the price free or $20 so everyone who's online, who's here, can experience all the things that you're going to experience today. Talks, badge soldering, lockpick village, all that good stuff. And helps us do, and I'll explain more about this. This isn't just me being overly theatrical because, I am. Couple audibles we want to call out. Psycognito, if any of you took the workshop yesterday with Philip Wiley, we had some sponsors that at the end of the year, and no problem, we get it, economy being what it is, and the end of the year said, hey, unfortunately, we got to pull out on very specific sponsorships. And we said, fine, no problem. You've been a great partner. It's not a challenge. We appreciate everything they've done for us. But Cycognito stepped up, and they're our Track 2 sponsor to help cover some of those expenses. So, tweet at Philip Wiley, tweet at Cycognito. Thank you for taking a call literally yesterday to make stuff like the after party and all that happen with that. We also want to thank Graylog. So if you've got your lanyards on and your badges, they jumped in at the last minute too to help cover, and we were able to, just in the nick of time, get their logos actually on the lanyard. So we want to say a special thank you to those two, because they literally came in at the last second and said, yeah, we'll help out. So definitely stop by, thank them, go online, tweet at them, and thank them. I want to talk about the mask for a moment. I already started talking about this, but I really hope this is the last time we do this. So just a couple quick things. Everyone I'm looking out at right now, I don't see anyone without a mask on. Please keep your mask on when you're indoors. We have an entire outdoor area with tables. We have Track 1 streaming outside right now on a giant screen. We've got the Hardware Village out there. Go outside. It's a beautiful day. Watch talks. I didn't know beautiful day was funny, Fury, but it's fantastic. Fury's like, it's a beautiful day. Anyway, thank you. Appreciate it. Go outside. You can get your mask off, get some fresh air, socialize, that kind of stuff. Our food trucks will also be here outside, so you can eat outside. We tried to take every precaution we could. And even though a lot of us are like, well, you're doing this, and well, if you do that, then what's the risk factor? We get it. Nothing's going to be perfect. But some of you are here in masks. You're like, no, I want to wear a mask. I want to go. I want to be as safe as I possibly can, even if there's an argument against it. And then we want to say, if you're not comfortable being here at all, because there is a mask policy, or you just don't want to be out in public, we want to do this hybrid as well. So do keep that in mind. If at any point, anyone who's listening talks to someone and a volunteer says, hey, please put your mask back on, it's not because we're trying to be difficult. It's because we're trying to be as inclusive as we can and make as many people happy as possible. Code of conduct, whenever you signed up, we're very proud of this code of conduct because it's actually used by a lot of conferences. This is not to say it's perfect. It can always use improvement. And we welcome that feedback, but please, if you have not gone and looked at the code of conduct, you just clicked through when you bought your ticket, please just take a quick look at it. There's actually a couple little things inside of there. It's not too long, but really what it does is it sets a standard, not for just what we want to do, but how we want to treat each other. Because we want people to show up to this conference and leave and go, wow, that was amazing. I want to go back to that. I want to bring other people to that. I want people to come into the information security community that might not have come because they feel welcomed. For anyone who says, oh, code of conducts, they ruin conferences, or why can't everyone just be cool? Man, I wish that was true. But the truth is, you have to flip this script. This is just courtesy. And I was taught to be courteous. If someone comes over to my house and I know that they need a special meal or a drink or something like that, I'm going to do that, right? So don't think of it as rules. Think of it as everywhere you are, you're a guest, and you want to make other people feel as welcome as possible. Everyone, I'd like you to pull out your phones, if you wouldn't mind. And I would like you to go onto Twitter. Jacob's in the back right now as I swing this sword at like this $1 million LED wall, and they're like, the event insurance is paid, right? So, Jonathan Singer. Jonathan Singer is one of the founders of this conference. He was on the original corporate paperwork, and he decided to step down this year, and he is deeply, deeply missed. Many of you probably know Jonathan Singer. He's had a lot of wonderful, good life changes recently. He's been married, he's got a baby, and he's doing wonderful. But he's like, listen, I've got to do other things now. And his presence here is incredibly missed, but we want to wish him all the best in the world. So if any of you are on Twitter still, if it's not crashed, if Elon hasn't shut down every microservice, you can go to @Jonathan Singer on Twitter and do me a favor. Just say, hey, John, thanks for BSides Orlando. I would love it if he woke up, if he's been up with his baby, if he's just sitting there or whatever, and he got hundreds of tweets from people, whether you're online, at home. It doesn't have to be Twitter. If you know him personally, text him, just thank you for BSides, because he's amazing. If I get a round of applause just quick for John when he watches this later. Wonderful. All right. If you see this gentleman, watch your wallet. This is James Harrison. If you were at DEF CON and the Rogue Village, you may recognize them. They are a pickpocket magician, and yesterday they did a wonderful workshop on how pickpockets steal things and get close to you and get badges and things like that. And they're going to be wandering around. Now, they're not actually going to try and steal anything from you, so don't worry, unless you want them to. So if you see them and you want to see a demonstration of it, if you want to see how it works, he's going to be wandering around outside and in the sponsor hall area. Chat him up. Check out what he's doing. Later in the day in the Lockpick Village, it's not on the schedule, but he's also going to give the same talk that he gave at DEF CON in the Rogue Village. He agreed to do that the other night. So we'll get that written up on the Lockpick Village sign. So if you were at DEF CON and that line was out the door, or you're just interested in seeing it, please go check it out. I want to talk about Sunshine CTF real quick. What this is the CTF trophy. Up here, laser engraved, is Sunshine CTF Champion, BSides Orlando 2022, and it has a cool wall plaque. So if you are here to compete in the CTF, this is your prize if you win. Yeah, no, it's pretty cool. For anyone who's like, so how paid is the event insurance? It's a display sword. It's not sharp, so don't worry. It would probably break this wall, though. I just want to make Jacob nervous. At this point, I'd like to welcome someone to the stage from Full Sail University. Jack Norman is one of the instructors. He'll introduce himself, but just to say a quick welcome to the campus. And Jack, where are you? Jack, are you around? Where are you, Jack? Jack Norman. Oh, there he is.
Look at that production value. Welcome, BSides Orlando. My name is Jack Norman. I've been a faculty member here in the IT and now cybersecurity programs here at Full Sail for the last 6 years. Really excited to welcome you here on top of our top-tier production sites here. If you weren't aware, we have had technology programs here for the last 10 years. So I've thoroughly enjoyed being a part of the IT program, and as of 2 years ago, we have a full-fledged cybersecurity bachelor's program that I, or Ian Meyer, who's also been a big part of that for the last 6 years, would love to talk to you about. And with that, have a great time. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Jack. Very good. So this is about the end for me, and I want to go through and say this. The last couple of years, I've always had these words up here: health, empathy, and community. Security doesn't happen without these things. This was me in January 2020. Lovely, lovely time. So January 2020, I'm in the hospital. That wasn't the highest blood pressure working in information security, and that wasn't the highest blood pressure taken that day. You have to take care of yourself to take care of others. Don't stay and work somewhere where they're burning you out, where you are not going to survive it. If that's the situation, come find one of us on staff. Let us know what's going on so maybe somebody can direct you to a company or an organization to help. But take care of yourself first. We want you here next year. We want you here every year after that. We want you taking the messages and the things that you hear here out into the world. So empathy. Security doesn't happen unless you take the time to understand the other person's problems, and you have to put yourself in their shoes. I don't care if you've got CVEs. I don't care if you've got 0 days. If you're on the defensive side, if you're like most of us that are on that side that's just trying to protect things, you have to be empathetic, and then you have to grow your community, and that's why you're here today. But here's the thing, right? I've been president for this organization for about 5 years. And now is the time for me to hand over that leadership to someone new, to someone who can take the organization to the next level, who can bring in other voices and go on and take this to that next level. And I should throw out a bunch of corporate terms, like we're going to synergize the next level in Q4. So this is the time for me to step down and announce the new individual. So,
What? You did not tell me this. Okay, this is not approved. This is not okay. Okay.
What?
Here's the thing.
What?
You don't need to quit.
Okay, I don't have to quit.
You're fired.
I'm fired?
Yeah, you heard me. You're fired. Okay. Do the whole ceremony thing. I need Tabitha Di Domenico to the stage. You know the ceremony.
Tabitha Di Domenico to the stage,
Tabitha
please.
Di Domenico to the stage. Okay, this is pre-recorded, so I don't know if she's up here, so I'm gonna go away now. Okay.
Okay, thanks, Jompy.
Take it away, Baldy.
So sit tight for a second, if you wouldn't mind. Tabitha doesn't know what's about to happen, by the way.
Cool. I love surprises.
So, Tabitha, I had this made for you, and we're going to knight you. So,
Do I have to, like, kneel?
so just take a look real quick.
Aw.
On the sword, there's her Twitter handle. It says, Tabitha Di Domenico, president of BSides Orlando and keeper of the OTG, the Order of the Toothy Grin. So, Tabitha, please, I don't wear a crown anymore. You kneel to no one. Congratulations. President of BSides Orlando, everyone, Tabitha Di Domenico.
Wow. This is just as terrifying as I thought it would be. Whew. So in 2014, I walked into, thank you. Walked into BSides Orlando, and it was nothing short of life-changing. I'm not joking about that. The course of my life changed from the moment I walked in, was greeted by the smiling face of one Jonathan Singer, which if you didn't already know him, now you definitely do. And from there, went on to pick my first lock in the LPV. And I'm pretty sure all of you, if you've been to a BSides before, know where that landed. I now work in security. So since then, I've been to many conferences, been to DEF CON, Black Hat, all the usual ShmooCon, won the F5 refresh on that one. And every time I go to a conference, I like to have a goal, at least one. Something, learning a new technology, meeting somebody that's working in an industry or a domain that I'm not familiar with. One of the things that I really like to do is meet people, though. And so at this conference particularly, today I'd like to meet 5 new people. 5 people that have never been to a security conference before, 5 people that have never thought about working in security before. And I want to get a show of hands if this is you. Would you like to come up here? Right in the middle? No? Yeah. You were the first person I saw that raised your hand. Come on up. Yeah. No, this is how it works. You're on staff now. I don't know if you know this. That's exactly how this works. What's your name? Tyler. Nice to meet you, Tyler. We'll do this. OK, cool. So now I only have 4 more new people to meet today. OK? Tyron. Everybody. Tyron. I don't know if you have any goals for this conference, but you just met a whole lot of people. So maybe, pick something else, 4 more people for you, something cool today. But I hope you have a great time. And I'd like it if you could find me at the end of the day or somewhere, at the conference and let me know how it's going. And then follow up next week. Reach out on LinkedIn. Follow up on Twitter. Let's keep in touch. OK. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So that goes for everybody, not just Tyron. If you're new here, if this is your first time, seek me out. I'm wearing one of these. I'll have one of the lovely hats on later. And just let me know, this is your first time here. I hope it changes your life, too. Maybe not in the same way. Maybe you just discover a new friend or a new technology that you fall in love with. Maybe you find somebody who's doing research on the same sort of things you are, and you collaborate. Collaboration and connection is my favorite part of this. Give me a second, check my notes. Got through that. So yeah, that's the thing. I want more first-timers. Yeah, everybody knows that BSides is here to expand the conversation and to get people involved. I want these first-timers to come and have such a great experience that they stay, that they come back, that they invite people in their communities. Because that's exactly how this happened. I was aware of information security, but I came from a different community. Like, the people that invited me here were a related community. I want you to do that. I want you to go and think about the people in your life that have just a different perspective from you, just a little bit, and invite them to come to BSides next year. Take them to a different BSides. We need more people in this industry. There's a lot of work to be done. The more people we have here, lessons to work on all of us, hopefully. So that's the first thing I want you to do, is I want you to bring more people in, bring the first-timers in. Then the next thing I want you to do, to touch on that, we have a community village. When you go to pick up your shirt today, if you know of a community that others here might benefit from knowing of, there's Sharpies, or not Sharpies, dry erase markers. Write the name of that on the dry erase board in the room, what the topic of that community is, and how to get in touch with them. Expanding the communities that we reach is going to bring more first-timers in, more diverse perspective, new thoughts. I'm this old now, too. So speaking of needing help, speaking of diverse perspectives, we'll get there. We also have an Unconference at this one. This is the first time we've tried this. And I borrowed this from our friends at Blue Team Con. There's a track that has times listed in 15-minute increments. I want you to put your name and whatever you've been thinking about next to it. It could be canning pickles. It could be a 0 day. Wouldn't that be cool? Whatever it is you've been thinking about, maybe it's a talk title. It doesn't have to be security related at all. Just get your ideas out there. Fun happens where the mess is, when you're just impromptu, trying to figure this stuff out. So take 15 minutes, share your thoughts. Join the conversation in the Unconference. And speaking of needing more help, we need coordinators. This show does not run itself, and we are not paid. This is all volunteer work. It's a labor of love. We need you to join us. If you're interested in doing this, there's a slide? OK, Ian's telling me there's a slide for this. Oh, do I? OK. Do I? Discord, what do we? Oh, yeah. If you see somebody wearing this color shirt, please thank them. We've been working on this. I know Ian mentioned that we kind of pivoted from having a virtual conference this year to having the opportunity to come back and have this connection together. And so we've been planning this conference for a really long time. Thank them. We absolutely could not make this happen without the work of our volunteers and their families. My family's here. They've put up with a lot. So if you're interested in participating, and again, making the less work across the board, we've got many ways for you to contact us. Again, reach out on Twitter, reach out on, send an email to, is it up there? Next slide. This is well rehearsed. Yeah, we need help. We definitely have some spots to fill for official coordinator roles. Everything from helping day of to bigger things like, being on staff. Maybe eventually being on the board, becoming president of BSides Orlando, all by emailing info@bsidesorlando.org. And just let us know what you want to do. I want to be involved. So speaking of those volunteers, I just want to take a minute and call them out. And I apologize to every one of you that I might forget here. But I'm going to start with, well, of course, Ian, because he also does this as volunteer. Quickly run through our board. We've got Dan Palemi, I'm going to mess up his name. We've got Heather Lawrence. We have John Singer. We have, who else do we have on the board? Thomas Ingham, who could not be with us today. Love you, guy. So those starting with them, and then core staff. We've got Igor working registration. We've had Daniel Trimble with running swag and working in the LPV, and Jose Rodriguez. Laz, there's just so many people. Delaney, oh my gosh, this is going to take forever. Tim, Gunnar, Fury, Cora, Rob Curtis. There's just so many people, and I'm forgetting more people than I'm naming here. So how many people have been enjoying the music today? Can I go backwards? I'm sorry, how many people have been enjoying the music today? There we go. So we have a little bit of a surprise. We didn't announce this ahead of time. We probably should have. But. So if you've been enjoying the music today, it's the name of the artist is Beetle the Bard, or Beetle the Bard Core on YouTube. During lunch today, they will be spinning a live set from London of their fantastic medieval music. So I hope you will enjoy that. And it will be also streamed outside on the big screen by the Soldering Village. So just a little fun as we celebrate these unprecedented times. So at this point, to really kick off our celebration of unprecedented times, I would like to bring to the stage our keynote speaker, the Director of Cybersecurity for EFF, Eva Galperin.
We're going to need a minute, but I have been promised lasers and smoke and Coolio, and I've noticed that I have none of these things. There we go. Ha! Good. I was about to flip a table like a diva. My fire alarm went off in my hotel room at 5:45 this morning, so I am underslept and over-caffeinated, which is going to make for a fantastic keynote. So hold on to your pants if you are wearing pants. Hold on to someone else's pants if you are not wearing pants. It's going to be a bumpy ride. Sure. So yeah, we're getting set up. We're going to be ready in a minute. Or so I've been told. Were there lasers? I saw smoke. There were no lasers. Where are my lasers? Lasers. There. There we go. Yes! I'll go mad with power. If you've ever tried going mad without power, it sucks, and I don't recommend it. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. My name is Eva Galper, and I'm here to answer a question for you, assuming that the slides end up on the... We don't have slides. This is going to be interesting. We're going to need some slides. The alternative is that I give my keynote with a side of interpretive dance the whole time. Oh, yes. This is how we're going to do it. Or slides. Slides are good. I have memes. It's all going to be okay. There are tweets for the 2 or 3 days in which we have Twitter left. Shed a tear. It's all going down. I hope none of you are planning to graduate and become SREs at Twitter, because that's not going to be happening. It's terrible news. All right, now let's go ahead and get started. So, hey there. Good morning. Thank you so much for having me and for getting up this early on a Saturday to hear me talk, and presumably a bunch of other people as well. We're going to talk a little bit about who deserves cybersecurity. And spoiler, the answer is me, just me. It's a very short keynote. So you're probably wondering, who the hell are you? My name is Eva Galperin, and I'm the Director of Cybersecurity at the Electronic Frontier Foundation. You can reach me at eva@eff.org. You can get to the website at www.eff.org. You can reach me on Twitter at EvaSide for the 3 days that Twitter is left, and afterwards you can reach me at EvaSide at mastodon.lol, because I have a sense of humor. I am also the co-founder of the Coalition Against Stalkerware, which you can get to at www.stopstalkerware.org. Some of my greatest hits from which you might know me include tracking APTs, Syrian malware, Vietnamese malware, a little bit of Lebanese malware in Operation Manul, malware that was targeting activists in Kazakhstan, worked on tracking some phishing campaigns, Fish for the Future, which was tracking one of EFF's sort of fellow NGOs called Fight for the Future in part of their campaign to send messages to the FCC in order to preserve net neutrality. I worked on EFF's privacy and security guide, Surveillance Self-Defense, and our guide to teaching privacy and security, because you know who's really bad at teaching privacy and security? Privacy and security professionals. And so for that, we have the Security Education Companion, which you can get to at sec.eff.org. I have done a bunch of work on Stalkerware and protecting survivors of domestic abuse. And I have done a bunch of work on physical trackers, like the AirTag and Tile. I will be talking about a whole bunch of this stuff later in the presentation. So you're going to hear all this stuff again, only with memes and jokes. Who is the Electronic Frontier Foundation? Some of you may ask. Actually, you know what we're going to do? We're going to do this a little bit faster. Hands up if you have heard of EFF. We're going to do this quickly. There's only a couple of you. Hold on. EFF is a digital civil liberties organization. We've been around since 1990. I mean, not with me. I've barely been around since 1990. But it is approximately as old as the web, but not as old as the internet. And because we are here at university, I trust that you know the difference. EFF does a combination of sort of three things. You can think of it as a three-part Voltron of civil liberties. We have activists who get out in the streets, who file petitions, who write angry blog posts, who are in charge of coming up with all of our pithy sayings that we chant. We have an entire floor of angry attack lawyers who file impact litigation. They file the lawsuits that we think are going to lead to good precedent in the area of digital civil liberties and protecting your rights online, making sure that when you go online, your rights come with you, and hopefully strike down bad precedent in this area. And we have engineers. We have people like me. And we do a variety of things. We do kind of two kinds of things. The first is that we have a bunch of projects that we work on. We have products. If you have ever used Let's Encrypt or Certbot in order to get yourself a free and easy SSL certificate, you're welcome. If you have ever used Privacy Badger, Privacy Badger don't care, he eats all the cookies on your web browser, you're welcome. If back in the day when HTTPS was not everywhere, you used the browser extension HTTPS everywhere, that was us. We're very cool. I build none of these things. I am a security researcher, first and foremost. I travel all over the world, and I talk to people in vulnerable populations, and I look for the ways in which their needs are overlooked, and I think about how we can protect them. So one more time, my name is Eva Galperin. I am here from the Electronic Frontier Foundation, and I am here to radicalize you. And specifically, I am here to radicalize you with a single idea, because this is a keynote. I've only got 45 minutes, and there's only so much idea I'm going to manage to cram into your head. So we're going to get started. We're going to do just one. And it's that we have been doing cybersecurity all this time wrong. When we think about cybersecurity, we're usually taught in school that cybersecurity is the process of securing networks and devices. It's the process of securing endpoints and sometimes even companies. And I'm here to tell you that all of this is bullshit. We need to rethink cybersecurity. And at the center, what we need to do is we need to think about protecting people. And if we don't think about protecting people, we end up making some terrible mistakes, some of which I am going to describe to you over the course of the next 45 minutes. But before that, we're going to have story time. Again, I am making use of Twitter while it still exists, and we are going to sit down together. We're going to get a cozy blanket. We're going to get some cocoa. It's cold outside. It's November, and we're going to read some tweets. This is a fairly short story, and it is a story about an engineer at Twitter talking about the most unethical thing he was asked to build while he was working there. This is the story about not only an unethical thing that an engineer was asked to build, but I'm going to give away the ending. He didn't build it. And because he refused to build it, it did not get built. So, to set the stage, this was the 2015-2016 era. Dick Costello had just been ousted as CEO. Jack had just come in. Jack Dorsey had just returned back as part-time CEO. Twitter had been near death for a while, and was desperately trying to find a buyer. Facebook and Google were both not interested. So most people don't really appreciate how close Twitter was to shutting down. The 2016 election was the only thing that saved them and that made them relevant again, to the detriment of us all. But our storyteller digresses. He says, he worked as a software engineer on a team with a charter to make Twitter work better for people in emerging markets, so Brazil, India, Nigeria. And this means a lot of mobile work because it's a mobile-first environment. This was mostly non-visual stuff, reducing bandwidth, memory usage, battery consumption. And he says, an app size. They fought tooth and nail to keep the app under 10 meg. Facebook had the money to zero rate for people in India to download a 100 meg app. We did not. They finally lost the 10 meg battle with when Twitter Video launched. And after that, all discipline around app size went out the window. So one of the first areas that he worked on was improving the way the mobile app uploaded logs. Twitter, he says, like most mobile apps, logs everything users do. Every swipe, tap, edit, delay, for debugging, of course, metrics and experiments. And the logs really pile up very fast. In the app, HTTP responses were compressed, but requests weren't. Logs are highly compressible, so I wired up support to gzip HTTP requests, not even encrypted, and tweaked our log ingestion server to handle these. And he's very proud because it reduced mobile bandwidth consumption by 40%. He's super smug. So he's known as the mobile logs guy. And that sets the stage for why he was pulled into a sales conversation. So Twitter's on its deathbed, it's desperate for money, and a large telco shows up and wants to pay them to log signal strength data in North America and send it to them. So he says, my plan was to aggregate signal strength by carrier and by location. I worked with data science to find a granularity minimum area size and minimal distinct users per area that would preserve anonymity, pay close attention here, even when combined with other sources of data, because differential privacy is awesome. So they send this data to the telco, and they say, this data is useless. They switch the request, and they say they want to be able to tell how many of our users are entering their competitors' stores. A little sketchier, but maybe still workable in a privacy-respecting way. Narrator voice, no, not actually workable in a privacy-respecting way. So they ran an alternative by the telco. They didn't like it. They were frustrated. Sales was frustrated. I was asked to go to the telco's HQ and figure out exactly what they want, and the request will not surprise anyone in this room. He says he wound up meeting with the director, who came in huffing and puffing, and the director says, we should know when users leave their house, their commute to work, and everywhere they go throughout the day. Anything else is useless. We get a lot more than that from other tech companies. I asked Mom. She said no, so I went to Dad. And I responded with some variant of no fucking way. There was no universe, he says, in which I am going to help sell granular identifiable user location data. This led to more internal meetings. Legal said the request was fine. This is why you don't trust legal to tell you what is right, only what is legal. They said, well, but none of it violates our terms of service, therefore everything is fine. Normally, they might find another engineer to do the work, he says, but his whole team was aligned with the privacy concerns. So again, solidarity, very important. Twitter had also just done layoffs, because time is a flat circle. So there were no spare engineers around. And his team wasn't touched by the layoffs, but half of them had quit anyway, because Twitter was having a big exodus. And he'd done what he could, but Twitter was no longer a place to do good work. And he decided to join the exodus and pull any levers to kill this on his way out. He was definitely doing a, I'm out, bitches. In the middle of this, he says, he'd gotten a new manager who, in a retention attempt he will never forget, said, if we filled a dump truck with money and dumped it on you, would you stay and build that? I wasn't really sure how to respond to that, he says, but no dice. I have some ideas for how he could have responded to that. I have left them out of this presentation because I have already dropped an F-bomb. And he finishes up with his last email, which is written to the CEO, and he says, the CEO tells him, let me look into that and make sure there isn't a misunderstanding. This doesn't seem right. We wouldn't want to do that. And it was in his hands now. As far as I know, he says, the project actually got canned. Jack genuinely didn't like it. I don't know if this mindset will hold true with the new owner of Twitter. I would assume Elon will do far worse things with the data. So, in some ways, this is a very hopeful story because it is a story about a guy who was asked to build, essentially, a very bad project. He said no. Everyone on his team was aligned. Everybody had solidarity. They had an agreement on vision. They tried to pressure him. They tried to offer a dump truck full of money. He said no. He talked to the CEO. The CEO said, of course, we're not going to do that. And then it did not get built. This is awesome. This is also terrible. Because we know that, again, at other companies, this sort of thing happens all the time. We know that there are plenty of companies where if you say no, somebody else will just turn around and build it. That if the company doesn't build it, that some other company will build it. That if your government decides they're not going to do it, that some other government will come in and do it. So, mixed bag in that area. But if there's one lesson that I would like you to take away from this, it is that under the right circumstances, a single engineer can really make a difference. And Steve here really underlines that with don't underestimate the power of a pocket veto. It's an important tool to learn how to wield well. So, in another example of a guy who was asked to build something terrible and therefore made some choices, I think that everybody in this room should know about this guy. This is Mark Klein, Kindly Grandpa. Kindly Grandpa spent many years, in fact, most of his career, as an engineer at AT&T. And in 2006, this man in a rumpled suit walked into the EFF office in the Mission in San Francisco with an armload of papers and said, I have proof that the NSA is secretly installing secret rooms inside of telcos all over the United States. And that what they're doing in these secret rooms is they are splitting all of the network traffic in the US and copying it and spying on it. And bless the person working the front desk at EFF that day. The front desk person asked them, well, how do you know this? And he said, because I installed it. And then he said, these papers that I am holding here in my rumpled suit, these are the plans for the splitter. And he had come in several years after doing this. I think that the first telcos, the first secret rooms were installed somewhere around 2003. He had come in because he was about to retire, therefore he no longer had anything to lose, but also because he had spent several years plagued with guilt. He described the entire experience as feeling like he had been told to plug in the Big Brother machine. And he later went on and wrote a book about the experience, which is very moving and that I recommend to everyone. Here is EFF's little drawing of what was happening in all of these secret rooms. This information that the whistleblower brought in was the basis of our lawsuit against AT&T starting in 2006. And this lawsuit and all of our work fighting the NSA's warrantless surveillance of Americans, a thing which they are very specifically restricted from doing, and especially without a warrant, became the inspiration for Edward Snowden, who then went and took a whole bunch of documents pertaining to this program and brought them to a couple of journalists who then went ahead and made a bunch of stories about them. And the very first document that Edward Snowden made public was actually an order to Verizon having to do with exactly the same program. And the reason why Snowden made that particular order public was he knew that this was the smoking gun that EFF needed in order to directly sue the US government in order to try to put a stop to the NSA's warrantless wiretapping. Now, this is a case where a very brave man came forward and did something that changed the world. And it didn't just change the world because he came forward, but because it inspired other people to come forward. And I would love to tell you that this ended with EFF filing a lawsuit, which we did, and then winning our case, which we did not. But I can also tell you that the NSA is not secretly copying all of your data, probably as far as we know right now. And part of the reason for that is because most of the parts of the Patriot Act having to do with this kind of spying have either been struck down or have expired. But more importantly, we encrypted the damn web. And one of the reasons why we did this was because all of these stories came out. So if you communicate with your friends using end-to-end encryption, using WhatsApp or using Signal, these are products that became ubiquitous and important because of these revelations, because this one guy came forward and because he inspired other people to come forward after him. If all of your web traffic now goes out over HTTPS instead of straight HTTP, it is thanks to people like this. And in that sense, they made a tremendous difference, and I am extremely thankful. So again, it's kind of a mixed bag, but still totally worth doing. Meanwhile, somewhere around in the 2011 to 2013 kind of area, I was working at EFF, and I was just sort of getting started reaching out to journalists and activists and people in vulnerable populations, trying to figure out how they were being spied on by governments. Like we had a fairly good idea of how the US government was doing it, but there are a whole lot of other governments out there doing spying, and I was really interested in what they were up to, especially in North Africa and the Middle East, because we were beginning to see the Arab Spring, and you were starting to see these sort of grassroots uprisings in Tunisia, Libya, Syria, and Egypt, and it was a very big deal. And people were organizing their protests and doing their activism mostly online. Protests in Tahrir Square in Egypt were organized largely in Facebook groups. A lot of the reporting around what was going on in these countries was happening over Twitter. My journalist friend Andy Carvin really pioneered the art of getting sources inside of a country that has banned journalists in order to get some idea of what was happening inside of that country. And the place where he pioneered that was by talking to sources in Syria at the beginning of the Syrian civil war. And this required a tremendous amount of tech savvy. I once asked Andy Carvin what tools his sources inside of Syria were using in order to communicate with him, and he said, people use all kinds of different tools, but the most important thing is Tor. And I asked him why, and he said, because everybody that I know who didn't use Tor is now dead. So this is definitely a case where the stakes were very high. And we started to see some really interesting attacks because, again, this is before the web was entirely encrypted. This is 2011. And we're starting to see all of these demonstrations in Tunisia. There are protests over unemployment and poor living conditions, and the Tunisian government decided to launch a JavaScript injection attack that siphoned off the usernames and passwords of Tunisians logging into Google, Yahoo, and Facebook. One of the things that they did was they would take the stolen credentials, then they logged into Tunisians' emails. They would sometimes just lock them out of their accounts. Sometimes they would steal their entire social graph in order to round all of those people up. So again, this is a case where an attack on a social network had really serious real-world implications. And this was probably my very first bit of activism in turning around and pressuring a company and telling them, there are some things you're gonna need to do in order to protect your users. So what EFF asked Facebook to do was to make Facebook logins default to HTTPS, which in 2011 they did not. If only in Tunisia, where accounts were especially vulnerable at that time. Google and Yahoo logins were already defaulting to HTTPS because there was at least a little bit of sanity in this world. And also, I asked them to consider allowing pseudonymous accounts for users in authoritarian regimes. At the time, Facebook had a very strict real names policy, and so it was very easy to essentially lock Facebook admin or group admin doing work under another name in the Middle East out of their account and out of their ability to organize just by reporting that they were not using their real name. Then Facebook would say, oh yeah, we'll totally unlock your account. Just send us some government-issued ID showing that this is your name. And then they could not do that. And their activism would essentially be thwarted. So this is something that we saw a lot. In addition to that, we started seeing malware. We started to see the very first sort of emails and watering hole attacks and things like that against journalists and activists in this region. This is an example of an attack that was making use, well, to begin with, it was targeting Syrian activists. And it was sort of preying on their concerns that had been triggered by hearing about other attacks that had been made on Syrian activists. This was a Facebook group that offered an app called Anti-Hacker. And you just download Anti-Hacker, and all of your hacker problems would be solved, and Assad would no longer spy on you. Narrator voice, no, it was malware. And exfiltrated all of your data back to some pro-Assad hacking groups. In addition to this, I myself was targeted by government malware, which is like the easiest threat hunting in the world. I long for the days when governments would just send me malware directly. As you can see, this is an email from Andrew Oxfam about the Oxfam conference. He would like me to come to Asia conference. And in order to do this, he would like me to download the information about the conference and the invitation in this link, which looks like a link to Oxfam, but is actually a link to some malware sitting on Google Drive. Now, the interesting thing about this email, aside from the fact that I was an extremely lazy security researcher, is that it shows a very strong understanding of what activists are looking for and what will motivate them to click on links, which is that we love being invited to conferences in exotic places. But if they had really wanted me to click on the link, not in a VM, not in order to download their malware, reverse engineer it, and write a report about it, what they really should have done is they should have offered me free flights and hotels. So this here is Hisham al-Murat. He is a friend of mine that I met while in Portugal doing a talk about privacy and security for activists. Surprise. And once upon a time, I'm sitting there and I'm reading, I think it was Slate, back when Slate was still readable, and I read an article about how some activist in Morocco has been targeted with malware, but there are no further details about the malware because Slate is not really the kind of online website that shows up with IOCs. This is not a technical publication. So I give it a little thought, and I call my friend who is a Moroccan activist, and I say, Hisham, have you seen this article? Do you know anybody who was targeted by this campaign? And he says, oh, that's easy. That was me. Hisham al-Murat ran a independent newspaper slash nonprofit called Mamfakench, which was extremely critical of the Moroccan government. The Moroccan government did not appreciate this, and so they, in fact, sent him some emails like the ones that I received. Mine were from the Vietnamese government, it turned out, and it had malware attached. That malware turned out to be the first known sample of Hacking Team's tooling. Hacking Team being a sort of surveillance malware for hire company that operated in the early 2010s out of Italy. And essentially, my entire threat hunting approach was I called the guy who had been targeted and I had him send me the email. So around this time, we started getting all of these reports about government spying. I think in 2013, Mandiant put out the first big APT report, APT-1, and it was a report about how the Chinese government had a team of hackers working 9 to 5, or 8 to 5, I think are the more sort of Chinese working hours, and they would show up every day and try to break into the New York Times. And as anybody who has ever played defense knows, it is extremely exhausting to have to defend your territory 24/7 against an attacker who essentially makes it their job to go and find a weakness. So they eventually did, and it turned out that what China was looking for was they were interested in the identity of the source on a story of about government corruption. And again, linking the malware and these attacks to physical consequences in the real world, I can tell you that the Chinese government was not looking for the identity of this guy in order to give him milk and cookies. And at the time, these were the kinds of reports that you saw all the time. You would see reports about extremely sophisticated, persistent attacks by the Five Eyes countries, so the US, Australia, New Zealand, the UK, and somebody else. Canada. Blame Canada. and their malware. So you would see these reports. You would see reports about Russia, about China, about Israel, about fancy actors. But what you wouldn't see were reports about Syria or Lebanon or Kazakhstan or Vietnam. And the reason for that is because it wasn't going to make any security company any money to show off that they could get an attachment in an email and reverse engineer a very, very simple rootkit. The whole point of these reports at the time was advertising. You wanted to show off. If Mandiant could find and root out China deep within the New York Times's servers, then surely when it comes time to hire a security company in order to protect your large enterprise organization, you should call Mandiant. And as a result, the kind of work that I was doing that was having these very, very serious effects on people in real life was largely being ignored. And it was mostly being done not by people who are working at security companies, but by EFF, by Citizen Lab, by Amnesty International, and eventually we got like a whole bunch of different technologists at NGOs who were working on this. But what really changed over time was not that people suddenly started caring about unsophisticated malware and started doing this research. What really changed was actually that the malware got much more sophisticated. This is ripped off directly from a Citizen Lab report in 2016 in which they describe the mobile implants on a single activist's phone. This is Ahmed Mansour. He was the target of what they later referred to him as the $1 million dissident, because there were governments that would that would buy incredibly expensive zero-click iOS O-days in order to root his phone. But it turns out everybody was on his phone. So there's Finn Fisher sitting there on his phone in 2011. There's Hacking Team on his phone in 2012. There's NSO Group all over his phone in 2016. It's crowded in there. And so this was the thing that changed. Suddenly, everybody became really interested in protecting journalists and activists from this kind of spying, because the way in which they were targeted became more sophisticated, and therefore reporting on it became sexier, and also it became advertising. Additionally, we built out an entire infrastructure of nonprofit people who made the kind of connections that are necessary in order to meet up with these people in the first place and talk to them about what their concerns are, get your hands on their devices, and do this kind of forensic analysis. So there I was doing forensic analysis and writing reports and tracking APTs happily. When one day I am reading, I think, Vice. I spent a lot of time just kind of sitting there browsing articles in this keynote. And I'm sitting there reading Vice, and I discover that the security researcher with whom I have done the majority of this research for several years is a serial rapist. And there I am, reading a interview with one of his survivors. It's like January of 2018. And this woman is absolutely terrified of this guy because he is a security researcher. He is a hacker. He has spoken at DEF CON. He has spoken at Black Hat. He has been profiled repeatedly in Wired. All kinds of organizations have named him, Man of the Year. He's very, very cool. He consulted on Mr. Robot. And so everybody who was speaking out against him was really concerned that he was going to compromise their systems. They all had, stickers over the cameras on their laptops and on their phones, and they would, put their devices away. And they were really, really scared. And I was extremely angry, but also I didn't ever want anyone to feel that scared again. And so I did what I always do when I'm angry and I'm going to be really sad when I can't do this anymore in a couple of days. I tweeted. And what I tweeted was, if you're a woman who had been sexually abused by a hacker who threatened to compromise your devices, contact me and I will make sure that they are properly examined. And what I got were like 10,000 retweets and about 30 messages a day for, let's go with, I mean, not 30 messages a day for like 3 full years, but 30 messages a day for a considerable period of time, and I still get messages about this. I got so many messages about this that I started the Coalition Against Stalkerware, an organization of 40 different nonprofits, academics, security companies, and practitioners who work on the ground with victims of domestic abuse. And what we do is we work together in order to stop stalkerware. So a lot of these people were very concerned about having stalkerware on their computers and on their phones. You may be asking me at this point, what is stalkerware? Because I did not stop to explain what it was. But stalkerware is the entire category of commercially available software that is designed to be covertly installed on somebody else's device in order to exfiltrate data from that device. It is extremely easy to use, it is very cheap, and it is ubiquitous. This is actually an ad for a stalkerware company. It talks about how common cheating is. Cheating is very common, and so in order to find your cheating partner and out them, what you should really do is you should install their software on the other person's devices in order to find them out. And you can see that here there is a picture of a man holding a woman, and the woman has a black eye. And I think that what we really need to understand about this ad is that this ad is for the guy giving the black eye. It is on his side. It is selling him tools in order to go and find his cheating wife or girlfriend and hit her in the face. So my first thought was, wait a minute, don't we have like an entire industry of antivirus that is supposed to find things you don't want on your devices and then tell you when they're there and give you the option of removing them? Ha ha, no. It turned out, I did some research, and the detection rate for the most common forms of stalkerware was somewhere around 60%. So I turned around and I went to a AV company that was having a very, very bad press year, Kaspersky. And little did they know they would have much worse subsequent press years. This was only the beginning of Kaspersky's problems. But like any activist, I am strategic, and I am not afraid to pick the weak one off the herd. And so I convinced Kaspersky that what they should do is not only should they be much more diligent about making sure that they could find this kind of software on people's devices, but also that they would set up a special alert. So that if you had stalkerware on your device, you would know about it, you would be alerted about it, and you would have the option of deleting it. You don't delete it automatically for people because domestic abuse situations are very complicated. And sometimes if you delete the stalkerware and the abuser loses access to your device, they can sometimes escalate their abuse to violence or more violence, depending on the case. And this is one of the reasons why work around stalkerware has to be done with a very strong understanding of how abuse dynamics work, which, let me tell you, not a lot of people in information security have. So once I had picked the weak one off the herd, I managed to get some others to join. This is an article from Malwarebytes talking about Stalkerware and their sort of improved Stalkerware detections. This is a report from AV Comparatives testing various types of Android Stalkerware against the most common antivirus products. And as you can see, the numbers are actually pretty good. I was seeing an average of 60% detection back in 2018, and by 2021, only NortonLifeLock was coming in at a sad 50%, whereas GData was coming in at 100% because they are masters, and I love them. So I spent some time thinking about why we are in this situation in the first place. And one of the reasons for that is because the norms around Stalkerware are messed up. Kaspersky did a survey of 20,000 people in 20 different countries in 2021, and they asked them, is it okay to monitor your partner without their knowledge? The good news is that 70% said no, and the bad news is that 30% said yes. And of that 30%, 17 said only in certain occasions. And of course, the most common circumstance under which they decided it was A-okay to monitor your partner is if you thought your partner was cheating. And we have this entire idea about how it is okay to monitor certain types of people. It is okay to monitor your partner if you don't trust them. It is okay to monitor your kids if you don't trust where they're going or what they're doing. It is okay to monitor your employees when they are at home on their own time. It is okay for schools to monitor students even when they are at home, not at school, and to monitor the things that they are doing that have absolutely nothing to do with school. And there are entire industries built around this. For me, the place where I really draw the line is informed consent. I'm not going to stand up here in front of a room full of information security professionals and tell you that insider threat doesn't happen at companies. It absolutely does. But you should not be spying on your workers or on your children or on your spouse. You can put things on their devices as long as they know that they are being watched and they have consented to being watched, and they can turn off being watched or they can walk away from being watched. And that's really the essence of consent. So again, we are super surrounded by all of these things. Just in case you think that Stalkerware is scary, last year Apple put out a new product called an AirTag. How many of you here are familiar with the AirTag? Ah, fun, cool. So the whole point of an AirTag is it's a personal tracker. It's about the size of a quarter. And it is designed to keep you from losing your keys or your wallet or something else that you might misplace. And what you do is you pair it to your phone, and then once your AirTag gets outside of Bluetooth pairing distance from the device to which you have paired it, it alerts you, mostly by talking to other devices that are in its immediate vicinity. So this is really great because you can use it in order to find your keys, and you can use it in order to find your bag, and the downside is that you can use it to find your ex. So Apple is not the first company to have put out a physical tracker. Tiles have been around for like more than a decade. Chipotle exists. Like all kinds of products already exist in this space. But the big difference is that Apple had essentially turned every single Apple device with Find My on it into part of the network that the physical trackers would use in order to report back your location. So at the time, Tiles only talked to phones with the Tile app installed on them. And you could probably go all day without getting into Bluetooth distance of somebody with the Tile app installed on their phone. But I dare you to go the entire day without getting within Bluetooth distance of somebody with Find My installed on an Apple device. That's just not happening. And this made it extremely dangerous for tracking, both at long range and at close range. And Apple had actually done a few things in order to mitigate this problem. The first thing that they did was on your iPhone, you would get a little pop-up notice if they saw that a tag was following you around. And you would get a sound alert. You would get a beep. That beep was at about 60 decibels, which is about as loud as your dishwasher. And it was extremely easy to silence. I could silence it by closing my fist around it. I could silence it by putting it under a pillow. More importantly, I could silence it by putting it between the cushions of the back seat of a car. And if you dared exist outside of the Apple ecosystem, you heretic, then there was no pop-up notice for you. You had to rely entirely on the very easily suppressed sound alert. The other problem that we saw with the AirTags was that you would get to begin with, about 36 hours before you got any kind of alert at all. So 36 hours of free spying. And also that if you got within Bluetooth distance of the device to which the AirTag had been paired, within 24 hours, then that 36-hour window would reset. So if, for example, you live with your abuser and you see them every night, but they want to know where you're going during the day, even if you owned an iPhone, you were absolutely out of luck. This thing was never going to be able to help you. You would be tracked all day long and you would have absolutely no idea. So we started seeing a lot of reports about Tiles and also AirTags being used to stalk and track people. And as a result, we started seeing a variety of changes from Apple. So I turned around, I yelled at Apple. Apple made some changes. Those changes included a louder beep, a much shorter window of time before they started reporting that you were being followed. And I got Apple to make an Android app, which, let me tell you, is no easy task. The Android app still requires that you know about the app, download the app, run a scan every time you are worried about being followed around by an AirTag. So it doesn't have feature parity with iOS. But as most people in this room probably know, that is actually a limitation of Android and not of iOS. And so what we really need to do is we need to get Google and Apple working together. In the meantime, Tile also added certain types of tracking detection to the Tile app. But right now, we exist in a Gaussian hellscape in which if you are worried about being followed around by a physical tracker, you now have to download every different kind of tracking app and run a physical scan for every single one of the different kinds of trackers every time you want to make sure that the coast is clear. So what we really need right now, and the thing that I am currently working on, and everything else in this keynote is like, haha, I have already finished this. I will now take a bow. But this is what I am working on right now, which is I am getting all of the makers of physical trackers to publish a standard, which will allow app makers to make an app which scans for all the different physical trackers at once, and also will allow the makers of operating systems to add this functionality in the background all the time in order to protect people from being stalked. So where does this leave us? It leaves us with some really important lessons. The first is that, that you can make a difference. Whether you are refusing to build something at your job, whether you are a whistleblower, whether you are inspiring your coworkers or other whistleblowers down the line, whether you are changing the way that security researchers think about research and decide what kind of research is worth publishing, what is worth writing about, whose concerns are worth highlighting in security research. If you are a person who is involved in the making of physical trackers or of antivirus detection software, or just about anything else, you have an opportunity to be that person who stands up and says, everyone deserves cybersecurity, not just the rich, not just the important, not just the powerful. And somebody has to do it, and it's gonna have to be you. So go forth, my friends, and be radicalized.
Thank you, Eva.
It's my pleasure.
Another big round of applause for Eva Galperin. All right, it looks like it's 10:05. Let's take a 10-minute break, and then at 10:15, we've got the illustrious Ryan Thompson from CrowdStrike to talk about all the awesome, wonderful world of Windows Regedit. So. All right, welcome back. We'll give everybody another minute or two to kind of filter in here. Who here's excited to learn more about the registry? Yes, yes. Nice. All righty. So the keys to staying hidden, leveraging the Windows registry for defense evasion. We've got the senior intrusion researcher at CrowdStrike, Ryan Thompson.
All right. Slides should be up here in just a second. We're seeing some people trickle back in. Thank you guys for showing up. Today we're going to talk a little bit about the Windows registry in a way that hopefully keeps you awake. We're going to be looking at how adversaries are using it and hopefully walk away with a little bit better understanding of what it is and how you can protect against these changes. So if you look closely, you'll notice that's a picture of me. I'm a senior intrusion researcher for CrowdStrike. I do some work with SANS as a TA. In previous lives, I've been an instructor for the US military. I've been a security consultant, and then in even a further past life, I was a procurement analyst. So did a little bit of a change. As I say, I got better. So our agenda today. First, we're going to talk about registry and what it is. I feel like there's a lot of security professionals that haven't interacted much with it, don't know much about it, or maybe are even a little bit afraid to go modify it or to even look through it. So we're going to break that down. The next piece, we're going to talk about how adversaries are abusing these keys, more specifically what to look for and what stands out. We're then going to dive into the meat of the presentation. We're going to look at artifact removal and the ways that they can impair defenses. We'll wrap it up with a summary and some quick recommendations on how you can monitor this moving forward. So, what is the Windows registry? Honestly, it's just a database. It's just a database that stores settings and preferences. That's it. It seems like this mystical monster, but it's really not. And so when we take a look at the registry, which we'll see a few screenshots of regedit and some other tools, it's just a nested list of folders with key value pairs in them. That's all it is. Now, to be fair, it is oversimplifying it some. Anyone who's worked in Windows admin is intimately familiar is like, but wait, there's this other thing. And sure, it is more complicated. But for our perspective as defenders, this is what we need to focus on. It is not anything crazy. So, users indirectly interact with the registry on a daily basis. And in the most obvious form is in the settings menu. So if anyone's ever switched from light to dark mode, that setting has to be stored somewhere. And so in this case, when you choose light or dark mode and adjust your transparency effects, there's a registry key that is set to a 1 or a 0 based on that setting. And so that's indirect but clearly connected, and you can see how you interact with that. This section is going to be simple. It's going to get a little bit complicated, then we're going to take it back to simple. So no need to take notes. I just want to give you some context for where registry lives and the context in which we're going to be speaking about it. So registry lives in two major places. Registry lives in Windows System 32 config. You see that on the top right. There's a handful of files here. The SAM, software, system, registry hives live there. Now, the way that we call these names aren't going to be from these file names. These are where the database files live themselves. The other piece is going to be in a users folder. There will be an ntusers.dat file that lives in the users directory. So this is where they physically live. Once again, we're going to get a little bit complicated here. These map to logical names. These logical names are how we reference them when we make changes to them and when we monitor them. Looks super complicated. Really what's happening here, you have your 4 system hives that roll up to your HKey local machine. There's a subset of that gets sent to the HKey current config, but it's really just a shortcut. It really is just referencing a part of that. And the same thing happens with the user as well. So we have ntuser.dat is mapped to HKey users, and current users, well, you guessed it, the user that's currently logged in. So So let's simplify this. We've learned that we have these physical files, we have the logical mappings. There's really two that we're going to talk about today. And those two are going to be HKey local machine and current user. You'll see these abbreviated occasionally as HKeyLM or HKeyCU. And ultimately, for the local machine, that's going to be local admin is the only one that can actually modify that, because that affects the entire machine. An individual user, however, can modify the current user hive because that's just for that user. And you've probably seen this. When you install a program, it asks you if you want to install it for yourself or for all users across the machine, and that's where it's making that determination. A few registry key terms. That top level, we call it a key. The nested directories underneath that are going to be subkeys. And so the part that we really, really care about is that full path, and then probably the individual value there at the end. And we see, in this case, there's key value pairs of default, build branch, build GUID, right? And then the values over here. So with that said, I think we got a little bit of context. We know from this section that registry keys are just databases. There's just key value pairs. And they live in files, but we reference them from these logical names. That's really where we need to be at this point. So one thing to know about adversaries abusing these keys. First thing, simple statement here. There's no such thing as an evil registry key. You can't just go in and flip a 0 to a 1 and be like, well, that's it. That's it, the system's mine. All these keys exist for a reason. Some of them are legacies, some of them are current, some of them are even coming out new with new operating systems. And so these are functionalities that are intended by the operating system to be enabled or disabled, and adversaries are essentially just configuring this machine in the least secure way when they flip these over. When we talk about registry key changes, there's a ton that happen. And the majority of these are made by legitimate applications through a DLL called Advanced API 32. All these API keys are happening fairly often across your system, and we expect to see these. Now, what we don't expect to see, on the other hand, is changes made by a handful of programs, and these are manual changes. So reg.exe, you can just go in and specify, hey, I want to delete this key, or I want to add a key, or add a value. And that's done manually just with a command line interface. You can type that in and make a change. You can do the same thing with PowerShell, or if you prefer GUI, you can use regedit. Programs don't typically use these methods. And so we're going to talk about monitoring these at the end of the talk, but this is the crux of how you find, or how I found the malicious registry keys that we're going to talk about in this talk. They stand out like sore thumbs because legitimate applications traditionally don't use these methods. So we talked about registry keys and research here. There's really three different ways that registry key research happens. First and foremost, I want to give props where it's due. The forensics community is amazing at this. They need to take a dead box, pull down the registry keys, and make a determination on the activity that happened. They need to rebuild a story. And so they're going through and they're figuring out, hey, you know, when you click here and it autofills based on previous choices that a user's made, where does that live? Because that tells me what's happened on this machine previously. And they've done a ton of work. I'm sure they're tearing apart Windows 10 or Windows 11 right now, as well as the new Mac OS that recently came out. Excuse me, probably not the Mac OS for registry keys, but either way, with our new operating system updates for Windows, they're tearing that apart and figuring out where things live. Next up is manually digging through the registry. This does not sound fun. I wouldn't recommend this to anyone. It's a massive, massive directory. And you could just literally click through and say, I don't know what this is, and you can go try to Google it. Sometimes it's documented, sometimes it's not. Windows is getting better about this. This does not seem like the ideal way to do it. And the last one is, instead of digging through and saying, well, this lives somewhere, let's go dig through and find it, let's monitor registry changes and then go do an action. And maybe we can filter what we're monitoring and ultimately come up with a registry key that we've just changed. So on this right-hand side, I believe I set something to, turn on the night light and monitor for changes, and we see a registry key changed. Now, fun fact about this, this particular one is called blue light reduction. is what this one is called, which nightlight, blue light reduction, sure, they're the same things. It would have been hard to find on my own, though. So let's talk about the registry keys I'm going to go over in this talk. First things first, I do work for CrowdStrike as a researcher, and so I'm very fortunate to have a really good data set. We take a look at the intrusions that we see across all of our clients, and we grab, just quite frankly, a ton of telemetry. We can't store that telemetry long term because a host generates a ton of it. But when we find an intrusion, we do try to capture the activity around that and set that aside. And so we have this great library of what's ultimately malicious behavior. So I went through that and pulled registry key changes based on reg.exe, lined them all up, and just started researching them. Sometimes that yielded great results, sometimes it was pretty mundane, but these are real registry key changes that were made by adversaries. The other piece here, you're going to see some screenshots. These are not screenshots from customer environments. I wish we could get that sometimes. We can. But all these are from a lab VM that I spun up. And the last piece is the focus here is on intent. I have a few red teamers in the audience that I know, and they say, I would never touch a registry key. That's fine. Or I would never touch a registry. That's not how I would do that. That's OK. Maybe these aren't the most sophisticated attacks. I'm just showing you what we've seen, and the focus is on intent, not if it's a viable attack or if X, Y, or Z is going to block it. We're just looking at what's happening. So first up, we're going to talk about artifact removal. There's a few different things we're going to look at here. The idea here in this first one is that somebody's hiding a user, and kind of the flow of this is going to operate like this. They're going to gain some level of initial access, probably do some discovery, because all adversaries do that. And then they're going to maybe do some other actions, but ultimately they want to establish persistence on that box. And a way they can do this is they can create a user that they'll come back and use that access later. Now, most people in this room, I assume, security professionals, when you go to log in, you would notice if there was an additional username on your login. And so their goal here is after the creation of that, they want to hide that. And so there's a registry key that, real quick, I'm going to put these registry keys along the top. Please don't feel the need to write these down. I'm going to give a link at the end that's going to give the reference for all these. I'm also not going to read this out. That's not exciting. Nobody wants to hear me read this out and quite frankly, butcher it. So I'll have them posted up here, and then I'll have them posted on my site as well. With this registry key change, what we do is we take an individual user, and we set them as a special user account. And we set it to 1. And all of a sudden, this user that we had on the login screen, Susan Storm, is now just gone. And now you only have Win001. So I said, that's pretty cool. Where else is it missing, though? And it turns out it doesn't pop up in your options of user switch, and it doesn't pop up in your settings option if you go under and look for users. And so that's a pretty good way for, let's think about it, right? An average user on the system, if it's not in these 3 places, they're not going to find it. You can also hide their user directory, but that's a totally separate conversation. So what else can we hide? In this case, I want to hide indicators that I've done activity on this box. We talked a little bit about forensics and how that's used to rebuild an entire story of what's happened. How does an adversary cover their tracks? So the idea here being that they, once again, gain initial access. They're probably doing some file and directory discovery. Maybe even they're executing things. Right? So those actions have happened. How do they clean up that trail? So I'm only going to cover 2 here, but there's a handful. First one is when you go to Explore and you start typing in something into the bar, you can pull up anything you want, a fully typed out path, a shortcut to documents. You can even launch an application from there, like CMD or PowerShell that'll take you to that directory. And Windows is like, great, I got you. I'm going to give you some convenience. A takeaway from this, keep in mind, if Windows ever builds something that's convenient for you to come back and find something you've done before, that's got to be stored somewhere. We inherently know that. And the answer is almost always the registry. So keep that in mind. With that convenience, you're giving up some privacy. So those exist. So if I'm a forensicator, I'm coming in, and I'm going to grab that registry key. I'm going to see what was accessed and what was visited. So let's go delete it, right? You can see these here. They call them URLs, but that's not exactly accurate. But it's all of the locations that I just searched. So launching CMD to pull up a command prompt within that directory, or going to documents or a full path or even a share, right? All those are there. So what we can do is we can nuke that. So we have them here. We're going to close out of Windows Explorer. Keep in mind that in order for these changes to take place, you do have to close out of it. So we've nuked this folder. You can see it's empty with a refresh. And we open up Windows Explorer. You usually see a large white bar that opens up after you clear them. And so those are gone. So that's one way that they clear them, or they clear their activity. Let's look at another one. I think this one might be a little bit more interesting in terms of how it's implemented. So if you go to the run command and you type something in, Windows stores that. No surprise, because they have an autofill, right? They have a history. So I think what's interesting about this, though, not only does this list exist, but how it exists. It's built in such a way that it's pretty efficient, honestly. They just say, great, this command ran. I'm going to give that A. The next command that runs, I'm going to give you B, C, D, all the way down. And at some point, maybe I'm going to run D again. If I want to reorder that list, I have to relabel everything and shift it down and move D back up to the top. That's not how Windows does it. They have all these, I guess I can just use this one. This is fantastic. They have all these different commands that were ran from the run command. They have them labeled, and then they just have a list. MRU list down here at the bottom. And they just list out the alphabet, or the letters that were used in the order that were used. So kind of a clever way. This is half forensics, but that I think is fascinating. Once again, we can just clear this out, get rid of it, and now all of a sudden, run.exe does not have a history. You'll notice that in this GIF, I'm going to pull it up. It was already open, and so those exist. I needed to close it and reopen to get it to work. But that's a great way for adversaries to clear their way. So as you go through these, you learn a little bit about how Windows operates. And I think that's probably the key takeaway from this is all these pieces live somewhere. And as you start doing a registry exploration, you realize you can modify things in ways that are sometimes a little bit clever, sometimes just cruel. And so this one is looking at uninstallation options. So when you've installed an application, you can go to add or remove programs. I think that's the old version. Now they have a software center or whatever it's called. And you can go uninstall those. So the idea here being that an adversary gains access, runs some discover commands, wants to install an application, and then they want to hide that artifact that it exists. Because if a user goes through there and says, I never installed this, that raises a red flag. So this is I guess it's called apps and features. This is the menu that I'm talking about. And so I always just kind of assumed, well, yeah, like you install an application and then it gets there by magic. That's always the assumption. That's actually not how it works at all. There's a ton of registry keys underneath an individual program that specify not only the display name that you see in the uninstall menu, but also the logo, the command that's ran. And so you can actually see up here, we see this full path to a command. And usually it's something like, in this case, I think it's Chrome. It'd be Chrome -- uninstall. There's all kinds of fun that can be had with that. So if somebody goes to uninstall something, they're actually running a different command. So there's some fun to be had there. But most importantly, how can I remove this from the list? And it turns out I only need to really remove the display name. If I can get rid of that, then it just goes away. It's gone from the list. And so in this case, we've installed AnyDesk, which is a remote access software tool that we see adversaries using all the time. So they've installed it. They want to get rid of it. So in this case, we're going to go delete the actual name, the display name. We're going to reload this list, and it's going to be gone. Pretty simple, honestly. You can also change the logo. You can change the command that's ran. So you can even have the user inadvertently do something. Once again, this ends up being more cruel than it is useful, but still good to know. All right. We're going to shift gears a little bit. We've been talking about covering tracks and hiding artifacts. What I want to talk about now is how do we actually impair defenses? This section definitely splits between useful and cruel, but I think you'll find some of them kind of interesting. So a little bit about wdigest. It's an authentication method that was created, I think, back in 2003, I think, with Windows XP. And so essentially what's happened is it's an authentication method, and the password was used to encrypt a key for this authentication method. That's really what you need to know here. And from a network perspective, that doesn't seem too bad. But from a host perspective, what Windows would do is they would put that password in plain text in memory. just in case they needed it, just in case. So they grab it, encrypt a key, and use this W-digest. So in 2003, it was there. Windows 7 rolled out in 2009, no problems. We're all good. 2011, Mimikatz was released publicly, and that became a little bit more of an issue. And so in Windows 8, they decided, great, what we're going to do, we're going to send out some advisories. With this 8.1 update, we're going to get rid of that, or we're going to add a registry key that disables that. So, of course, Windows 10 rolls out, and that registry key isn't there. We're good. We fixed it, right? Now, we can go in and we can modify that registry key and enable that backwards compatibility. For what reason, I'm not sure outside of backwards compatibility. It's not a great idea, but it's still there, and we still see adversaries using it today. So the idea is once they gain access, they allow credentials to be stored in memory using W-digest, and then they wait. And so we learn a little bit about the adversaries that do this type of activity. They're not looking for a quick smash and grab. They're enabling that, and they're probably sitting back a little bit. The more advanced ones maybe are even triggering some level of admin to log into the box through some maybe slightly suspicious or fishy activity, because what's going to happen when a user reports it? Somebody's going to log into that box that probably has local admin, maybe even domain admin credentials. And so we do see this happen quite a bit. Now, this one isn't as exciting, so I just took some screenshots here. But you'll see that with that disabled, with that set to a 0, it comes back as null. When it's set to a 1, you get that plain text password right there from Mimikatz. No issues at all. So that's still something that plagues us today, and we see this used by adversaries. So how else can adversaries kind of impede those defenses? Well, what if we just hid the ability to access Windows security easily? Now, most people in this room can figure out a way to launch an application even if there's not a setting. I'll grant you that. Average user can't. And so this particular registry key here just hides the Windows security option from settings altogether. It's just gone. And so as an average user, if I need to go look at something, maybe I get a pop-up and it drops, and I say, man, I should have grabbed that. Let me go into my settings and find Windows security. It's not there. Honestly, a lot of especially corporate users will assume that corporate IT has taken that away. They can also delete it from the right-click menu. So this is another one that we see adversaries using. When you right-click a file, you can scan it with Windows Defender. Of course, that's a setting that lives everywhere. I'm basically, at this point, I believe that Windows is 80% registry keys, and it's all just built on that. But you can remove that capability. And the final one, you'll notice this is an outdated screenshot. This is one we have seen. This particular one removes the option from the sys tray down at the bottom. And what's interesting about it is we've seen this in the last 2 years. And I did a ton of research on this. I'm like, I can't get it to work on my Windows 10 box. I can't get it to work. And after a little bit of digging, I found out, well, actually, this is for Windows 7. And so we still see adversaries using those same registry keys on Windows 10 boxes in 2022. Got that pretty close. But what that means is they have runbooks. They have runbooks that they're using. And they're not really sure what they're doing. They're just going down the list and running these. We see a lot of e-crime actors doing this, if I'm honest. They're typically less advanced, and there's a lot more turnover. Don't worry, though. There's one of those registry keys for Windows 10. So no problem there. They're still going to be able to remove it. It's just a different key. So here's where things get a little bit, like I said, cruel rather than useful. But you can actually start disabling admin tools. So you can disable Task Manager with a registry key. You go in there, you wipe that out, and when you go to launch Task Manager, it says, hey, it's been disabled by your administrator. I think what's fantastic about this, just from a obscurity perspective, you assume, well, my administrator knows best. They're good. They got me covered, right? And that's going to be the theme with all of these admin disabling functionalities, is that it's going to pop up with a message that reassures the user, don't worry, your admin knows best. They disabled it. We can also disable the CMD. Now, this gets a little bit into a gray area for usefulness. We've seen it happen. But now, all of a sudden, you're on a box that doesn't have a command line. So if the rest of your attack path included that, it's probably not the best move. But once again, hey, don't worry. It's been disabled by your administrator. Just press any key to continue, and it'll just close it out. This one, I think, is my favorite. The idea of using registry to disable registry key tools. This one's kind of fun. And so when you do that, you lose the ability to use a couple of things. Reg.exe doesn't work, and your regedit doesn't work. So those just completely go away. You just can't use them. Now, of course, you ask the question, how do you re-enable it? There are a few ways to do that. First of all, third-party tools such as Registry Explorer still work. It doesn't disable those. So it's not just saying nothing can access the registry because then your system would shut down. What it's saying is you can't launch these two specific applications. So of course, we go over to our friend PowerShell, and it works just fine. We can still query, and we can still modify registry keys from PowerShell. So it doesn't completely shut that capability down, but we have seen that in the wild. And you have to start wondering about intent and what a vision is for an adversary who's shutting that down on their way out, other than just being difficult. So, in summary, we had a few artifact removal, such as type paths. We looked at hidden users. And then we also looked at impeding defenses. So not only enabling plaintext credentials, but also hiding security options and disabling admin tools. So what do we do with this information? Well, we've got a few recommendations. Now, this first one, I'm going to preface it for a second. I've attended a lot of training, and one of the recommendations is always, don't let the adversary get admin. It's like, cool, thanks. Very actionable, right? I'll just let them not get in. I didn't think of that. This kind of follows along those lines, so I do apologize. If you have an existing environment that you're not actively monitoring registry in, it can be difficult to determine if you have any of these registry keys that have been enabled or disabled to hide things. It's really literally going one by one. Right, you're going through and you're using tools like OS Query or an EDR agent to send commands to query for known bad registry keys, which, by the way, there's not a ton of repositories of those. I'm starting to build one based off the research, but definitely not a complete one out there, I can tell you that. So it's very hard to do with an existing environment. But what do we do for ongoing monitoring? Let's say you're pretty sure you're not breached, which means you probably are, but let's assume, right? You think your environment is totally clean. How would you set up a monitoring for this? Once again, you're going to have legitimate registry modifications, but they're not going to be performed with these tools that we've talked about. They're not going to be using regedit. They're not going to be using reg.exe, probably not PowerShell commands. And so if you have the ability to pull down command lines and aggregate those in some way, whether that's through EDR or through command line logging or PowerShell logging, pull all those in. Don't alert on them yet. We're going to first start with capturing them. We're going to start aggregating them, pulling them in. We're going to analyze those for maybe a month, maybe a week. Depends on your environment, how noisy it is. You're very quickly going to find any of your custom tools that modify registry through reg.exe. Those are going to stand out immediately. You'll either want to talk with your developers and maybe start using API calls, or just whitelist those from your list. Eventually work it down to where you're dealing with registry keys that you probably don't know or probably aren't familiar with, right? The ones that are unexpected. Once you have that, once you've whitelisted the expected behavior, now let's start monitoring those changes actively moving forward. Once again, it's always easier to actively monitor than go figure out what's been broken in the past. But with that said, does anyone have any questions about registry? No? The hot topic of registry doesn't excite everyone? Yeah, what's up?
Are there any tools out there that if you wanted to lock down a system, like as an admin or just whatever, you want to set up like a kiosk type thing where you don't want people going in to the different settings in Windows, are there tools out there that will like disable or enable certain registry keys so that the user can't do certain things?
So yeah, I mean, we saw some of this. The question was, are there tools out there that allow you to lock down a system from either a registry or probably, honestly, group policy perspective that allow admins to go lock down certain settings? The answer is yes. I mean, those exist. With Windows, anybody who's been a Windows admin has probably dealt with group policy or dealt with registry directly. Group policy is going to be modifying those registry changes, and so we saw a lot of that. Your users probably don't need CMD on an average workstation. They probably just don't, right? They probably don't need to modify registry, and so maybe those are two that you hit, assuming that you have another way to access those things. But yeah, absolutely, that's a lot of what we saw up here. It's a good question. Anyone else? Oh, there we go. That's the one I meant to put up. By the way, I have a link up here for the reference for all of the different registry keys we talked about today. So you can find that on my website, checksomebytes.com/BSides Orlando 2022. I've also got my website, my LinkedIn, and my email. If you guys have any questions, feel free to approach me afterwards. And also, if you have any interest in working at CrowdStrike, let me know. We're hiring. So, all right, thank you.
All right, well, our next talk isn't till 11:15, so you've got 30 minutes to get coffee, get snacks. Definitely go check out our sponsors and vendors and everybody that we have over in the other hall. And at 11:15, we'll have Joe Tigg coming on to talk about the cistern attack, exploiting absolute trust. And oh, quick FYI, if you're in here and when you do have questions for Q&A, definitely use the mic stands here so that we can get the audio recorded. Thank you. All right, welcome back. Hope everybody had a good break. We've got one more talk before lunch. We've got Joe Tegg. He's going to be bringing to you Cistern Attack, Exploiting Absolute Trust. That would be Joe Tegg.
All right, thank you. This stage, this is crazy. Like, I've done several talks at different BSides and different events, and the effects and everything here is great. Awesome, by the way. So I'm going to talk a little bit about a story, and this story is going to go through some history a little bit, and then we're going to get into a little bit of technical detail, and then we're going to talk about some questions that you may have around this. This should impact anybody that's both blue team and red team. What this is basically going to be something where I'm going to provide some information that there's been some red teamers that have done some stuff around this, and then there's also been some blue team work as far as preventing the attack from taking place. So let's go ahead and get right into it. So who am I? I'm Joe Tegg. I'm a local. I live in the Orlando area, and I've been in security and technology since OpenBSD forked from NetBSD. So anybody that's been around a little while may remember that. If you have to look it up, you should. That was actually OpenBSD is really a cool project. I've been a security consultant. And I am currently the risk manager at a late-stage startup. And prior to that, I did Unix administration for about 15 years before I rolled into security full-time. On this project that you'll see is that this was a long-term project that I had worked on, and it was really kind of one of those projects that was back of mind. And so over time, I've had multiple contributors work with me on this work. They did all of the development work and all the testing. This was really just an idea that I had, and then these were fellow either coworkers or team members that I had met at conferences like this. And so those contributors are Troy, Ben, and Bren, and Dennis. And I wanted to make sure that they got a shout out on this because they did most of the work that you'll see on this. I'm also going to have a fair amount of memes. I hope that that's okay because this is a story, and hopefully the story sticks and helps you understand what this issue is. So let's go back in time a little bit. In 2010, I was a Unix administrator at a large enterprise company. That large enterprise company had some security practices and protocols, and one of the things that I had done early in my Unix career was that I cared about security. It was something that was important to me as a Unix administrator because back in those times, as a Unix administrator, you owned your systems. They were your systems. You got, these set of servers are now yours as a Unix administrator. And so that's the way this company was set up. And so I had about 230 servers that I took care of. And so that was something that I cared about as far as the security of my systems, because security was also availability, right? If I had hackers or attackers messing with my systems, then those systems would not be up, and I had to stay up late at night whenever the calls would come in from the call center. So what did that look like? I was your friendly Unix admin. That's actually not me, okay? Somebody actually said, is that you? No, it's not, okay? I did steal this one from the internet. But it does represent kind of my attitude at that time as the Unix admin. It was definitely something for me to constantly think about keeping the systems up despite the efforts of everybody around me at the time. So InfoSec comes to me, the security team at this enterprise that I'm working at, and they say, hey, we need to have root access on your systems because we want to make sure that your systems are secure. Okay. So how many of you in here administrate or participate in SRE or own systems at a company in some way as far as managing those systems? Can you just raise your hands? Anybody in the ops space? Okay, a couple. All right, good, good. And of those systems that you own, do you just like to hand out administrative access? Nope, most likely not, right? So when InfoSec team came to me and said, hey, we want root on your systems, I kind of paused for a moment and I said, well, you're assessing the risk of my systems. How about I just give you a copy of the configuration, or how about I just do something along those lines? And that's just not the way it works in the InfoSec space, because they have security controls and other things that they have to follow, right? So what I had to think about was the security controls. So I said, okay, well, what are those security controls that you have that you need to follow? And so they gave me the list of security controls. Well, one of the things that you'll see on there is to limit administrative access to systems. Okay, so how is providing the security team administrative access to all 200 and something systems that I manage, how is that providing a checkbox to meet this control of limiting access? I could not see the value at that time. Now, obviously, don't get me wrong. I understand that they wanted to scan the systems to find out what patch levels they were at to make sure that I was applying the latest security patches. They also wanted to know what versions of software we had, and they also wanted to be able to tell some other forensics items, right, from those tools, which is what these scanning tools do, right? They log in, they run a bunch of commands, they collect a bunch of system data, they take all that system data and they shove it somewhere else, do some analysis, and then produce a report to the security team, and then the security team goes to somebody and says, we're good, right? That's basically how things work. Well, the problem was, as I said, yeah, but I'm still having to grant you administrative access on all of my systems. Is there another way or a better way? And so that's the struggle that I had. I really struggled a lot with that because as somebody that cared about security, and I actually got into Unix from doing security work, it just really didn't sit well with me. So I said no. I told them no. I went to my management and I said, hey, I'm not going to give these guys access to the systems at root level, carte blanche. There's got to be some controls. There's got to be something that I can do around these systems in order to make sure that these servers that I manage are going to be well protected. So when you do that, when you go to the security team and you tell them no, I don't know how many people here work in the InfoSec space like I do, but no is not a common term that we accept very well, especially when it comes to analysis of the systems that are on the networks. We like to be able to get that data. We like to be able to understand what is our risk posture, right? And so when somebody tells us, like an SRE or a DevOps person or a system administrator, when they tell us no, we can't do something, then we tend to go around that. And that's exactly what the security team at this time did. What they did is they came to me and they said, look, we need to be able to scan everything on the network. We need to be able to take a look and be able to find technology that's on the network. So one of the things that obviously these scanning tools do is they look for other technology or other devices that are on that network that they're scanning, right? They're not just looking for systems that are being protected like mine. They're looking for other systems too, right? And so they came to me and they were explaining this to me, and I'm thinking about it in my head, right? And I said, okay, so you're scanning everything on the network, right? With this tool that you're putting these credentials in, and then, okay. So then I thought about it and I said, let me ask you, when you put these credentials that I'm about to give you in this tool, are you limiting the use of those credentials to particular assets that you're scanning? The answer is no. So when you go to look at the configuration, one of the interesting things is I've actually, I'll get into that later, but one of the interesting things is when you get into the technical documentation for all of these scanning tools that we did testing on, which I'll talk about in a little bit, the documentation literally points you right to administrative level access on all the things. That's it. That's exactly what the documentation says. It doesn't give you a big red letter warning that this is a bad idea because of this type of situation, which we'll talk about. So basically, the answer was from the security team, no, we do not limit access. Once you give us these credentials get used throughout the network. That's how the tool works. Okay, fine. So they went ahead, talked to my management, and they basically forced it on me, and so I provided them the access that they had asked for. Now, the interesting thing here is that sometimes security teams like to check boxes. And they forget that there are people that are in the operational side that also care about security. And so sometimes getting questions from administrators or getting questions from SRE or DevOps teams is actually a good thing as a security person, because it double checks you and it makes sure that you're on the right path, and that maybe the way you're executing this control is not the best way. Maybe there's a better way, and this is going to be one of those examples. So what we identified here was absolute trust, right? One of the things that you hear when you talk about these scanning tools is that they literally trust anything and everything on the network that they scan, which is really interesting because a lot of these are security tools. A lot of these are infrastructure tools that are looking for infrastructure on the network that is unmanaged. So trusting them? Yeah, these tools trust all devices on the networks, and that's why this is considered absolute trust. So obviously, if you are familiar with Unix systems or systems in general, all network systems, there is a crap ton of services that run on those systems, right? And they listen. And these tools that you're using for infrastructure discovery, for vulnerability scanning, they take a look at any services that are running, because that's how they try to fingerprint the system. That's how they try to identify the system. That's how they try to also authenticate into the system. So what I decided to do was I decided to go ahead and take OpenSSH. Now this is back in the day a little bit. So again, this idea has been around since about 2010. So what I did is I took OpenSSH and I modified OpenSSH so that I could run the daemon, and then any username and password that was entered in for authentication would be dumped to a log file. So if you take that and you spin up the listener and you go ahead and wait, which is why this is called the cistern attack, right? It's very similar to a watering hole attack, except you're getting something that's a little bit better, right? So if you do that, you're basically a wolf in sheep's clothing because the tools all trust you. So if you do that, you spin up a SSH daemon, and all of a sudden you get a scanning tool that comes along. And boom, and we did another one too just for fun because it works on a whole bunch of stuff, which I will talk about here shortly. So one of the things that really surprised me though was that these tools don't care where the services are running. So think about that for a minute, right? Let's say that you have some standards in your environment. The standards are that you run SSH on all of your servers, and that service runs on port 22. That's great. But as a non-administrative user, you can spin up a daemon on any port above 1024. So you can spin up your own separate SSH listener as a non-root user on that box. So as an attacker, right? You can spin up a daemon that just sits there and listens. And as an example, port 2222 is a common port that these vulnerability scanners and other scanning tools, infrastructure scanning tools, scan. So as a non-root user, if you're an attacker, as you heard in the last talk from our gentleman from CrowdStrike, he said that a lot of adversaries are not doing the smash and grabs anymore. They're sticking around the network. So think about that as applied to this attack, right? If they're sticking around the network, then what's the difficulty of spinning up a small daemon that listens on a non-administrative port. It's not really that difficult, right? So what are some services that are common for these services to run on? So one of the things that you take a look at when you look at these tools is their administrative guides. And when you look at their guides, they tell you what authentication methods they want to use. In the Windows space, they use SMB. One of the things that I found that was very interesting about SMB is that Windows has several versions of SMB. The higher number in SMB, so SMB version 3, is more secure than SMB version 1. The issue is that these infrastructure tools, they trust everybody. So what do? Well, if you want to, you can actually negotiate with the tool to use a lower quality version of SMB and provide you the certificates and or the usernames and passwords. So if you want usernames and passwords for SMB, for Windows systems, you just simply use SMB version 1, and when the scanning tool hits your box, it will give you everything in SMB version 1, which is easy to basically mimic and be able to allow the box to connect to you. So SSH credentials. One of the things that you'll find there is that a lot of the scanning tools, and I'm not going to say which one specifically, but it rhymes with Nessus, has a capability for you to go in and select only use SSH on this port. Does it work? No. I don't even know why that option's in the tool, because when I utilized the tool for the testing purposes, it authenticated no matter where SSH existed. So even the tools know that, even the tools that know this is a problem, they have controls that they've put in, but the controls are not actually active and they're not actually working. So that was a problem that I identified, and I said, well, that sucks. But there's other tools that have the same problem. So don't just think that it's related to one particular tool. And so the other item, though, that came in when we started doing our research was that there are scanning tools, infrastructure scanning tools, right, that also want to identify assets on the network and then be able to authenticate to them to validate that they are being managed by the administrative teams, the ops teams. Well, one of those is the network team. And a lot of companies, in some of the red team operations that we did, a lot of companies will try to authenticate to network devices using SNMP. And what's sad, and you'll probably see this when you are in different locations, is that SNMP version 1 and 2 is still in use today to manage network devices. That's bad. I mean, if you look into SNMP, it is super easy to break, especially version 1 and 2. Now, version 3 is much better. But one of the things that we found in our research is that any port, so SNMP, SSH, now SMB, port 139 for most of the vulnerability scanning tools, but the infrastructure tools, some of those that we tested would authenticate SMB outside of port 139. So be aware of that as you're looking at this issue, and or if you're looking at this as an attacker, you will need to spin up a Linux box or some box that is not Windows to be able to spin up a listener on a port other than 139 if you want to use this attack method. So what are some of the stuff we tested? So there's some logos there. I blacked them out as best I could because I didn't want to be sued. But you may recognize some of those logos. But we tested a whole bunch of different stuff. One of the things that I really enjoyed working at some of the places I worked at is we had access to a large set of tools that we had licensing for. So I was able to do some serious testing on all sorts of infrastructure tools. Some of the ones that really surprised me, though, where the ones that are network management tools, where they know better. They really do, especially your vulnerability scanners. The vulnerability scanners, they know better, right? They know that this is not how you do security. But the other things that surprised me was that I did not realize ServiceNow had an asset management tool that scans the network and authenticates. I said, whoa, I had no idea. And so we started really digging into it, and there are a crap ton of tools that take credentials and just throw them everywhere, okay? And obviously, as an attacker, that's great. As someone that's trying to prevent pivoting and attacks within networks and somebody from staying persistent, that's bad, right? That's not a good scenario. So, is it going to work? There we go. Yeah. So, one of the things that I decided to do in 2016. So in 2016, I was working at a company. If you looked at my LinkedIn, you'll be able to figure it out. So I was working at Rapid7, and I said, "Hey, since I'm working at Rapid7, maybe because I'm a consultant, they'll care about this issue." So I reached out to the VP of Research, and I said, hey, this is kind of like a bad idea. I don't think that it's great that our tool does this. Is there a way that we can do something better? Or is there a way that we can address this as an issue? So he linked me up with the product VP, and we had a conversation. And at that time, business-wise, the company was moving in the direction of agents, like other scanning companies, right? So a lot of the scanning companies now have agents that you can deploy. And so they said, this is legacy. Scanning's not going to be used. Well, we're in 2022, 6 years later. How many of you in here have ever run a network scan? Show of hands? Yeah. Okay. Have you ever ran, how about a show of hands for people that have run network scans using authentication through some tool? Okay, so the majority of the room, right? We're 6 years later, we still run authenticated scans, okay? Agents are great, but they don't solve all of the problems, right? And so at that time, basically I was told that this is how the tool works. And we're not going to invest, any resources to address the way that this can be exploited. And I said, okay. So then I also submitted this to one other company that also does vulnerability scans. So you can go back to my list and maybe figure out who. And the response I got from them was pretty much ghost. I got no response other than thank you for your submission. So I said, okay, well, maybe we should share this thing, right? And so let me take a look. So yeah, so I said maybe we should share this thing. And so I submitted it to a few conferences, and it did not get really like any hook. And then basically what I've identified is that this is just something that I said, we really should talk about this more. And so I kept submitting, and I got here accepted here. And I've also talked about it in some smaller groups. And so, one of the things that is really a concern to me, as a risk manager, is the exposure that this brings, and that it's a tool exposure for tools that are used ubiquitously among networks. And so how can you protect yourself against this? So there's a whole lot of stuff up there, okay? Now, I'm going to be putting this slide deck on my GitHub also, by the way, so that way you can get access to all of the information that's there on that slide, which I also have on the GitHub. I have all this information. But number one, configure your asset discovery tools that generically scan your network looking for shadow IT, right, which is a common problem, legacy IT, which is a common problem. Configure those tools to not authenticate when they do those scans. Just identify them, because here's the thing, and as a risk person and somebody that's done vulnerability management for a long period of time, asset inventory. right? Asset inventory is really important. And the problem is you should not be using your tools to do full vulnerability scans unless you have an asset inventory and you understand what are good assets and what are not good assets. And if they're not good assets, why are they not in your inventory, right? And then identifying assets that way. So make sure that you configure your general scans to not use authentication. The other thing is, look, I'm just one person that brought this up to a couple vendors. So maybe if some other people or other customers with big accounts go to these vendors and say, hey, can you do something better around this? We're 6 years out. Agents are not the end all to vulnerability scanning. So maybe we can put some controls around this, right? And there are things that they can do, right? They can limit the port exposure, like the setting that I identified in Nessus, right? Where you can say, only authenticate this service on this expected port. That would help a lot, right? Because then if I was a non-authenticated user, or sorry, a non-administrative user, I could not spin up a SSH daemon to just listen on a particular port and then be able to get your administrative level access. So limit the exposure of the credentials to a known asset group. In other words, be able to make asset groups that you can scan, which you can do in some of the tools, but in some of the tools you cannot. So making that a ubiquitous type of setting would be great. And then also giving the administrators more control on where the credentials are utilized. So maybe some fine tuning, right, in your vulnerability scanning, which you can do in some of the tools. Some of the tools allow you to do asset groups. Some of the tools allow you to do pools of, of your API data to be able to integrate in with asset tools to be able to limit where you're using particular authentication. So specifically for SSH, the reason these are highlighted yellow is because they're things you can do today, okay? SSH keys. You should not be using SSH username and password in this day and age. Keys are available, and you can set passwords on keys. Use them, because when I do this attack and you're using SSH keys, all I get is a public key. Useless to me, okay? Because I don't have the private key to authenticate it to. So SSH keys, number one, if you're going to use any type of scanning tool with SSH credentials. The next item on the list is using an integration with an IAM tool. So what I mean by this is using a tool like CyberArk or some other type of identity access management tool with your one-time passwords or your individual system passwords. And a lot of these scanning tools actually do have integration. Some of them do not. So that's a hit and miss, and that's something that when you're doing your proof of concept with these tools, you should be asking, is there an integration? What tools do you integrate with? How can I ensure that where I'm authenticating, I am authenticating properly, and I'm authenticating on known assets? And that's something you can do with these integrations that they have, okay? Obviously, that's great, right? Because if I were to capture a credential, the credential that I would capture would be specific to the device that I'm on, but it would not allow me to pivot as an attacker, right? The last one here is using the security automation tools to review and verify that scanning credentials are only being used during scans. So this is something like a SOC, or if you administer your SIM. This is something that you can do as far as being able to work with the APIs of the tools that are doing the scans. And by doing that, you'll be able to limit the exposure you'll be able to capture when someone like me steals a credential and pivots within the network. Because if I take that credential and I go log into another box, and it's not during a scan of that IP address or of that sector of your network, then you will catch that. And honestly, that is a high hit. Like, you should be able to mark that as an incident, and you should be able to track me down and catch me and get me off your network, right? So Hopefully that's been helpful. I didn't get into super technical detail because I wanted to keep it high level. But if you want to learn more about it, I did, using the contributors there as my friends and as my workers on this project and contributors, we did create a subset of tools. They're written in Go, super easy, the whole goal of this was to be very light to deploy. That way you could insert it into things like Metasploit or other things so that when you get access to a box, you can just deploy it, and then it runs, captures your creds, and exfils those creds in some way, whether it's by ping or by other methodology that you want to use. I also did some research. So before this talk, I said, hey, I am not the brightest guy in the room. So somebody else had to think of this. Guess what? In 2010, when I came up with it, I know there was somebody else that also came up with it. And, you know, I identified some of those, so I wanted to give them props on this talk, okay? So 2016, I identified a project that was posted to GitHub called the Heralding tool, which was originally called BSwarm. It does something similar. So people are talking about this. Red teamers are using it. They're just not, it's not super public, and people are not as concerned about it as I think they should be. Another one is Tim Wright and Jacob Griffith. They gave a talk at DerbyCon 9. They also have something called the Swarm framework, which sounds very similar to BSwarm. And then in 2020, HD Moore has a project that he had posted in GitHub called Flamingo that also does something very similar. So take all of our tools and realize people are talking about this, people are exploiting this, and people are doing this on your networks now, right? So think about that. All right, any questions? Yes, oh, if you have a question, could you use the mic so everybody can hear it? Is that possible? I appreciate it, thank you.
It's not so much a question, but it makes me want to flip it from a blue team perspective and use hunting creds without the proper password.
Yes, for sure. Yeah. And my perspective is blue team, but actually on the DerbyCon talk, that was definitely red team adversarial. And actually in Tim's talk, he talked about, I think the Swarm framework, he talks about deploying it in Raspberry Pis. So like, you know, some of the red team operations or some of the pen testing, just taking that framework, popping it on Raspberry Pi and popping it in the network, right? So yeah, definitely. And this is an issue. I kept it high level. I didn't want to get into the technical details because we actually did a lot of work on the back end, identifying all the different tools and what they could do capability-wise. And the biggest thing is I just wanted to get it out there so that people are aware that where they put these credentials and these tools matters, and that they should be really careful about that, okay? Any other questions? No? Oh, yeah.
I'll yell and then you can re-yell.
Okay.
Any good way to build detections on the listeners?
Any way to build detections on the listeners? What do you mean? Like, what do you mean by detections?
Where we would be alerted to someone.
Oh, where you would be alerted. Yeah, so the biggest thing is what I had mentioned, where you can build some of the indicators on your SIM to be able to capture when these administrative credentials. So if you use scanning credentials, like most companies, they will dedicate credentials to scanning, right? So if you have a SIM and you're capturing the logs of all authentication, one of the things you should be doing is when these authentications are happening with that credential, are they happening during a scan? And if they are not happening during a scan window, then someone has stolen that credential and they're pivoting, right? Now, are you talking, so would you be talking about identifying when I'm listening for it? Okay, so that's what your questions are on listening. So actually in our testing, one of the tools that, I don't want to call out the tool specifically, but there are tools on systems that will prevent you from spinning up new listening devices and opening new ports as services. So there are ways, but they have to be configured tightly enough that they capture any new services that are spun up. Okay? Great question, though. Any other questions? Yes? Yeah, could you come to the mic? Because you're probably far enough back, I might not hear you.
Is there any way in the logs that you can track what ports it's trying to authenticate to? Because if you're using a non-standard port and somebody else has spun it up, they're going to be using the standard port. So you could also track a listener that way.
Yes. So one of the things you can do is you can take a look at the configurations in these scanning tools And a lot of these tools will have their default ports that they scan looking for services. And that's how they would identify the services and what ports they're listening on. So if you wanted to, is that kind of the question you were trying to get at? Is how would you pick the port, maybe?
Yeah, so one of the things you do for SSH is change it off of port 22 because
Yes.
that's the obvious port. So you're not using a standard port, say you use like 463, and somebody else comes in, puts their box on 22, and then you scan it on 22, and you know that it shouldn't be there.
Oh, yes. So like if you're scanning a Windows box, it should not have port 22 open.
Exactly.
Right. Yes. Same thing. And there are detections for that on systems to be able to. And that was some of the things that we identified as controls that they could put into the scanning tools. Right. If I'm scanning a Windows box, I'm not going to be logging in through authentication of SSH. Right. So like if I fingerprint a particular OS. And that's one of the things that I have in my notes there is that you group your systems by operating system once you've fingerprinted them. So a lot of the good things about the vulnerability scanners or the infrastructure scanners is that they can identify the operating system without authentication. So you can take and do a general scan without authentication, identify your assets, compare them with your known asset list, make sure that they're valid, and then scan them as Windows assets with only the Windows authentication. And that definitely can help limit the exposure to this. Yeah. Any other questions? Awesome. Thank you very much. Hopefully you enjoyed that topic, and hopefully you spread the word and you help people configure their infrastructure scanning in a better way, and that they're more aware of the absolute trust that they're giving all of their systems. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Joe. All right, a couple announcements before I let you go. We ended up having a bit of a snafu with food trucks, so there actually is not going to be food trucks out there. However, if you open your pamphlet to the middle, there's all sorts of places to eat around here. You've got Aruga's, you've got Miller's Ale House. I believe there's a Chili's now, too. You got Wendy's, you got Firehouse over in the next building section over. Feel free to go out wherever you can to grab something to eat. And once again, we apologize for the food trucks. If you are sticking around here, you get your food or you bring it back. We have Beelan and Bard actually is going to be doing a little Bardcore concert out on the side over there by what we call Amsterdam. It's kind of like you walk into, it looks like a different world because it was made that way. So, and with that, yeah, we will be back here at 1 o'clock for the next talk. So, yeah, enjoy yourself, have some lunch, and we'll see you in about an hour. Thank you. What's up? You want me to say something? Oh, Beetle and Bard is also going to be playing in here as well on this screen, as well as the screen outside. So, FYI on that as well.
I think it's for both channels.
have any issues with lunch? Everything was good? Excellent. For our next talk, we're going to get into the nitty-gritty of open source intelligence. We've got Full Metal Recon from certs to cert, as in CIRT. And we'll be bringing you Kevin Sukil and Andy Chiang. Come on down. And real quick,
thank you. I'm so sorry about the
question. We just ask if you could please run up to the mic and ask your questions there. All righty, take it away, guys.
Thanks a lot, Jack. So, hello, everybody. I'm Kevin Sukil.
Hi, I'm Andy Chang.
And we're here to talk about Full Metal Recon from certs to cert. So before we begin, right, we have our little disclaimer message here. That is very verbose. None of the ideas, content, or opinions expressed here are anyway supported or endorsed by our employer. So, and before, again, we also begin, we have to thank a few people also. This discussion definitely wouldn't have been possible without the 3 individuals listed here. You can look them up on LinkedIn. They are the epitome of leadership. They push us to be better and challenge us to think differently. So again, just want to take some time to thank these 3 individuals. And a little, who am I? So I am Kevin Sukil. You could find me by my Twitter handle. You could also feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. I am a retired NYPD police officer. I worked with the NYPD for 8 years. Did various different activities, but I retired out of the anti-terrorism unit there in the NYPD. And I am also a massive Scotch collector. If you are into Scotch whiskey, I am your guy. And I also, little secret hint here or thing, I have a pretty famous Scotch Instagram if you want to know about it. Either do OSINT on it and figure it out, or you can just come ask me after the talk.
Yeah, and I'm Andy Chang. I'm a red teamer that's working with Kevin on the same team. We've been working on this engagement for the past couple of months, and a lot of this presentation is all of our research that we put into it, as well as all the techniques that we think are very novel and aren't really discussed about. And really quickly, fun facts about me, I really like having credit card rewards points, and anything about travel, I'm the guy. And as well as listening to music, EDM especially. I know EDC Orlando was last week.
So this discussion is going to cover a few different topics. We're going to talk about Recon and its overview. We're going to also talk about adversarial Recon. What are the hackers actually doing? What are the APTs actually doing and how they're doing this Recon? After we discuss that, we're going to talk about 4 different methods that we use to dominate domains from a complete unauthenticated perspective. And I'm talking about complete domination. Domain admin, you name it, customer databases, everything. You could find this stuff out there. And then we're going to talk about how do we harden this attack surface and what can organizations do to kind of prevent this type of information disclosure.
So first, we're going to go over the Recon overview. So this is going to be the full life cycle as we know it. So of course, what we're going to be talking about is Reconnaissance. So this is fingerprinting the organization, knowing what their attack surface is. Maybe we can find additional assets on them. And then going on that, exploitation. Are there any servers that are vulnerable? Any web applications that are out there? And from there, escalating privileges. And the next part being internal recon, which we will talk about as well. Using the external information that we have, we want to make sure that we're not missing anything. Sometimes developers leave commits on GitHub, or there's assets from legacy systems that we want to know about, and those can assist us once we're inside the network, whether it's knowing where their VPN portal is, knowing how they do their password resets, things like that. And from there, we can complete our objectives. Maybe we already have that information from the external side. Without even touching their network, they've already been compromised.
So adversarial recon. Andy, take it away.
Yeah, of course. So adversarial recon, we're going to break it down into 2 sections, active and passive. So for the active portion, these are going to be tools that we're all very familiar with. Nmap, a tool that's used for port scanning, knowing what applications are running on a system, if a port is open, what services are running. Goat Witness, another tool that is commonly used. When we do have a list of IPs, a list of URLs, we want to quickly do a domain flyover to make sure we're not missing anything important. Next, nuclei and FUF, especially, those tools are used to make our process a lot faster. As we all know, there's a million tools out there that do the exact same thing, and it's up to a matter of preference, depending on what you're comfortable using. And for the passive side, this is the part that we're going to talk about. A lot of these tools they're already indexing results, and we can query them without directly interacting with the organization. This is what we call stealth. We don't need to rotate our IPs. We don't need to do anything or proxying or anything like that. Google, GitHub, Shodan, Census, they've already done the work, and we're querying their data and using that data to make a well-informed attack once we're inside their network. And really quickly, this meme, we're going to credit it to XORs on Twitter, but this is the difference between Shodan and Census. Typically, these two tools are used interchangeably. In our talk, we're going to talk more about Census, since we feel like it captures a lot more information, and there's a lot of novel techniques that come with having that information that we can use. Kevin will talk about it very briefly, but we have a couple different techniques. And going on this, a lot of these data sets from Google, from Census especially, have outputs that come in JSON files that you can use later on in your research to fingerprint the organization, whether it's knowing what subdomains are out there, knowing what assets are out in the wild, if they have legacy systems. What can we do with that information? A lot of this has to be done manually. These automated tools, sure, they'll show vulnerabilities, but as we all know, vulnerabilities depend on the systems. You can't classify exploiting a point-of-sale system versus exploiting just a test environment. Those are two different types of criticality. And Kevin, if you want to take it.
Thanks, Andy. And this talk also really focuses on this last point here, action on objectives, right? We want to combine these two things, this manual enumeration and querying these existing data sets. And we want to combine them two and create an objective that we can act on. A lot of this focus here from external recon is we want to create a profile that once we get access to the internal network, whether that be through a phishing, a vish, or smishing exercise, or any other way, maybe we find a web portal that's vulnerable to a known exploit, even something like Log4j or something, right? The moment we hit this internal network, we want to be moving. And we don't want to be detected by any type of EDR or AV out there. And we have done this. We have gone against the best EDRs out there, and we've remained undetected because we were living off the land based on stuff that we discovered externally. I'm talking about domain administrator credentials, service account credentials, credentials, right? That's going to be the key to not setting off any alarms. When we're inside that internal network, we just want to be authenticating on the first shot. We know this is good to go. So, as I mentioned, right, we want to achieve this high impact with super low visibility. We don't want to trigger any alarms. We don't want them to even know we were there. When we speak to the client, we want to let them know, like, hey, domain admin. And they'll be like, what? So we want to adopt this adversarial nature. We want to really think like the adversary. Think like the APTs. Think like a cyber criminal. And coming from the NYPD, right, thinking like a criminal doesn't change. The fact that there's a computer in front of us, we only just added technology. But we still need to think exactly like an adversary would think before the computer. What are we looking for? Maybe it's not domain admin that an adversary wants. Maybe it's access to that financial data. Maybe it's access to customer data. Maybe we're trying to cause a different type of impact. Maybe we're trying to affect maybe availability of services. So we want to remain undetected and gather all this information externally from a complete unauthenticated perspective. And what's a talk without the good old CIA triad, right? We have to reference it. It's, we're in school and in a university setting, so we have to mention it. But we have confidentiality, integrity, availability, right? And all three are very important, although sometimes I think maybe organizations care more about availability than anything else. But through external recon, we can do all these things. We can exfiltrate PII, we can edit files and do supply chain attacks, and we will have unauthorized access to systems based on our research here. So the first topic is going to be recon via HTML source code. Going back to the good old days of good old CTS, right? Right-click, view source, and get the flag. So you can go next slide. So HTML source code is often overlooked as a valuable resource for data. Inside source code, this HTML source code, there is tons of different tags, there are files and comments and all that good stuff. But taking a second and thinking about what exactly we can parse through here, we can find author information. If we identified a vulnerability that this author has been a victim of in the past, well, maybe that also will branch over to other things that this author has made. We look at copyright information, which is a great tagline, right? At the bottom of all these websites, there's some copyright information in the footer. We can take that and just search across the web for that. Commonly used variables, which we're going to discuss later on when we get to our GitHub portion, our code repository portion. But most importantly, which we're going to talk about here, are the fonts. And we're going to really dive into that when we get to that slide. And also really cool, too, are SVG files. So most of the time you see in companies, they kind of just reuse the same stuff over and over again. So if you're able to get a piece of that data from one website, there's a chance that they're using that across the web, maybe in websites that weren't meant to be external. So we talk about census, right? We can look for internal font styles and internal services that are running. So let's take Times New Roman, for example. Let's just say that was a proprietary font that companies use across the board, and this was our company was the only one that used it. We can actually leverage census to look for that font. So use your imagination and think about how you want and how you could abuse this. We can search the web via census and their enormous database, and we could look through all this HTML source code looking for that particular font. Think about the amount of assets that a large organization has. Think about a bug bounty program if you're doing BugCrowd or HackerOne. Think about what you can find because somebody, they designed a page that was meant to be internal, but it leaked externally. Or we just forgot that we spun it up and forgot to pull it down. A lot of those websites may be connected to databases or other infrastructure that may be going unmonitored. And we can also catch what SSL searches miss. When we look on 443 or 8443 and we're looking at the SSL cert, we can use census to kind of break this down, and Andy will talk about that very shortly. The HTML title and company slogans, we love to use this one too. When we look at the HTML title page, we start to notice some similarities across the board. Maybe their pre-production websites have pre-prod listed in them or something along those lines, or like staging test. And so what we can do then is create a query where we're looking for all those HTML titles across the board, looking for those testbed web pages and stuff like that. And the company slogans, new and old. Companies love to change their slogans, love to change what they're about over a few years. But maybe they forgot about assets from 5 to 10 years ago. And this comes from an actual finding that we had where we used an old slogan of a company and found an orphaned asset that they completely forgot about. So research your company, do your OSINT. Where were they 5 years ago? Where were they 10 years ago? Or is any of that infrastructure still out there? And one way to pinpoint that is looking at their slogans, the old and versus the new. And like I mentioned before, we're looking for these dev, pre-prod, and authentication portals, right? That's going to be our area of attack. And you can see 2 screenshots here from Census, which kind of just give you a little idea. Next slide. So again, Times New Roman, right? I mean, right off the bat, we got thousands and thousands of web pages that use this font. Use your imagination. Change that with something that maybe only your organization is using and see what's out there. And one thing about Census is you're going to see these open ports and stuff like that. Once you find an interesting service that's running on something that maybe shouldn't have been external, things are going to start getting juicy for you. And the next slide, too, we're looking at the dev title. And again, a couple thousand web pages that are using the dev title. And again, you interchange that with something like login or logins or admin or dashboard. These are the words that are going to be juicy from an external perspective, right? Especially test dashboard or something along those lines. Maybe that was a misconfiguration, or they're using default creds to just access this. Because no one's going to find it because they named it some random thing. But the HTML title is going to be there, and you're going to be identifying it. So again, when we look at the HTML source code on Census, we can search for a lot of these things. We can look for author-developer information, right? Have they known exploits in the past? We can look at the SVG files. We can look at copyright information, proprietary fonts, comments, and HTML titles. All this stuff together, when you sit down and you do this manual enumeration across census, you start to realize different patterns, and this is what you want to take into account from an external perspective.
And next, I'll be talking about Recon via subdomain discovery. So going back on what Kevin mentioned, there's a lot of legacy systems out there, but how do you know if it's owned by an organization? There's a couple key identifiers that Census, Shodan, whatever tool that you're using, you can identify whether or not these assets are owned by this organization through a couple different ways. One of the main ways that we do that is through IPs. Is IP owned by organization? If so, we have direct attribution. Another way of doing that, like Kevin mentioned, if we find an asset that's using a specific font that is only used by the organization, is this a product? Is this a service that the product is, that our organization is selling to someone else, to a different client? And from here, we'll talk about vertical and horizontal correlation. So this comes from a lot of big corporations. They own smaller child companies. And these companies do completely different things. They could be a web streaming service. They could be a car company, and so on and so on. They could be anything you can think of. And going on across from that, each of these organizations have different subdomains. And from there, like Kevin mentioned, the attack surface becomes much, much wider in that sense, where each organization has their own unique subdomains. Each unique organization has assets that you need to be aware of. From a bug bounty perspective, maybe you're limited in scope. However, if you're a ransomware gang, if we want to be in the mind of an attacker, we don't really care about that. We just want to own something. We want to find out if something is vulnerable. Who are we targeting? How do we target it? And a lot of these techniques, such as like what domains are being related to this what domains are related to this organization becomes a key question within the external discovery scope.
Yeah, and just to add, right, when we look at subdomains and we go to crt.sh, right, we look at these tools and we get a list of our subdomains. Again, we're looking to enumerate what we can use internally. So we're looking for the Gits, the GitLab endpoints, the Ansible, the Artifactory endpoints, anywhere where we, from an external perspective, that when we land on the internal network, maybe we can use that and start searching that through code repositories to get credentials for those services. UAT endpoints, ERP, SAP endpoints, all this stuff that you're not going to get from like public SSL certificates. That's like the main focus of the subdomain discovery, finding those internal endpoints from an external perspective.
And one of the quick ways that we've been able to find some of these is with the Wayback Machine. So for those not familiar, the Wayback Machine indexes pages that are out on the internet. So again, keeping in line with our passive discovery. We're not actually targeting an organization directly. They don't see our IP. We're not doing any kind of scanning. Someone's already doing this. We're using the existing data set to help us correlate the data to our attack target. And within a Wayback Machine, there's been a couple novel ways. Within Wayback Machine, you can actually search for old robots like text. Maybe they're using a directory that is specific to their organization, or maybe in the past, an API key has been within the web page, within a request that they've captured. And like Kevin was stating, a lot of these certificates, back in the day, they use wildcard certificates, or they even have the subdomain within the certificate themselves, and they use these certificates interchangeably within the external as well as the internal. So if they're using the same certificate, this way we can find out, internally, once we're on their network, they have a server called gitlab.xyzcompany.com, and we're able to know where is their proprietary source code, where do we target next. Maybe they have a VPN portal, which is called vpnaccess.xyzcompany.com. And from there, once we're internal, we know exactly what assets to go to and how to target them.
Yeah, in this method of recon, it's very cyclical, right? We come across, we find a subdomain that we didn't know about. Let's just say UAT special product.xyz.company. The recon begins again from that subdomain. Now we're going back, we're going to go to Census again. We're going to go to Wayback Machine. We're going to see the login portal for that, look at the source code there. So everything that we're referencing here, it is all a circular motion, right? We're going to go back to the beginning when we discover a new endpoint.
We're going to kick off SSL certificates, very similar to what I was talking about before. Right, right here we see email information, organizational unit information, issued to and issued by information, certificate hashes. These are all fields that Census goes ahead and scans the internet for and documents down for us. We don't actually have to do any of this. This data is out there, and all we have to do is make sure that during the manual process, we're getting all of the data that we need and making sure we have the right target, making sure we have all the information that we can use once we go further on in the life cycle. Once we're on their network, we know what targets to go to, we know what the IPs are, what are the critical targets that we want to achieve our objectives on. Well, for example, if it's company that's financial data, and we're able to know what targets, what assets internally, for example, the IP or domain, once we're on the internal network, we know where to go.
And we saw this so much, and it really is a big problem. Information disclosure via SSL certificates. You look at an SSL, you find one that links to an internal endpoint. Right off the bat, from an adversarial perspective, we have been able to enumerate how maybe the machine names are inside the internal network. So if we're looking to do an LDAP relaying attack or anything along those lines, we could create machines that look very similar now to this SSL certificate name. And it seemed like it wasn't, companies didn't really seem like it was a big deal. But for Andy and I, when we were doing this external recon, like to us, like this was gold, right? The more information that we have, the more information that we can design our profile to look exactly like something that shouldn't be on the network is huge. And we, you know, again, we leverage this stuff to stay under the radar of EDRs, AVs, all because, hey, like, oh yeah, this must be a VM that was spun up, you know, yesterday or something along those lines.
Yeah, and one other thing I want to touch on before we move on to the next slide is this email field has actually helped us in the past where, you know, some organizations, they might have a default email called like webadmin at xyzcompany.com, but sometimes it's tied to a specific user. If we're talking about the full red team lifecycle, when we're in the external phase, we can actually use that information as well and know exactly what users to target, you know, what kind of user, who is actually administrating these systems.
Yeah, and even with these email information, we put say we've identified domain admin, we put his email in for an SSL certificate, and in actual experience, you know, we find web servers that are running in this individual's home. You know, while that's out of scope, maybe in our red team engagement, it's something we definitely want to let the client know. Like you're exposing a certain area here that, you know, maybe somebody should let this person know that this is not good behavior.
And of course, this is a quick screenshot of the page that is being hosted right now for this conference. There's a lot of information that Census captures, and I'll go down the line here, right? So for example, if you have the certificate hash, you could match it up with different other certificates and know whether or not the organization has other certificates that are related to this one. And those could be tied to specific domains and subdomains, which, like we mentioned before, that provides a lot of information when organizations use certificates that are both internal and external. If they're releasing that information, we want to be able to know, once we're on the internal network, what is the domain that they're using. Again, like I was mentioning this one too, the VPN access portals, where is their VMware, where are their servers located, how do I access them from the web?
Judging from an external perspective, right, SSL certificates aren't going to give us keys to a kingdom where we just walk in the building, right? But as adversaries, red teamers, all we want is a shot. We want a shot that we could have an opportunity against a web portal that may give us access. Maybe it's an unauthenticated API. Maybe we could go bust this page and find a Docker image that's allowing us to pull the images down. We just want the opportunity to have the ability to get information. And the SSL certificate recon was huge for that. And when we look at the subject organization and the common name, again, going back to organizations, what were their names before maybe they were acquired? Recent acquisitions, right? If they recently acquired a company, let's hit that recently acquired company. Let's see, you know, maybe their security program wasn't as robust as, you know, their parent company is now, and we can hit them where it hurts before they have the opportunity to fix these things. So the common name, their organization, was also huge. And the subject DN, the organization name, the CN, we saw a lot of misconfigurations with this. Sometimes we would see like LDAP strings here or domain controller names here as well. This is all good stuff. And if you get a domain controller name, well, we're going to take that too. We're going to look through Census for that. We're going to look through GitHub for that name, because anything related to that is going to be good intel for us. So the big kahuna, right? I mean, it's been talked about, it's been beaten down, Recon via code repositories. I think everybody knows how this works. But we're going to put a little different kind of spin on it, hopefully, for all you here. So Recon via code repositories, I mean, it doesn't get much better than like something like GitHub, right? Developers, they love to post and be proud of the work that they've done. Contractors, they want a place where they can store information that when they go to a different client, they already know, all right, I just got to download the script again and rerun it. And it's a great resource for that stuff, but it's also a great resource for an adversary. Because maybe, by accident, things were posted that they shouldn't have been, right? We've all been down this road before. I've had to delete a repo numerous times because I'm like, oh man, I pushed this script to there that had my creds in it by accident. You know, it happens. So we used code repositories as this bucket for information disclosure, because every little piece of information may help us forge our attack. Even if we're doing a social engineering experiment, maybe we could look through this person's code repo and just get an idea of like what they're working on or something like that. And we've also discovered that like GitHub has been a way to like circumvent VPNs. And what I mean by that, not for us from an external perspective, but for like a worker perspective. If you want to work off the VPN, well, just post stuff to GitHub, and then when you get home, you can just work from it from home. You know, if you're working on source code and stuff like that. And it seems like it's a common problem across the board. We've seen it in a few different organizations. And these organizations, they do have automated tools that look for this stuff. But we have to start thinking about how do we outsmart the automated tool. We spoke very early on about manual enumeration, how important it is. You know, automated tools are great, but they're always going to miss something, right? So we've heard time and time again, like, hey, we found these creds here. And like, nah, well, we have tools that catch this stuff. Every time an employee posts a password, we know about it. Well, they didn't catch this one. They didn't catch the service account password that we pulled. They didn't catch the API key that, you know, of the employee that left last year. And we were able to leverage this stuff again to become authenticated to the network and things like that. So a lot of this research comes from an engagement Andy and I were on for a very long time. And we had to perform, right? We had a client, they wanted performance. And after the low-hanging fruit was already gone, after we already discovered the web portals, the Citrix portals, all that stuff, they wanted more. So we really, with our back against the wall, we had to think differently. And we needed to catch these mistakes or these like error and judgment opportunities that maybe only may be there for a short period of time before these automated tools set off the alarm, and maybe even the person who's supposed to act on it, maybe he was a little slow to act on it or something like along those lines. So we need to start thinking like sysadmins and developers. Now, I'm not a sysadmin. Andy, last time I checked, I don't think you were a developer either. So we were going on Stack Overflow, like looking at what do sysadmins actually do? And what do developers actually do? Like, what commands are they using on the command line? Because this is stuff that we can actually search for. So from a DevOps perspective, we want to know, hey, what commands are they pushing on the command line for like Jenkins, Artifactory, Ansible? These are juicy endpoints for any attacker. This is the CI/CD pipeline. And if you're able to hook into that, I mean, you're talking about supply chain attacks, right? Like we mentioned, editing configuration files, leaving a file there, and absolutely just wreaking havoc on a company. And also, commonly used variables. The same developer may have a certain way that they put tokens in a script. Same variable name, like for example, in a PowerShell script, they may use encoded password that's base64 encoded. So you can look for that in that person's repo. And also, the very common headers equals headers, right? We're looking for anywhere basic authentication where we could just take some base64 creds, reverse them, and have them. Next slide.
No, actually, before we go on to the next slide, I just want to add on to what Kevinson was saying. A lot of what we're presenting on, these are all techniques that we combine together. So I put a very big emphasis on the SSL certificates because of the fact that we want to think like sysadmins and developers. If we know what domain that their GitLab server is on, that's where they typically commit their code. We want to make sure we know what that domain is, and combining that domain with a search for things like Jenkins, Artifactory, Ansible, PowerShell, things like that on GitHub, those will give you better results on GitHub. If you search directly for the company name on GitHub, you're going to get a ton of results, and our job is to carve out that data. We're starting off with a whole block of data, a whole block of ice. We want to make this look pretty, and we're here to chisel away at it and make sure that the data we have is something that's relevant to the organization, something that a sysadmin or a developer would be posting, whether for their own reference or a mistake on their part where a password or something like that is exposed to the public.
So perfect example, curl, right? I mean, pen testers use curl, developers use curl, sysadmin uses curl all the time. So what if we had a domain in GitHub, and all we did was just take the word curl and put it next to it? I mean, it narrows down a company's results from 30,000 responses to 1 or 2. And right there, we see the request. Curl, .xget, .xget, username, password. And there's the internal endpoint for their, which would be like Artifactory instance. Now that's huge, right? Because if we land on the internal network, we know exactly where to go. And maybe in that script, the creds are actually in there. In this case, they were. Go to the next screenshot. So we open this script up, and right there in the path to file are actual credentials. Snatch them right up, and we're ready to go. In this case, maybe there was even a misconfiguration where maybe the JFrog instance was externally available, and now we've just authenticated right into the JFrog instance, and we have access to a CI/CD pipeline, again, from an external perspective, and the only log that was generated was a simple authentication attempt. At this point, the organization has no idea that you have just stepped foot into their CI/CD pipeline. And we have come across this countless times. And we, at the end of this presentation, we do have a link to a cheat sheet of all our commands. It's not just curl. chmod, right? What are we chmodding? We're looking for SSH keys. And it's going to be there. It happens, it's just human nature that we post this stuff without maybe thinking about, no one's going to find this. No one's going to find my GitHub repo, But the stuff is out there. So here's a clear screenshot of credentials that were picked up that were hard-coded in a curl command, in a curl script. So when we look at code repositories, there's a few different things that we can do to lessen the noise, I guess is the best way to put it. Say we look for XYZ company in GitHub, and we get back 30,000 results because everybody in the world uses XYZ company. Think of shell scripts that you may use, or that sysadmin may use, even internal histories. Think about languages. Are they using Bash, Shell? Maybe they're using Java, and think of a way that we could kind of, combine that with a domain name and another command. We look at shell commands in particular. Curl and wget were huge responders for us, getting back some juicy info. Because a lot of the times when we curl something or use wget, we do pass the API key on the command line, especially if we're just doing something really quickly. And sometimes maybe when the person pushes their repo, their bash history file was in there and you're able to get it. And another big one that is often overlooked is file extensions. Anytime Andy and I came across a zip file on GitHub, it ended up being a critical finding. And not just contractors, employees, everybody, right? We just have this tendency that, I'm leaving company X, I'm going to company Y. Before I go, I'm going to zip up everything, I'm going to throw it on GitHub because I want it there. There's stuff there I know I'm going to need in the future. Well, that stuff does contain secrets, tokens, In one instance, it did contain a domain admin password that was shared amongst other users and allowed us that once we hit the internal network, granted us domain admin, essentially.
Yeah, and on that same note, with the file extensions, there are a lot of tools out there for GitHub that are monitoring for secrets. And if an organization doesn't have secrets management, then yeah, those passwords could definitely be reused, like Kevin mentioned, and we would only be generating a single authentication log. However, there are files, like Kevin mentioned, where these are archives, these are zip files of all of their work. And our job is using the automated searches from Census, getting all of that data. We do the manual work where we're able to attribute and correlate, this employee has worked at this company, this employee has worked on this certain project, maybe there's more.
Exactly. So what do we do? How can companies, they bought the automated tool, right? That's all we need to worry about. They're going to find the secrets, they're going to find the passwords, that's it, our job's done. That's not the correct answer here. So Andy, you want to take it away for a little bit?
Yeah, going very quickly on it, like I was talking about earlier, a lot of organizations do have secrets management programs. Like the previous talk mentioned, some organizations have a more robust system where passwords are only used once or used during specific scans, and that's an easy way of monitoring that. However, there are credentials on GitHub that are out there that aren't being monitored as heavily. Those are applications that we can access, or once we're on the internal network, we'll be able to use those credentials and authenticate to that whatever platform that we've discovered externally. And next, access controls as well. Do the users have proper access control? Do they only have access to the things that they need to have? This is a big problem with bigger organizations where there's a ton of groups, and sometimes, like, let's just say someone wants access to something, and it just flies by, and they're like, okay, yeah, have access to this. Well, now that they have that data, there's a likelihood that they post it publicly, and that's where we come in. We go ahead and find that information, correlate to the organization, using all of our past recon, and knowing that the target can be compromised.
And the other one here is offboarding, right? Offboarding procedures are huge. Just because person X, they left the company. Oh yeah, their passwords have been revoked, everything like that. But what about, do they have access to shared passwords? What about a shared local admin password? Do they have access to that too? That stuff needs to be documented internally, because once that person's offboarded, that stuff needs to be changed across the board. API keys too. For example, JFrog, I think by default, API keys don't expire. At least they're not used to. And in that case, we discovered a API key for a JFrog instance of an employee who left over a year ago. That's insane. And this just circles back to offboarding. Having good offboarding procedures is fundamental in any organization, big or small. Knowing who had access to what, even though that's a shared password, that needs to be documented somewhere. And last but not least, just basic asset management. Came across numerous endpoints that were orphaned off. They just didn't know they were there. Ghost IT, it happens all the time. Asset management, don't know the solution to that, right? I think it's just going to be something that's always going to trouble big organizations, even small ones. You spin up an instance, you forget about it. But we just want to reference it because a lot of our attacks did revolve around this forgotten about asset. So some of the resources, right, that we use in this, you could find the external Recon cheat sheet at the GitHub. It's the same GitHub for my Twitter handle. This slide deck will also be posted there as well. And it's just a little bit more of an in-depth cheat sheet on different queries that we use. It's not a Google Dork cheat sheet by any means. It really focuses around our Census queries and our GitHub queries. All images and some of these tools mentioned, Census, Showdown, GitHub. Literally, and with these three tools, we were able to really dominate a few domains in the last few months. So, thank you very much. And if anybody has any questions, let us know.
Check. Hey, a question about GitHub. Say you accidentally put your credentials up there, and then you try and delete that file, it's not too easy to delete it because it's like you can go find it. What do you recommend for that situation?
And actually, so there was a slide that didn't make it into this deck, and that's on me because I was supposed to handle the GitHub stuff. One thing that we didn't mention, and thank you very much, is commit history. Commit history is huge, and one thing we always would recommend is if you see more than 10 commits, it's worth to start digging through. We typically would like to go to the first ever commit and just get an idea of what they were working on, because again, right, if you pushed a script to GitHub and you left credentials in there, you deleted the script, well, it's still going to be in the commit history until, you really forcibly remove that repository and start over. So commit history is huge. If you post, and we saw it time and time again where contractor, developer, employee would post creds, and we would just see it in the commit history from 6 months ago.
And again, that's where the manual method comes into play. A lot of times when we do find an employee, we like looking at their previous repositories as well, because guess what? Not everyone's familiar with Git when they get started. I know I had a hard time with Git, and they don't know that if we don't remove the whole repository, that gets saved. And that's where, when we do our reconnaissance and we go back to look at different repos, once we know that they're posting sensitive information, they could have posted that information in the past before they knew how to actually use Git and knowing the Git features.
And just one more quick thing too, we've seen it where we go to a GitHub repository and there's actually a PDF in there on how to use Git, and we see 300 commits. So we already know we're going to find something good in that commit history.
There are ways to opt out of that. Is that from kind of a defensive perspective something you would recommend?
Yeah, probably from an offense, yeah, for sure. You could opt out of that from specifically Shodan. I think, I don't know much about if you can opt out of census, right? I guess you can opt out of census scanning, right?
I'm sorry, what was the question one more time?
He was saying that you could opt out of census and Shodan scanning for your organization, right, sir? If that's something that an organization can do, 100%, because from an adversarial perspective, that's our first stop. Is if we just put a domain name into census or Shodan, what are we finding? And that's just going to be our initial. Think about it, right? If we went to census and Shodan and we put an XYZ company, and nothing came back. It's going to make our job a lot more difficult because we can't use two of the biggest tools out there that scan for that stuff. So definitely a huge recommendation if that's a possibility for them.
No, and again, touching on what Kevin was saying, a lot of the information that we get from census, there's a lot of manual work that needs to be put in as well. For example, if you type in a domain name in a census, sure, it'll give you a bunch of results, but those are results that people know about. Going deeper into the certificate information, maybe it's not tied to a domain name. Maybe you can only go to that specific system, that specific web application through that IP address. Maybe that if through our Recon, like Kevin mentioned, with the HTML source code, maybe they're using a specific font, maybe they're using a specific slogan, or maybe even something else that's identifiable to an organization. That comes into play as well when you don't have a specific domain. When you're targeting an organization, there's a lot of things that an attacker can do. And typically, even though we're on red team, we want to find these things because guess what? In a real life attack, an attacker's not going to care. Once they know that this asset is connected to the network, it's free game for them.
If no other further questions, we'll be hanging around here. So feel free to reach out to us. And again, if you're into Scotch, I'm your guy. So thank you again, everybody.
Thanks, Kevin and Andy. We'll let people kind of change out in and out here for a second before I introduce the next group. All right, for our next talk, it's going to be scum baiting and scum banning, how we avenge the scammed. I'd like to bring you Ryan Dinnan, Maggie Bashi, and Joshua Pardee. Come on down.
I got HDMI might be better.
Hello? Test?
Or no, it's HDMI. Does that work?
All right, their PowerPoint is up. All right, how do I go to system?
You just
Okay. The one I'm holding doesn't work.
Don't forget the click.
Can you tell them that we're going to take a 5-minute break? Yep.
All right, all. I think we need 5 minutes to iron out some technical difficulties. So if you want to come up, stretch your legs, get a drink, go for it. We're going to figure this out. We'll be back in 5. So that'll be around 2:05. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I was kind of, I told people 2:05, so I figured I'll give them another one. We're live on air. Roger that. Okay. All right, it looks like we've ironed everything else out. Once again, this is going to be scum baiting and scum banning, how we avenge the scammed. Ryan Dinnan, Maggie Bashy, and Joshua Pardee.
Thank you, everyone. So, good afternoon, and thank you all for coming to our presentation today. My name is Joshua from Arizona State University. I'm studying cybersecurity and finance. And with my teammates, Maggie Bashi, Ryan Dinnan, and Jade Abraham, who unfortunately wasn't able to be with us here today, we're here to present our research project that we've been working on for the past 1.5 years on how we can utilize technologies to not only scam bait with scammers, but take down scammer cells and gather actionable intelligence.
Now let's talk stats. There's a great financial impact from scams all around the world, and evidence shows that a lot of people and consumers are being targeted by highly sophisticated scams on different channels, both online and offline. Some of the main channels are through text messages, emails, or phone calls. In 2022 alone, 68.4 million Americans reported to have been fallen a victim of scams. That was totaling a financial loss of $40 billion. As alarming as these numbers are, 1/3 of people who fall victims of scams never tell anyone, so the real numbers are probably even higher.
So there are three main things that we want to cover today in this conversation. The first thing, and the reason why we're here today, is honestly to promote awareness of the different types of scams that are out there. So especially with the prevalence of YouTube, there are so many scam bait channels that exist. It's great fun to go and see how those specific scams operate. But there are also different scams out there that operate in slightly different, unique manners that attract different victims. And so we want to bring awareness to that at different conferences. This is the fourth place that we've presented our research. Each conference is slightly different as the research progresses. The second thing is we want to highlight what we've been able to do in regards to capturing information and taking down scammer cells, but we also want to showcase how we've been able to accomplish those things so that everyone here in the audience and everyone watching at home can kind of take this as inspiration to do something similar, waste scammers' time, gather actionable intelligence, and submit that to the relevant law enforcement authorities to take down these scammers. And then finally, and most importantly, we want to really emphasize the impact that this has on the victims of these scams. At the end of the day, it's great fun going on YouTube and really seeing all of these like humorous interactions with scammers. But as you'll see today, there are some really strong impacts that these victims experience, especially if they are targeted and victimized by these bad actors, that we want to kind of bring a new perspective to that and really showcase how important this work is, and as we come together to solve it, really the impact that it has in the community.
Now, there are dozens, if not hundreds, of different types of scams out there. So when we were going through and researching, we really needed to figure out the scope of what kinds of scams we wanted to target and then stick to it. So what we decided to do is focus on the smaller scale scams, the one that affects everyone. So there's phone calls that you get, the emails, the different websites, all of those kinds of things we felt would be the best for us to target, both as it has plenty of different resources and different types of scams that we can be working with, but at the same time, these same kinds of scams tend to be harder for government and legal institutions to combat, as the individual financial impact per victim tends to be pretty small, making it hard for investigations to pop up and to correlate all these different operations going on, but they are still incredibly negatively impactful on the victims, as they are still raking in thousands, if not millions of dollars just on a smaller victim-by-victim basis. So the first scam that we're going to be talking about is technical support scams. And before we dive into the details, we wanted to show you a little example of the kind of people we're dealing with and what they try to make us do when we're working on the scam. So in this instance, we are on a printer support scam. We've let the scammer take control of our computer, and now they are trying to debug the issue that we have and are going to be presenting a new issue that they want to try and solve.
This is all the infection which is running inside here.
Oh no. That's a lot. Oh, I didn't even know this was happening.
That's why you need the security. Yeah, you need the security, because the security was not there. Information to unauthorized people who are always trying to get into your machine. and that is something is really critical.
Oh, okay. What? So what's the name of this malware?
Ma'am, the malware is malware, ma'am. We cannot say the name.
So if you weren't able to see, the malware that was infecting our system was in fact just the Windows Log Manager and the different alerts that pop up from there.
So this is one of the most common scams, but there are two very specific targets that people try to victimize. First are older and elderly people, people who may not have grown up with the latest technology, but people who still use, iPhones, computers, printers on a daily basis, and individuals who, if they encounter an issue, are most likely to reach out to someone they can trust to help solve it. The operating platforms that are used for tech support scams are fake websites. You can see like Microsoft Windows Defender, similar like websites trying to look like Microsoft products to gain rapport with the individual, or they'll straight up call the person, especially elderly individuals, and try to present themselves as Microsoft tech support or Apple or another bank to get that information from the victim. So the breakdown of a tech support scam is pretty straightforward. The first thing is you run into an issue. Almost always it's going to be something very minor. Printer doesn't work, maybe you ran out of memory, but you are in a situation where you're looking for a solution. So you'll go on the internet, you'll find the scam site, and then you'll call up the number. Like right over there, it looks legitimate, 1-888. More often than not, it is a number that is part of TextNow or another really free VoIP service, so anyone can generate these numbers that look legitimate. You hop on the phone call. The other side is a scammer who's trying to present themselves as a legitimate organization. The fun part is seeing how the scammer convinces the victim that there is a computer problem. In our times talking with tech support scammers, they would do something as simple as open up command prompt and do a recursive search, which looks like the Matrix but doesn't actually do anything. Or they'll open up Task Manager and show Windows processes and say every single one of this is malware, which we need to get rid of for you. So really nothing of importance, but something that looks visually intimidating, where they try to then solve the problem or sell the solution. And at the end of the day, since they're really not doing anything, they are trying to get you to pay money because they did provide a service to you. But once you get to that point where they charge a service fee, whether or not that's like $50 for this one-time charge, or pay us $250 and for 6 months your computer will be 100% virus-free, the moment your information goes into that scammer's pocket, it's distributed into the scammerverse. Just in our own personal experience, the honeypot emails and phone numbers we use to contact these scammers, within 24 hours of this tech support, they were flooded with so many different people trying to victimize us, thinking that we were some victims that could be manipulated to give them money.
Now, just like other scams, this too is not limited to only a financial impact. Our contribution and involvement in this scam is mainly social engineering and finding as much information about these scammers as we possibly can. One, to identify who they are and how many more people are involved with it. And two, report them, bring them down as much as we can. Now, while we're social engineering these scammers, while most of them are not as tech savvy as they may seem, they're just good at making up a scenario to sell us some product or solve a problem that doesn't even exist. Some others may be actually skilled malicious actors that have bad intent. Now, during this whole time of interacting with them, it is very important and a top priority for us to remain secure and private at all times to make sure that our identity is not being out there and for the scammers to know who we truly are. So we've taken some steps to fully secure our systems with some extra layers of security. We've created a honeypot laptop to make sure that we are tracking every single move that the hacker does. A lot of the times, scammer, a lot of the times they will take control. We will let them take control of our laptops to kind of see where they're poking around and what they're actually trying to find. In addition, we've used a VPN to hide our real location. We have used a virtual machine to isolate any malware that they may send our way, as well as used a VoIP service so that they don't see our real phone number. And last, but it's my favorite part, or our favorite part, and creating a fake identity and a fake persona. This is interesting because we get to make up a whole new name and address and verifiable information such as social security number and keep up with the story that we created in the beginning. This is interesting because the more we keep up with it, the more time we're going to get with those scammers and keep them engaged. And the more time they spend with us, the less they have to talk to real victims.
Now, one of the common misconceptions that we often find when explaining this project to others is that people will think that the elderly are the majority, if not the only victim that is targeted by scams. And oftentimes they'll also assume that the primary impact that scam victims will have is just a monetary one and maybe a little bit of a bruised ego. But in reality, there are much more serious and negative consequences for victims. In relation to more general ones, we have the manipulation of trust, some creation of excess stress, and in relation to specifically the more elderly victims, this becomes a problem as it is much more easy to, when presented with all of the stress, to simply cave in and wish that it goes away when giving into their needs, which is what the scammer is really trying to bank on. But additionally, we have this extra layer of a fear of reporting, both reporting this to legal authorities for research purposes and reporting it to friends and family. And this can be backed up by some FBI statistics where they found that while younger people reported more frequently being scammed, in reality, older people had a higher average loss of money from scammers despite not having as many reported cases. And on top of it, the FBI also suspects that this is a case of not the entire target population, as many people are not reporting that they have been victimized. And another aspect of that for elderly is a fear of losing financial independence, especially when revealing like, hey, I've just lost some money because I have been scammed. And the worst case scenario is also that these scammers don't really go on an ethical line. They're willing to use whatever means necessary in order to get that financial payout. And in some cases, this can worsen existing mental or physical ailments. And in the case here, we have an 80-year-old man who was constantly being barraged by a victim or by a scammer up to 50 times a day. And because he was suffering from Alzheimer's and dementia, continually and repeatedly fell for the same scam, and as a result was driven to the point of suicide. So this truly kind of evokes the importance that there are much more impacts aside from just a financial loss that it should be noted when talking about scams and their victims.
Now, let's talk about sales scams and what they entail. This is one of the most popular ones because it targets anybody with SMS capabilities. You have a phone number, you have a SIM card, you could be a potential target to these scams. It looks something like you get a text message from somebody saying, hey, check out our online store. We're selling these types of products, and they list them at a ridiculously low price. Some of the products that we've been seeing a lot were brain supplements, smart TV, and other smart devices listed for super cheap price, but sometimes even free. You just pay the shipping. A lot of the times they will create custom websites, make a few sales, and then all of a sudden that website completely disappears so that they don't get tracked. These are some of the screenshots from some of the examples that we've received as well.
So to quickly go down through the sales scam process of how that works, I don't know how many of you received some of these text messages this past week. I know I have, especially the tracking packages that, oh, if you don't give me your personal information, your package won't be delivered. But it almost always starts with something like this, something that seems accurate, seems legitimate, especially the delivery ones. But upon a little bit of a closer look into it, it does look like it looks a little bit sketchy. Once you have that, though, and you click on the link, it does redirect to a site that looks very legitimate. Again, especially if you are an older individual or someone who wasn't well-versed in how these scams operate, that looks like People magazine promoting a new health serum, and they're using Jennifer Aniston's name. At first glance, you think this is a great thing. It's featured on so many products, apparently, so many shows that you really should go and buy it right here, right now. Or on the lower side, you will get that free PS5 today. Just pay shipping. So it's very attractive, very quick to ask the victim for information. One thing you will notice with these websites is that it's a very incremental process. So clicking on the link, you've already given your IP address, your location, your time, the phone operating system. Going over here, they're going to ask you for your name, your email, your phone number. If at any point you stop in the process, that information to that point has already been given to the scammers and probably distributed into the scammerverse itself. But if you go through the process, it's directed to a timed payment site. Marketing 101 comes into play. Giant counters. If you don't buy this right here, right now, it's going to disappear forever. Everything trying to get you to buy it instantly. And once you actually make that payment, again, you'll probably never get that product in your house, but you will have all your information distributed to other individuals who will probably contact you trying to get something similar out of you in the near future.
So what did we do to combat this scam? Well, we actually got really lucky with this one and had a friend who was being contacted almost on a daily basis by these scammers, receiving all these text messages. So we decided to map it out. So we used a tool called Maltego, and what we did is every single number, every message we received, we plotted the phone number and every single line of redirected URLs. From there, we're able to start seeing a whole lot of overlap. The same URLs or different URLs that are redirecting to the same sites and similar patterns that we're identifying with the phone numbers and the text messages themselves. Once we got all this mapped out, we then go through and do a whois analysis and a DNS search to find more information about the registrars of the domain, who else is responsible for what domain service is being used, and all of that. Add a whole extra layer of connections from there. Finally, we then go through and do a website forensic analysis, and from here we're actually able to identify some plain text API keys that prove that all of these different, seemingly different operations are really managed by the same group or individual. And following all this, we got a nice pretty little map, and we got a name and address of who we believed to be one of the primary organizers of this event, or of the scam. And shortly after reporting them and all of these websites, the number stopped and all of these sites got taken down. So next up, we're going to be talking about the sugar mommy and sugar daddy scams. So here's an example of a scammer. Before we do a deep dive, we want to show you a little bit of an example of what you might see if someone tries to DM you. Hello, how are you doing? Are you willing to have a sugar mommy? And we'll be offering you $700 twice a week. Heart emoji, angel face.
How does it work?
Well, I'm a philanthropist, and I've been one I always feel good helping with younger ones striving for bills like rents and tuition fees. And I'm sure this will surely help you a lot. Heart emoji.
It would help big time. Yeah.
Which institution do you bank with, and what is your favorite food? Heart emoji.
I have a Chase account, and I love Mexican food.
Perfect. I will have to write you a check and send it into your email. And once you receive it, you will have it send through your bank app. Heart emoji. Okay, babe, if you come out and be loyal and straightforward me, I make sure you live your life to the fullest. Can I trust you with my money and everything? Heart emoji.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I'll be sending a check of $500 by 4. That's $2,000 to depose into your account yourself. So you will have your first allowance and send the remaining to the orphanage home through Zelle or Apple Pay. Can you do that for me?
$2,000 and saving the kids? That's something I can sign up for.
Awesome. So let's backtrack a little bit and talk about the sugar mommy, and sugar daddy scams. Now, this has taken advantage of a system that's been existing for years. Sugar mommy and sugar daddy are usually older and richer people that look for, that meet with younger people and give them money in return for some love, attention, and companionship. Now, the main target for this scam are young people on social media, and specifically Instagram. The majority of the targets that we've been researching and working with were those young women specifically whose profile was open. So public profile whose pictures can be seen by anybody with an Instagram account. Now, how does the scammer profit from this? As you saw from the chat messages, they want to send you a check, right? So let's go on to the breakdown and talk a little bit more about this. The scammer finds and contacts the victim, usually like we said on Instagram. They try to make it like, hey, I saw your profile. I really want to talk to you. They make it very personable. The scammer talks to them to gain the victim's trust by telling them what their occupation is and what the real purpose is. Most of the time, they want to sound like, hey, I'm doing this to be nice, and I know you have bills, and I know you have payments. Once they explain the payment process, they don't necessarily ask for anything in return. All they say is, I just need your name to send the check to you. And then the victim receives a check, which is at first looks a good check, but it's actually a fake check. Now, if you remember from the demo that we played a little bit earlier, the only type of banking information they asked is, who do we bank with? Now, anybody that has a bank account knows that to deposit a check, you don't need to know who you bank with. But in this case, because we said Chase, they sent us a check that was drawn off Wells Fargo. The reason why is if they sent us a Chase check, we would have gotten an error message saying that, hey, this check is either not good, it's a fake check, or this account number was not found. So they wouldn't have been able to go on with the scam. They always want to make sure to send a check that is drawn off of a different bank account so that it doesn't bounce back on them right away. Now, once the victim deposits that check, usually because it's a different bank and not verified right away, that amount will be made available for them on their bank accounts, and the scammer will be very pushy and try to ask for a small amount in return to donate to an orphanage. Again, they're trying to keep up that positive personality and building that trust with the victim. Now, the fake check bounces on the victim's account the next day, and not only the full amount of the check gets returned and taken back from the victim's account, but also they get charged a fee from their financial institution. Now, one more thing that I need to add is that, so again, the victim will lose that money completely, and the scammer will try to be very pushy and follow up constantly, because if they don't get the money that same day, they will lose the opportunity, because the next day the victim will realize that it's a scam.
I will file for overdraft, and your account will automatically go into negative, and it will have a bad influence on your socials. It will have an infect on your social security, which I don't want to hurt you. That's only if you return my money in an hour, or you get message from assassin. I've sent the details in your picture to them already. Do you want to act smart with my money? Never. You can never take my money and run away, or else I will make you suffer. 1, I will report you to the assassin. And 2, I will make sure I shut down your account. I only need your full name to do that, which I already have with me.
Now remember, in this entire process, we're playing the victim. But if you had no idea this is how the scam operates, and you got a message from someone you've been talking to for a couple hours, and they claim that they have an assassin after you, that's something that most people probably will bend and just start sending whatever is possible, whatever they need to prevent that. But again, in our case, we are trying to figure out how it operates. This is the point we got to. We're using sock puppet accounts. Everything is fake, from the name, the information, the photos. And honestly, I don't know about you, but I feel that the assassin might have a slightly different picture of me out there.
So jokes aside, there again is an additional emotional impact when it comes to this. So as I mentioned before, a common misconception that we hear is that only elderly people are being targeted for scams. In this case, we have the exact opposite. The primary target is younger people, for the reason being that they don't often understand fully how depositing a check really works. They see the money goes into their account, and they have it actually there, and they assume it's theirs to use. And that's where the scammer comes in, using the same kind of deceptive methodologies from someone not understanding technology, but in this case, it is someone younger instead of older. But we still get those same negative impacts. We have embarrassment from falling for the scam. In this case, we also have manipulation, threats, fear-inducing, and it can worsen people who may already be in a bad financial situation, especially if you're going through college and have a lot of debt. But we also have the worst-case scenario, which again, we're finding people who are being targeted, and in this case, just earlier this year, there's a 17-year-old boy who committed suicide after falling victim to a romance scam. And really, what this shows is that it's not a matter of people being foolish enough to fall for scams. It's scammers being smart enough to know exactly who to target and exactly how to manipulate them into getting what they want.
So the next thing that we want to quickly cover is, or the second to last scam we want to cover today is crypto or forex scams. I don't know about you, but all of these Instagram profiles have popped up on my feed so recently. It's really annoying. Every single person I see nowadays might just repost like, oh, so-and-so helped me make so much money with a $200 deposit. At least for me, any operating platform that has a messaging element to it, I've received emails or messages for these profiles saying that, hey, if you bank with me, give me your money, I will make you $20,000 in 2 days. And obviously photoshopped screenshots of different people's cash apps and different people's accounts as to how much money is actually being made. But with that, and with the prevalence of crypto and forex, especially nowadays with FTX in the news, it's something that preys on people's interest in the product, but their unknowingness about how the actual process works and whether or not these people can be trusted, especially if you're in high school and college and you're looking to start a job or make money. These profiles really do look legitimate and really do offer people the possibility for a quick buck in exchange for something quite small.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the breakdown and how the crypto and forex scam works. Now, to start with, the scammer will send a direct message to the victim, usually on social media. And the profiles that are reaching out to the victims are usually well established. They have a lot of followers, a lot of posts that consistently post about the awesome return on investment if you sign up for one of these things. Now, the scammer attempts to gain the trust of the victim. They try to talk to them, explain everything, how this is beneficial. And in addition, they even send some testimonies from other customers that claim that this is real and legit. Now, the scammer explained the investment, the strategies, and offers to guide them through the whole process. They promise that if you make an initial investment of $200, you will get a return of $6,000, and that will be your profit in just a few days. As we see, these are ridiculously amounts of money that are not near realistic. The scammer will have the victim pay in two different ways. Usually, if the victim says, okay, let's do this, the scammer will either ask them to send that money on their wallet, on their finance account, or they will offer to help the victim to create that account together, basically get their credentials, and help them monitor the investment throughout the whole process. What that means is that once that victim makes that initial deposit or initial investment, the scammer will either empty out that account and transfer it out, or they will change the credentials and the victim doesn't even have access to their accounts anymore.
Now, we had a lot of fun messing with these different scams, especially because this one had a lot of different moving parts involved with it. So first and foremost, we're seeing that these multiple different Instagram accounts are often using real pictures of real people that they are not actually the individuals. So they're committing identity fraud. And so the first step that we normally try to do is perform some OSINT. We're looking into background images, we're doing some reverse image analysis, trying to figure out who these actual pictures belong to, identify that victim of identity theft, and then notify them that their picture is being used without their consent to scam and financially affect other people. Following that, we will then publicly out that scammer on Instagram, hopefully getting some more awareness that, hey, this isn't a legitimate user. Once we got all this information, we go through, make a nice big report, and we send it to the proper authorities, hopefully so that actions will be taken. Following this, being that a big part of this is oftentimes that financial deposit that they're sending to someone's brokerage account, in many cases, it's actually just someone's personal Bitcoin wallet, or the scammer's Bitcoin wallet. Now, being on the blockchain, you can't identify an individual user to just a Bitcoin wallet. However, every transaction is public information. And there are companies out there, such as CipherTrace, who make it their goal to try to de-anonymize these Bitcoin wallets that are being used on dark markets or for illegal purposes so that law enforcement can be notified and use them in their own investigations. So what we did is we social engineered as many of these Bitcoin wallets as we could and then sent them over to CipherTrace along with all the proof and evidence that we've collected. Once we got this, CipherTrace was able to take what originally they had only seen as a normal Bitcoin wallet and identify it with as an actual criminal wallet address. And from there, their own individual research team was able to identify it to an existing dark web organization who in this case is all about hacking Twitter and Instagram accounts.
And kind of going back to the whole stealing the identity thing, it happens all the time. Even on Instagram, one of my close friends recently had his Instagram account hacked. And I know this person, I know that his feed is legitimate. It's a real individual, but it got hacked and the hacker was using a creatively named account, Lady Thickness, as his investment professional. So when that happened, we started looking into how do Instagram accounts get hacked? How do these legitimate profiles get used by the scammers to do illegitimate things? And here's how we found that Instagram accounts traditionally get taken over, which is why we started putting out information to prevent that, at least within our friend groups, to prevent this from happening to other individuals. So the first thing is a phishing link. Looks like the Instagram reset password page. actually is hosted by the scammer. The second one is account information, trying to get information about your parents, your location, stuff that they can use to reset your password and answer your security questions. But the most common thing we saw is abuse of Instagram's automated logon link, or as many people know it, the magic link to sign in. Instagram provides this opportunity for you to get a link texted to your phone. You can ignore your password, tap the link, it signs in. But some of these accounts get hacked when someone legitimate or pretending to be legitimate texts them saying like, hey, I just sent you a confirmation. Could you screenshot that, send it back to me just to confirm this transaction, confirm this deal we're doing? That link is what you see on the left-hand side. That is the original Instagram link. It's a reusable single sign-on link that the scammer can then tap in, log in, change the password, and your account is now gone. When we realized that, we actually reached out to Instagram and told them, here's the full process end-to-end of how this can be abused, and how bad actors can basically social engineer anyone to get this link from them via a screenshot, log into that account, and do it multiple times. So on the right-hand side, this is now the result that you see from Instagram if you request that link. Not only does it say Instagram link with the link and the message don't share it, but this link is now one-time use only. So once it is selected, it can no longer be used to access your account from any other device. So ways we figured out to protect yourself: enable two-factor authentication, have an email in your account for recovery. If in Instagram you have both a phone number and an email, it defaults to the email to send you that key. So it's just a little bit harder to send it off to a scammer, and you have a little more time to really think about it, especially if the scammer is very in-depth in their social engineering process. And then finally, we realized that some people were changing personal recovery information when asked by scammers just because they thought it would help them. For whatever reason, it's always good to have that personal recovery information just be your personal phone number, email accounts, anything that you control, never changing that for whoever requests it from you.
Now, for the final scam we're going to be covering, we want to go over the loan forgiveness scam. Now, this is, it's been around for a while, but recently it's had a big surge in popularity, especially with the new loan forgiveness plan being reeled out for the government. So as a result, the main target happened to be college graduates with specifically government loan debt. These kinds of scams can be covered over a variety of different operations. Commonly, they're going to be flooding everybody with calls from the phone with the hope that someone that they call is going to be an actual potential victim, sending out emails in a similar fashion, and also just having customized websites available online with some very good SEO that will then hopefully drag victims there, which will have numbers for calling. But the really unique part about the scam is that it's not actually illegal, which we'll delve into, because of how they abuse these long legal agreements, which is where they're able to actually make the profit.
All right, now let's dive into the breakdown of the scam and how that works. So the victim goes into a website, sees an ad about an application for student loan forgiveness. And like we said earlier, those have been in the rise recently. They ask the victim to fill out some basic information about them. They ask them for personal identifiable information such as full name, address, date of birth, social security number. And these may seem very natural and normal for a student loan application, you would think. But this scam gets a little tricky because when the victim calls on the phone, they send completely legal disclosures for them to sign. But on the phone, they go over completely different information, which gets tricky because even if the students or the victims read the full disclosures, they're still being part of a scam and being a victim. The way that works is when the victim is speaking on the phone, the scammer tells them, so in order for you to apply for this application, there is not going to be a progress or any status update for 90 days. So you have to make a payment to us, usually averaging $400, but you're going to pay us in 3 different installments over this period of time. So then that makes it a little bit harder for them to detect that this is a scam because they're going to be waiting and cannot do anything for 90 days. One of the main reasons why scammers do this is so that the victims don't go and don't realize that it's a scam. And then by the time they do, it's probably even too late to go to their bank and get that money back as a fraudulent claim. And then the scammer provides legal disclosures on the other side. So on the phone, they tell us you have to pay us this much money. Nothing is guaranteed. Or no, they tell us that they will let us know after 90 days. But on the legal disclosure that they sent us, they basically just tell us that we're helping you submit an application for a student loan, and we're going to charge you a service fee. That's it. So in terms of legal disclosure,
how this kind of abuse of this legal agreement works. And here we have a separate scam that we were working with where they wanted us to give their permission to use our own personal information in whatever ways that they saw fit. So they used some kind of speedy methodology in order to get that to happen.
Okay.
So great. Now, as a way of saying thank you for your order today, you receive access to ValuePass discount shopping services. ValuePass is a discount shopping and rebates club that will save you up to 50% and earn you cash rebates on many phenomenal everyday purchases, including clothing, dining, entertainment, gifts, electronics, and services. You can use this to shop at Walmart, Kohl's, or Target as well. Additionally, we will also send you additional information about tech support RX, where India now have unlimited 24-hour support for all your connected devices. Our certified technicians will diagnose and repair all your technology issues, keeping all your home devices running smoothly. It's tech support beyond just computers. Not only can you connect your computer remotely and handle issues ranging from wireless and malware remote, antivirus and security software issues, your computer tune-up and troubleshooting email problem. But we can also assist you to back up your data, configure your smartphone and tablet setup, home networking and more. You name it, and a highly skilled US-based techs are standing by and ready to handle what we throw away. Review the information and decide if you find value in the savings offered. If after you receive the welcome package, read all the information and decide this program is not free, simply let us know by phone, email, or message, and we'll just continue ValuePass and tech support RX.com access. If not, we'll automatically extend your monthly coverage for $49.95 to ValuePass benefits and tech support RX.com benefits. Rest of all, your first billing will only occur in 14 days from today. That gives you ample of time to review the information if that can provide and make an informed decision. Fair enough? So now, with your permission, sir, your rewards has been activated under your name.
So yeah, speedily going through all this information, then just asking for a nice yes or no response in order to get through it. Or, as in the loan forgiveness, going through a whole long legal document that you don't want to read just in order to approve and go along with it.
Now, there's, like with all the other scams that we've talked so far, in addition to the financial impact, there's also the emotional and mental impact. A lot of the students that are already in debt and are desperate for some cash to pay them back are ashamed to usually report or even talk about that they have been scammed. And this one is even a tricky one, because even if they did read the whole disclosure, like we already said, it's hard to detect because everything looks legal and everything looks correct in that standpoint. Now, a lot of the targets these are specifically targeted towards people that have desperate need for cash, which is why a lot of these scams are successful in people who just graduated from school, for example. Now, this scam isn't illegal, even though the mismatch between what they say and what they make their victims sign is illegal because they never actually provide any service to their victims. The reason why we bring this up is because it is very important to address. It is a phenomena that happens a lot, and it's okay to talk about it. It's okay to be part of a scam and just embrace it, report it, and spread awareness.
So at the end of this entire presentation, we've gone through a couple different scams and explained how it works. So what's the goal of the takeaway? Like, why did we do this? Why did we start this project? And why are we still working on it a year and a half later? The answer is, on one hand, it's pretty fun. Is it like The Matrix? No. It's more 5 a.m. in the library doing IP tailing all across the internet, trying to find hidden addresses or looking between websites to see what we can piece together. It's a lot of research. It's a lot of technical work, lots of Maltego. In the case of the blockchain, it was using CipherTrace and other companies to leverage their sources to really piece together a story about these scammers that we could submit to law enforcement. So yes, undoubtedly, it is quite a fun project to work on, and it's a great way for us to waste the time with these scammers. But like we showed, there's a lot of impact that these scammers have on victims, many of them completely unexpecting victims who get extorted from their money, have their information now sold to the highest bidder on the dark web, just in a situation that they never saw themselves in. And as we saw, in some cases, that leads to them going the ultimate route and potentially committing suicide. So not only are we trying to have a good time and really expand the open source nature of scam baiting and taking down these scammers, but by extension, we're trying to promote this as a project that people can do on the side using all these open source softwares, because the more people we take down, the more victims we can help. Because honestly, scamming is just statistics. Social media has done an incredible job of making it so popular to detect some of these scams, especially on YouTube and TikTok. These small clips of people having a great time with these scammers has led to a certain influx in the knowledge in the general public of what to look for and what to avoid. But as we saw today, scammers are just adapting. They're now targeting very specific individuals. In the case of the check, we don't use checks nowadays, but that's a way that they can now extort money from individuals. With the sugar mommy, sugar daddy scams, they're even threatening the use of an assassin to try and get money out of college students that may be in a financially tough spot. So as social media is expanding knowledge of it, scammers are adapting and trying to target even more selective clientele so that they can extort them in a more effective manner. So the more people we can encourage to scam bait and have a good time with it, the more people we can have out there piecing together these scammer cells, really going deep diving into the web code, deep diving into the blockchain to understand how these are all interconnected, putting these reports together and sending them out. We can really affect sizable change, like Instagram changing their whole message that they send to people, making it one-time use, having one of the largest blockchain trackers officially label something as a malware account or a malware wallet, so that way people can identify it. We can really affect sizable change and really make a difference in these victims' lives, not just now, but make that change for those who come after us. So what are some top tips for identifying scams? There are a couple. First, if there's unprompted contact out of the blue, always a red flag. Especially if there is a PS5 involved, chances are it probably isn't accurate. If it requires a participation fee, if that one person on Instagram really has the best forex trading strategy and only needs $99 a month for his Discord channel, for their Discord channel, might want to reevaluate that. If McDonald's is giving you a free Happy Meal, they have coupons for that. They won't ask for your social security. And if you are on an online date and someone really is falling in love with you and needs to do some financial transaction, I know everyone here is awesome. Everyone watching in, it's probably great, but maybe look at that through a different lens for a second. That being said, there is no single golden rule. Scams are constantly evolving. For every single scam we showed, there is a legitimate organization that uses that same methodology to contact their clients. So obviously, nothing is one size fits all, but at the end of the day, be skeptical, have a fun, open mindset towards it, because at the end of the day, not only are you having a good time, but you are doing your part to make sure that other people who may not understand how this works, how these processes work, don't have to fall victim to situations like this.
Now, to end you off, we're going to show you one last clip that is an example of when we were actually able to do all of this OSINT analysis and get the information about the scammer while we still had him on the phone and then confront him about it. So in this case, it's a tech support scam, and let's see what happens.
Hi, my name is This printer is out of warranty, so there would be a one-time technician fee, okay? Because you don't have warranty.
Just to make sure, you said your name was Aditya Singh on 60th Feet Road in Delhi, India?
What?
Your name is Aditya Singh?
What thing?
Or you know an Aditya Singh?
No, wait. You just write down the name. What name you just said, just write down here, not on the notepad. Just write down here. What name you say?
Yeah, I mean, the person you know is Aditya Singh. On 60th...
Aditya Singh.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and write down the address.
Sure. I mean, you should know it.
No, ma'am, we don't have anybody by this name, ma'am.
Are you sure that... Because this is the email that I have, flypepper.flyhigh@gmail. And isn't your phone number...
Ma'am, I am in California, ma'am.
But the thing is, your address doesn't exist in California. Your address...
Where you got the address, because I said that we cannot fix this, you have to go to any local store. And why are you giving me this address in Delhi? I just checked on internet, I found that Delhi is not in US, it's in India.
I am fully aware of that, Sean.
And that's a wrap, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you. This is a continuous project. If you guys like to see our previous work and presentations, please check out our website, weaxcammers.github.io, where you can also find contact information for this awesome team. So thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. We'll be hanging out around here if you guys want to come talk to us or ask us any questions. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, Maggie. Thanks, Joshua. Have a safe flight, Joshua. All right, I think we're going to take 15 minutes. We're going to come back for our next talk at 3 o'clock. So if you want to get up, stretch your legs, go get a drink, you can go do that now. And yeah, be back here by 3. Thank you. Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. All right, for your next installment, we've got Don't Hack My Pump Jack by a cybersecurity engineer from Fortress. And this will be an introductory session to OT and ICS and a case study on how you can modernize all of your oil production processes. All right, Jace Powell, everybody.
Got to, man. Appreciate it. Yep. All right. Hello there. Mic coming in. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. There we are. Hello there. Welcome to Don't Hack My Pump Jack. I think I won the award for longest talk title, so apologies there. We'll just keep it to Don't Hack My Pump Jack. So before we get started, a little intro. My name is Jace Powell. I'm a senior cybersecurity engineer at Fortress. I work on the internal R&D team. Also a fourth generation oil field worker. So I've had positions such as roughneck, roustabout, pumper. These are all jobs that maintain the equipment we're going to talk about today. Last position I had in the oil field, I was a safety manager, so just responsible for just safe operations and OSHA stuff and all the not fun stuff. And standard disclaimer, of course, opinions are my own, not those of my employer. So a little bit about the agenda today. Number one, we're going to talk about the legacy oil production process. I call it legacy because it's completely offline, no computerized equipment. We're just going to learn how the process works, right? Because with ICS security, that's really critical to securing systems, is understanding how the process works in the first place. After that, we're going to talk about some modernization, so how the introduction of computerized devices and networks and sensors and all this stuff has improved the process. Then we're going to talk about some of the security risks that are involved in that too. After that, we're going to talk about consequence-driven cyber-informed engineering, or CCE. I'm usually not a big fan of acronyms, but I'm going to make an exception for this one. But CCE is awesome. I love it. And once you understand how it works, you're going to love it too. Then we're going to close with a little talk about safety culture and some of the parallels between securing people and processes and keeping them safe, and apply it to cybersecurity. All right, so a little background on kind of the entire life cycle or supply chain of oil and gas. So, here on the left side, you've got kind of the just exploratory, companies are just trying to find where oil is underground. And then, there's all kinds of stuff, drilling, refining, pipelines. And then on the far right is just some of the end uses and consumption of these petroleum products. So, fueling up your car with gas, airplanes, trains, ships, power plants, power generation, stuff like that. We're actually going to zero in on kind of that fourth square there where it says produce. So what's happened at this point is a company wants to drill a hole in the ground, and they'll put one of these up there. This is an oil rig. And all this thing does is drills a hole straight in the ground, pretty much. Now, some of the new rigs now, they're able to steer the drill bit and actually travel along some of the oil formations underground horizontally. That just allows them to maximize the amount of oil they can get out of a single well. So once drilling's done, we roll into what's called hydraulic fracturing or fracking. You've probably heard of it. Real quick, how this works is they send explosives down to the bottom of the well and blow it up. And this fractures the rock underground. The rock, of course, is porous and has oil in it. After that, they inject a bunch of water, sand, other chemicals, just to hold those fractured rock open and allow the oil to flow into the well. Once that's done, they put one of these things on. This is a pump jack. And the pump jack's job is to get oil out of the ground. So here's an overview of the legacy oil production process. It's kind of 3 stages. So you've got extraction. So it's how you get oil out of the ground. I say oil. Actually, it's not oil at this point. It's what's called production fluid. So it's a mixture of, there's hydrocarbons, so your oil, diesel, gasoline, it's all mixed in there together. There's salt water and natural gas, actually. And the natural gas, again, is a mixture, butane, methane, all the thanes. There's also poison gas, which is why I'm wearing my H2S monitor. H2S is hydrogen sulfide. It's heavier than air, so it sinks, it settles down in low places. It's poisonous, it's odorless. It's definitely a big hazard on the production side. So once that production fluid comes up, it goes into what's called a separator. So we're here in the middle icon, my wonderful PowerPoint drawing. What this does is it separates that production fluid into gas, oil, and water, and then sends those out to wherever they need to go. The last item here is called storage, and that kind of depends on which of the three items that were separated, but we'll go into that later. All right, pump jacks. So all a pump jack does is takes a motor, right, the rotational motion of the motor, turns it into that reciprocating up and down motion, okay? It's operating the pump, way down at the bottom of the well. You can see here in this picture, just kind of on the far left, there's some boxes, right? That's gonna be like your power hookup. There's a control unit there. So inside, a lot of times, there's like a PLC, which is a programmable logic controller, or an RTU. You can also see an antenna sticking up out of the top, and there's like a directional Yagi antenna. So there's some long-range RF communication going on. So this is cool. This is a picture of a pump jack from the 1940s, and this one looks a little different. On the back, there's this giant wheel, and what that is it's a gas-powered motor, and not gasoline. It's natural gas-powered. So what's happening is the pump jack is pumping production fluid and gas out of the ground. We're actually siphoning off a little bit of that gas and running it directly into that motor. So it's kind of like powering itself, which is really neat. Here's a better picture. You can just see that red circle on the left. The motor's a little further back on the pump jack. Picture on the right, this photograph, actually I reached out to the photographer, Art Vaughn, and asked for permission to use it. I love this picture because you can get a sense of how fast that thing's spinning. The flywheels, there's actually two of them. They're super heavy. These things have been running our oil fields and producing energy for us for a long time. I remember replacing one of these. We took that flywheel off, or replacing the clutch or something, and I took a wire brush and kind of cleaned the side, and it was dated 1937, and they're still out there operating to this day. Actually, Art told me that they have since replaced this well with an electric motor, which is pretty common nowadays. That's kind of where the trend's going. There's not enough people that know how to work on these things. There's also some issues with them that we'll go into a little bit later. So downhole, that pump jack, right, it's reciprocating up and down. At the very bottom, there's a submersible pump. And here's an icon that kind of shows how it works. It's just dead simple, right? There's two check valves, and there's a plunger that lifts up and down. And oil, when the plunger raises, oil enters into the cavity. When it lowers, check valves close and open, and oil's pumped up. So again, super simple, mechanical. Pretty cool though. So once the production fluid's coming out of the ground, it heads over into what's called a separator. So the separator's job is to, like it sounds, right, separate the components here. So we've got two-phase and three-phase. Two-phase just takes the gas out of the production fluid. Three-phase takes the gas out, but you've also got the water and oil that will separate over time, right? If you've ever had like salad dressing, you shake it up, sit it down, over time it'll separate. And that's kind of the same process that goes on here. In order to speed up the separation of that gas and water emulsion, a lot of times we use gas burners. So kind of the same idea here. We'll take a little bit of gas coming off the well and use it as fuel in a burner. So there's a flame burning in this thing. There's a tube that kind of goes inside, and then there's an exhaust up top. So here's a picture of some kind of a failure of a separator. You can see this yellow stuff shooting out the side is it's probably oil. It might even just be regular production fluid at this point. This is kind of a big deal because what's happened, or what's had to happen, is they've had to shut down all the wells and that are feeding into the separator. So they shut those off. They come over to the separator, and it's kind of hard to see, but just to the left of the separator, there's a guy in a hard hat, and he looks like he's actually shutting off the inlet to this thing. This is probably like a gasket failure or something simple. It could have been an overpressure event. That's pretty common. All right, and finally we've got storage and disposal. So, oil, water, and gas, they're all going in different directions. Oil will go into a tank battery, as you can see behind me, and that just collects oil, and then a truck will come and take it away. Natural gas, that'll go to a compressor station. There's some processing and scrubbers and all that stuff that happens. We're not going to go too deep into that. And water. So water's interesting. The water that comes out of a well is pretty nasty, right? It's been mixed together with these hydrocarbons and nasty gunk for millions of years underground. So when we separate it, that's not a purification process. It's still water, or it's still salt water, and it's got nasty stuff in it. So it's hard to find uses for this water. They've actually found ways now to use that water in hydraulic fracturing operations, which is a good chance to recycle. But usually what they'll do to dispose of it is they'll actually pump it down an old oil well, and an old oil well that no longer produces oil, and just to safely dispose of it. Cool, yeah, so that's all there is to it. That's the legacy oil production process. So again, we've got extraction, separation, and storage. But there were problems, right? Mainly, this system was an open control loop, meaning as the system's operating, it doesn't have any context or awareness of what's going on. When pump jacks are operating, they don't know if there's an issue with the separator or if there's a leak or some kind of, any issue. There's no context. So, these things will keep running until somebody shuts them off or until something breaks. They're also a bit unreliable, so anytime it rained, all of those gas motors would die. You'd have to go out there and restart them. Kind of a pain in the butt. Also not a lot of monitoring here. So we didn't have any idea how much oil each individual well was making a lot of times, what's the ratio of oil and water, just stuff that you want to know if you're operating an oil well. So the idea here with oil production is to maximize the amount of money that you can make out of a well. So we came up with, not we, but the industry at the time came up with kind of some automation, if you can call it that. One example is an electromechanical timer, right? So this is just a physical timer that turns, and it makes contact at a certain time, turns on an electric motor, and then it turns off. Pretty simple. This is a round paper chart, and it's connected to a pressure sensor. And as it turns and as pressure changes, there's it's almost like a record, and it draws on the paper as pressure changes. That way you can manually review it and keep track of how your system's performing over time. Okay, this is cool. So this is a research paper from the 1960s, I think 1969. And somebody had invented, let's see what they call it. It's a flapper-style flow indicator. So as oil's coming out of the well, there's a flapper that would make contact with an electric circuit, and it would light up a light in a little pump house. So it's pretty cool. You could be in a little doghouse and kind of have all your little lights and see how everything's working. It was pretty cool. Pretty cool technology for 1969. So as technology's changing and improving over time, computers become cheaper and more powerful and smaller, kind of lead to where we are today with oil production. First and foremost, we've we've closed the control loop. So we've got digital sensors that are downhole at the wellhead, on the separator. They're checking temperature, pressure, flow, all of these important things that you need to understand how your system's performing. A picture here at the top. There's it's like looks like an RTU or some kind of a controller, where the pumper can interact and kind of see how the well's operating. So here's a picture of an electric submersible pump, or ESP. These are actually replacing pump jacks now. Pump jack is just a huge mechanical contraption that all it's doing is operating a pump at the bottom, right? So if we can remove that and just put in a small pump, the diameter of the well down at the bottom, and it's just an electric pump, right? You can pump fluids up more reliably and actually get a lot more data from the well at the same time. Along with that, all these improvements and new technology, of course, they need to talk to each other, right? So we've got a network of devices. And if you're familiar with the Purdue model, these are 0, 1, maybe 2 level stuff. So this picture here is an example of a pump jack controller. So inside there's a PLC. It's receiving information from various sensors and flow meters and things like that. This is an ultrasonic depth sensor. So this tank here, there's some kind of chemical they're having to pump into the well, probably to help with some paraffin wax or something like that builds up. But you need to know what your levels are over time, right? So yeah, that's kind of what these things are for. There's also cameras, all kinds of stuff. These are valve actuators. These little green things here in the middle. Again, they can be remotely operated and controlled. You'll also notice that on top of each one, there's a red gate valve, and that serves a few purposes. Number one, if your valve actuator needs to be serviced or goes offline, you can close top and bottom, and then remove it, replace it, good to go. Also, in the event of some kind of a cyber-enabled attack, it's vital to have manual controls to all these automated processes. So this is a good example of that. Safety instrumented systems, or SISs. These are absolutely vital around any process where people are working. And these are completely redundant. They're independent of whatever system's operating, and their only job is to keep operations safe. So in this case, on the left side, you've got these 3 pressure sensors, right? So there's some redundancy in the system. They're all connected and feeding back to what's called a logic solver. It's just a little computer of some kind, basically. It's pre-programmed with kind of its safe operating parameters. So if this is monitoring pressure, it's going to have a certain limit to where if the pressure goes above that limit, it's going to send a command to these actuators. And again, there's 2 actuators to close off the flow and make everything safe. Usually you're seeing these things when there's a threat to people or critical processes to the business. So these devices, again, they're networked, they're talking to each other, all kinds of protocols. There's a few up there, Modbus, Ethernet IP, a lot of vendor proprietary protocols where there's not a lot of documentation on what's in the packets and how they work. A lot of them are also not encrypted. And at first that sounds terrifying, right? My traffic's not encrypted, it's 2022. There's actually a few reasons why. First off, the amount of overhead that it takes to encrypt and decrypt traffic on an OT network, a lot of times these devices don't have just the horsepower to do that. It introduces too much latency into the system, and especially on some of the more real-time systems, they need instantaneous data, and so encrypting and decrypting that just adds too much latency into the system. Encryption also it can be used as an advantage because if you have plain text traffic, what that allows you to do is understand a baseline of what's going on, right? We do this in cybersecurity with things like deep packet inspection, where we want to have that visibility and understand, like what's your actual traffic look like. We can kind of do that here in OT networks and build really a baseline of how our system's operating. What does normal look like? What should these sensors normally be doing? What the normal commands from like PLCs and RTUs look like, and that allows us to set a baseline. And really, you can build this into your security program and build detections based off of anomalous behavior. So again, there's not a lot of encryption, but it's not necessarily a bad thing from a security perspective. Vendor appliances. So these are finding their way in there everywhere. This is a piece of hardware that's manufactured and sold to oil production companies to monitor and control the operation of a pump jack. And I think a lot of you probably noticed that's a Raspberry Pi. It's a nightmare to have that on your OT network, in my opinion. First off, it's not ruggedized. There's no conformal coating. There's no dust protection. So it's an issue in and of itself. On the security side, when's the last time, do you think they're patching Raspberry Pis on their network pretty often? I think not. Raspberry Pis also have two NICs, right? Two network interface cards. There's Ethernet and Wi-Fi. Dual home devices are absolutely a threat. It's an attack vector and also an exfiltration vector. So just stuff like this tends to find its way into networks nowadays. So let's talk about what's really at risk here. I think that we all need to have a baseline understanding and agreement that oil production is distributed critical infrastructure. There's been all this attention on the electric grid, rightfully so. NERC CIP compliance, NATF, FERC, all these regulations and frameworks and bodies that are designed to help secure the power grid. But oil and gas, and specifically oil production, has not had that kind of attention. And oil and gas are just, intertwined with each other, right? You need oil to make electricity. You need electricity to make oil. You can kind of see the chart here. I think the blue is natural gas, so that's a significant portion of where our electricity comes from today. I didn't know this doing research. A lot of our medicine nowadays comes from hydrocarbons, like antihistamines, ointments, cough syrups. The manufacture of a lot of prescription medications needs hydrocarbon. So again, I consider it critical infrastructure. I certainly hope the industry starts to look at it that way. Typically, upstream production has not received a lot of the same attention. It really is the first link in the supply chain for electricity, fuel, some medicine, stuff like that. That being said, the distributed nature of oil wells, by nature, there's about 1 million oil wells today that are in operation. They're ran by about 10,000 independent oil companies. And, of course, the top whatever own the majority, and then there's a bunch of real small companies. Now, widespread, compromise of all of the oil wells, maybe not super feasible, but supply chain attacks are absolutely a thing that could happen. We looked at that vendor appliance. That's probably a bad example, right? We're using modern PLCs and kind of the same stuff that you find in other verticals in the IT and OCS industry. Just the same equipment, it's just doing different stuff. But yeah, again, supply chain attacks, that's probably the biggest threat to oil production, just due to the decentralized nature of all these oil wells. All right, so that leads us to consequence-driven, cyber-informed engineering. What I really like about this is that you have to think like a red teamer. Not even a red teamer, you have to think like an attacker. With CCE, you are assuming that the adversary has access, has your credentials, knows what every asset is, IP addresses, what the process itself does. That's how you start off on CCE, okay? So a lot of us are in cybersecurity or trying to get into cybersecurity. The most common principle has always been CIA, right? Confidentiality, integrity, availability. Certainly important when it comes to OT and ICS, but I would say there are two things that trump that. That's safety and system uptime. And availability doesn't matter if somebody's going to get hurt or killed. So that's foundationally how we need to look at OT and ICS as being different than enterprise security. So there are 4 phases of CCE. Number 1 is consequence prioritization. Basically, real quick, what this is you look at like the doomsday worst case scenario. What's the worst that could happen if that attacker had all the access, all the means? What could they actually do to the system? And typically, your biggest HCEs are going to be things like making stuff explode, or killing people, or bringing entire systems offline. After that, there's some prioritization that happens. You roll into phase 2, which is system of systems analysis. Basically what this is you're looking at that event, and you're saying, okay, well, what's all the equipment involved in that? Is it, okay, there's a PLC, a couple sensors, learning about how the system works, which is kind of why we talked about the legacy oil and gas production stuff. But you also learn about everything around it. So not only what devices, but what networks are they on? What networks connect to these networks, right? You almost build like this map of things that all lead to this one high consequence event. After that is consequence-based targeting. So that's where you're looking at this high consequence event. You've got your kind of tree of all these interconnected systems and networks, and you develop methods to how an attacker could penetrate and get in there to your sensitive stuff. So just trying to understand, do they need to breach enterprise IT, hop across the DMZ, pivot and do some other stuff. Phase 4, that's where you take this attack path, that you've kind of developed based off of phases 1, 2, 3, and you engineer systems to deny adversaries the ability to even get there in the first place. That's what makes CCE different than things like enterprise IT, right? Enterprise IT is always focused on patching vulnerabilities and what's the CVSS score, what's a vendor tool I can use to help assist with some of this stuff. OT and ICS is a lot different. You have to look at high consequence events. You have to prioritize the safety of people and the uptime of your system. And really, it is security from the inside out. We always take, enterprise IT, we take a very outside in, asset scanning and all this stuff, but CCE is different. It's outside in, it's starting from the most critical stuff and working your way out. So let's do just a real quick CCE exercise, just part of phase 1. We're going to talk about a high consequence event. So we've got the separator here. It's a heater treater because it's got that burner in it. Circled here in red, I've got a temperature sensor. So all that's doing is taking the temperature of the fluid inside. It's going to send that reading back to the PLC somehow. Maybe not directly, but the data gets back to the PLC. The PLC has logic built in. If the temperature is below a certain threshold, it's going to kick the burner on. If the temperature is above a certain threshold, it's going to kick the burner off. Kind of like the AC in your house. Yeah, so let's say the temperature is too low. The PLC decides to kick the burner on, so it's going to send a command back to that burner, start the flame, and heat this thing up. This is a good example of crown jewel analysis, right? We saw that failure earlier of a separator, and it could have been an overpressure event or a bad gasket. Imagine if an adversary had manipulated this environment and either sent fake readings to the PLC, spoofing the temperature sensor. What if it just said the temperature's too low all the time? Hey, you got to turn this burner on. We're freezing in here. That would fool the PLC and it would kick the burner on. And if you leave a burner running hot and long enough, it will cause a failure. It will explode. On the contrary, or on the other side, what if we don't compromise the connection between the temperature sensor and the PLC? What if we compromise the connection between the PLC and the burner? Same thing. You can send commands directly to the burner. Best case, if they turn the burner off, you're just mixing water and oil and you're wasting money. You're making no money. It's actually costing you money. And worst case, again, is that catastrophic explosion. So that's a little bit of kind of phase one example. There's actually more to phase one, and then there's phase two, phase three, phase four. Just great resource here. If you're ever interested about control system security, I would highly recommend you check out CCE. It's an INL thing, Idaho National Labs, and just great folks there. Okay, we're going to close it out with safety. So safety has this thing called a job hazard analysis, or JHA. So anytime there's somebody working in a potentially unsafe environment, you're going to want to do an HCA. So what you do is you look at what this employee's doing, where they're working, what's the environment like, what are the hazards, where could things go wrong, and you apply mitigations. They're pretty kind of straightforward. The concept is not too different than what we do on the security side. A lot of times with JHAs, the mitigations are changes in the process. They're not controls that are bolted on afterwards. So the example I have here is about a high pressure pipe. So we had an employee that was swinging a sledgehammer on, it was a hammer union, and swinging a sledgehammer, and he hit a high pressure pipe behind him. No one was hurt. It was just a kind of a close call kind of thing. So we were over there looking at it and talking and trying to see what happened. And, obviously it's a problem that a high pressure pipe is, right here where somebody's swinging a sledgehammer. So we're talking about controls we could apply. What could we do? Well, we're going to make like a metal plate that'll cover it. We'll have the fabricator, the welder come out, build something. We'll paint it yellow. We'll stencil like warning on it. Safety. It's all good. What we found out is if you kind of disconnect and step back and look at the system as a whole, you realize that that pipe didn't need to be run there in the first place. Right? It was trivial to just extend one section of the pipe and move it to a different location. So that way we kind of engineered out the risk in the system instead of bolting on security controls in the first place. And that's what's great about CCE, is that it encourages the engineering out of cyber risk through design and engineering changes rather than cybersecurity controls bolted on after the fact. It's a win-win. Awesome. Okay, well, I just want to leave you with one quick quote. There's a guy named Michael Asante. He was kind of a legend in the ICS community. Unfortunately, is no longer with us. But this quote he left is super powerful. I'll just read it here real quick. I don't think we should put our full faith in preventing attacks. It is very important that we also address investments in being able to categorize them, observe them, respond to them, and minimize their consequences in the system. Thank you. I think we have time for questions too. If I have any, I'd be happy to take them. If not, I'm happy to talk over here on the side too. Yeah, go ahead. It's not. So Stuxnet is that's a whole different rabbit hole. It was a multi-stage attack, nation-state malware kind of thing. CCE is in a way designed, I don't want to say to prevent Stuxnet or Stuxnet-style attacks, because let's face it, a sophisticated adversary is going to get into your systems. If an adversarial country or government wants to get somewhere, they've got the manpower, they've got the money, they've got the time. We need to build systems to where we're assuming this stuff happens. We need to engineer the systems to be safe. Okay, any other questions? Yes, sir.
In your experience, are the ICS vendors getting any better about building cybersecurity
Yes and no. There's definitely been great improvements from the vendor community. I mean, from things like responding to vulnerability disclosures. You've gotten better about that. The devices are using encryption in places now, which is good to see. I actually had a whole slide on here on cloud for ICS. Again, whole nother rabbit hole. I could talk for another hour about that. The issue with cloud is that it introduces all of these new avenues for attack and greatly expands your attack surface. Now, that being said, there is a business use case for having data in the cloud. What we really need to do is find out how can we do that safely, right? A lot of times, maybe that's just we're just sending data to the cloud. There's no cloud access into the control systems network. That's kind of the ideal way of doing things. But again, I don't want to take a side because it's a very controversial subject. But it's a thing too. It's here. The industry just needs to be prepared for it and understand how to secure that stuff. So vendors, hit and miss. Some are great, some are not. Thank you for your question. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Let's say the local community college has a course on like Allen Bradley or Siemens. Should I take that POC course or?
Yeah, absolutely. That's part of what INL does is outreach to local colleges, automation engineer courses, things like that. There's consequence-driven cyber-informed engineering, or CCE, and there's also this thing called CIE, cyber-informed engineering. So CIE is kind of a parent to CCE, totally confusing, I get it. Part of what CIE does is they reach out to colleges and try to build cybersecurity into the non-security programs, right? And really, it's the engineers, it's those kind of people that are building these systems in the first place. We need to empower these people, from the beginning with, understanding how to build secure systems in the first place. So there's been a little bit of traction there. I would love to see security be a curriculum for any kind of a technical degree. I don't know. That's a good fight to fight. Yeah, what's up?
Thanks. Okay, so Valencia College, right? I went for trade school there. I got a couple certs in industrial controls. The problem is now they have like an AS degree and it says like building automation, controlling the HVAC, and then they have like a PLC course as well. I'm wondering if I'm wasting my time trying to pursue that versus going cybersecurity, or should I just leverage the trade skill background I have and just go after some certs and just apply for these jobs?
What are your goals? What are your career goals?
Since I have the trade skill background, I don't want to lose that entirely.
Yeah.
So like you're the first person I've heard of that's like kind of melded the two.
Yeah.
Should I just go down this route? Because I'd be losing a lot of time and knowledge just like making this entire career switch versus like doing something like learning SCADA protection or something like that.
Right. Totally understand the kind of the struggles of how things are. My personal advice would be to stick with the more technical SCADA automation engineer side. Because security has a great need for those kind of people, okay? There's cybersecurity degrees, there's a lot of enrollees nowadays, which is great, but a lot of those people don't have, some of the more industrial background. So having that industrial background, I think, will help set you apart in the security side. So.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions? All right. Well, thanks for your time. Appreciate y'all.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming to our last talk in track 1. If you're here for the ransomware talk, unfortunately that speaker had to cancel last minute, but in very, very good news, we have one of our other speakers who just finished in track 2 and was able to run over and has another great talk for you, and we're looking forward to it. So we have from Google, Kat Fitzgerald, and Kat Fitzgerald is going to talk to us about cloud misconfiguration. Oh, look, something fluffy. So everyone, please, Kat Fitzgerald.
Yep. I love it. I've never had fog before. This is the coolest thing. Yes, as you heard, I'm doing a talk on cloud security misconfigurations, or intro to pen testing in the cloud. You do not have to be a full-on cloud, I've done everything in the cloud and I know what I'm doing kind of person to be in this talk, because we're going to talk about some of the concepts of the cloud, and we're going to see how that can be misconfigured, and that's what gets or causes an incident and breaks into you, or causes the things to break into you. This is who I am. You can see Kat Fitzgerald. I used to be out of Kirkland, Washington. I am now out of the beautiful city of Chicago, Illinois. So seeing people walking around yesterday in parkas was so confusing. I was in shorts and a tank top, and I just didn't understand it. But honeypots, refrigerators, IoT, Internet of Things, and all of this, I'm always working on this kind of stuff. But I also happen to be a home cook. I love doing creative things. And you know what? Just the other day before I came to this beautiful venue to do this talk, I actually put up a new spice rack in my kitchen. What do you think? How's it look? Okay, we have to have a little bit of humor, right? Anyway, let's get into this. Some of the things that I'm going to show you, please make sure you have permission to do some of the things. It has to be your own environment or something you've been chartered to do. I'm going to give you some examples of some exploitations and such. These were things that I was legally allowed to do. So always take this with a grain of salt. I am not here speaking on behalf of current or former employers. These are all my opinions, and everything that I've been doing, or I will be showing you today, is from my own experience. By the way, in case you're wondering, this is Sasha, the dancing flamingo. She follows me wherever I go, although it's going to be interesting when I get on the airplane tomorrow, because normally I put her in my carry-on bag. I've decided tomorrow I'm just going to walk her on the plane and see what they do. All right, so why we aren't here. Well, I can't solve all your security woes. That's not going to happen. I'm not going to teach you how to break into the cloud. I'm going to give you concepts of how to get into the cloud and what causes some of the most common misconfigurations that cause incidents. Okay? Common sense went out the window decades ago. I think that's something that needs to be said, maybe. Clouds are evolving, and as things change, so do attack vectors. So what I show you today could very well change and be a little bit different tomorrow. So please keep that in mind. But also, I'm going to show you an incident where somebody, a very good friend of mine, just wrote it up yesterday, and well, you're going to see how very, very well it fits into the title of this talk in misconfigurations and how it causes problems out there. Something to keep in mind, when you're thinking about the cloud, being red, if you're on the red team, that means you're adapting, or excuse me, adopting the change. But if you are blue, you're going to have to adapt to that change. And what that means is when they're constantly adding new features to the cloud, or they change IAM policies, they add new org policies, these are new attack vectors that you have to deal with. So we're going to look at some of those and see what we're going to deal with. So why we are here? What are we really here for? Well, the cloud. The cloud. Right then, that's when it should have gone with the cloud. Where's smoke? It's not working. Oh, well. Why are we here? It's the cloud and security. But the thing that changes all of that, humans. Humans make our lives fun, right? They make working in security a challenge, and I love it. How does the cloud work? Does anybody know? It's magic. It is. For the most part, the cloud is magic. But that's okay. And I will say common sense is required, so please disregard my previous slide. Honestly, I think in security, we've forgotten about common sense. We've forgotten about some of our best practices. And I'm going to show you why that can cause so many problems in the cloud. Okay? All right, I said you didn't have to be a cloud wizard to understand all of this. Here's why. We're going to talk about cloud, and we're going to break it down so it makes it easy, because we're going to talk about the cloud like it's a pizza. We're going to say pizza as a service instead of working with the cloud as a service. But the cloud has all of these attributes to it. It has these things called IAM policies. It has org policies. There are all kinds of things. There's networks. There's credentials. Ooh, credentials. We know what happens with credentials, right? Humans and credentials never mix very well at all. But when we look at a traditional setup for pizza as a service, if we're going to do everything, meaning, well, I gotta get the pizza, I gotta get the dough, the ingredients, the drinks, the tables, the utensils, I have to cook it. You know, I need beer, or in my case, tequila. There's so many things, but I have to do it all. Well, that's on-prem. That's doing everything as part of, you know, we have to run the entire system. But I like this infrastructure as a service. This is kind of a very important concept in the cloud. Well, let's think of that as take and bake from the standpoint of pizza. At least somebody else put it all together. We just have to bring it home, pop it in the oven, get some beer and a table, and we're good to go. So I didn't have to do a lot of the work. But that first couple of items, that pizza dough and tomato sauce, yes, that's how to pronounce tomato. What happens if we lose control of those? Well, we better trust that take and bake. Otherwise, we're going to have a very unpleasant reaction when it comes to the pizza. And then we see if we're going to do delivery. Well, heck, that's real easy. But delivery, think of that as platform as a service, because they do everything. I get the tequila and the table, and we're set. Hopefully there are people with me to help drink and eat, but that's all we have to do. Well, the final one is if we go to the restaurant. We go to the restaurant, there's really not much we do. We sit down, we enjoy ourselves. That is software as a service. Software as a service is, oh, I trust that restaurant with my life. So if we keep those concepts in mind, now we're going to see how misconfiguring these things are going to be a problem. And notice that one little bullet just popped up in there. And that's because I like to save this to the end. Because detection, and I guess my little red dot isn't going to do anything on that screen. Detection is critical and is often left out of the cloud. And we'll see how that's going to play a big part in all of this. All right, so what is an incident? Well, most incidents do not occur from a fancy 0 day. Okay, there's some, but not many. Look at, certain credit reporting agencies who shall not be named from not many years ago, a few years ago. That wasn't some 0-day. That was because somebody didn't patch something and somebody else got in using that vulnerability, and then they weren't detected for several months because all they did was protect the perimeter. They didn't protect once they got inside. Most incidents are not fancy. That's proof of it. And most incidents don't come from somebody running a vulnerability scanner and going, ooh, look. You know, I've had people say, they're running a really sophisticated firewall, you know, when I was doing pen testing, and they have a firewall in place. I said, well, so? I'm a pen tester. I don't care about firewalls. I care about the application and the things that they do have open in order for their application to work. So that's what you're going to be looking at. You don't care that they have a firewall up there. Most breaches or most incidents come from configuration issues. That is number one. Does anybody have an idea what number two is? Human error. Close. Compromised credentials. We'll call that human error. Okay. Very simple, where somebody has a token. I had an engineer once that they thought, well, you know what? I want to share this project with my team so we can work on it together, because it was a cloud project. And they said, well, I'll create a GitHub repo. And they created a GitHub repo. Does anyone know what the permissions are in a GitHub repo when you create it by default? Public. They then went to upload the folder that they wanted to share with their team, forgetting about a very common folder file name that has a dot in front of it. And the folder that was uploaded was .aws. Within 5 minutes, there were over 50 VMs spun up crypto mining. 5 minutes. That's how quick it was for the bots to find that compromised token, gain access, and spin up VMs. It's that simple, and it's that quick. So yes, and it's just a common mistake. The interesting part about that is we did a little training to the engineers, and we said, please be aware of what you're uploading to GitHub repos. And the number of compromised credentials went down dramatically. All you had to do was share a little knowledge with your developers, so keep that in mind. And then trailing in third is overprivileged users. I'm going to have a perfect example of this one coming up that was caused as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago? Today's the 19th, right? Yeah, 2 days ago. Okay? Or was detected 2 days ago. So we'll see that. Cloud incidents. Well, let's talk about a cloud incident. Well, misconfigurations, the same as number one on what most incidents are. Cloud misconfigurations are number one. Number two, and training on that. Sorry, forgot about that. Training that we give to our engineers about the cloud environment is pretty much non-existent. Go to any major corporation and ask them how much training they give their developers on how to use the cloud. They don't. Very seldom. Okay? Misplaced or forgotten keys and tokens. There's your credentials. They lose them, they export them. In many cases, when you're working in the cloud, you have service account keys, but you leave those private within the instances. Sometimes developers go, no, I need to export that key and share it with someone. Well, wait a minute. What do you mean you need to share it with someone? Well, they need to be able to do this magical thing. And it gets all kind of convoluted. But they do. They end up sharing it. And then they forget where they shared it. Now you got to create a new key. Oh, what about that old one? You better revoke it. Oh, too late. Already spun up all the instances. You know, these things happen all the time. And I'll show you where it happens. And the once upon a time here is the example that I just gave you about the engineer uploading the entire folder. Lack of training in cloud secrets management. We don't do any of that. And that's a huge problem with cloud misconfiguration. And then encryption at rest. Everyone thinks most of the cloud things, most of the cloud architecture is already encrypted. But that's not the way we want it. That's encrypted to the cloud manufacturer. That is not encrypted to us. And they leave it unencrypted. That's going to be a problem, and I'll show you. And what about in transit? Okay? Does anyone remember, I hope everybody remembers, OWASP Top 10? Well, security I can't say that word today. Security misconfiguration used to be number 6. It moved up to number 5 in 2021. That's because it is so critically important. All successful attacks, nearly all of them in the cloud, are the result of customer misconfigured mismanagement and mistakes. Pen testing before the cloud, how did you do it? Well, you identified targets. You did that by maybe searching domains, doing something with maybe doing some Nmap scans, things like that. You then found some vulnerabilities, and you would go after them. Right? Seems simple. Pen testing after the cloud, or ATC, I guess, after the cloud. You find the misconfigurations. Why? Because misconfigurations equal vulnerabilities, and that's what we're going to exploit. We then line up the targets, and poof, we're going to now exploit them. The reason I call this slide Fiddler is because I always think of Tradition, the song Tradition that Topol used to sing. Because traditionally, kind of sort of, when you think about it, an unpatched system is the same as a misconfigured system. It really is, and I'll show you. Unpatched still exists. I was talking about this in the previous talk, but I have actually had developers say, ooh, I'm so glad they came up with containers, because now if I have vulnerabilities in my application, I can deploy it in a container, and that will keep me safe. Wait a minute. I don't think it works that way. They think that containers, again, they think that somehow automation is going to fix things. It's not. It needs to be the developer. Remember, you're just a tenant in the cloud, which means if I can exploit an aspect of your tenancy, I can exploit you. And let's talk about that coming up. In the old world, there was one root account, one root password. If you protected that, you were good to go. Unless, of course, you had sudo, but we'll leave that for now. But in the world of the cloud, we have IAM roles. And I have developers that ask, I need all these roles defined in the cloud so I can do my job. And in many, many cases, they don't even understand what all the roles mean. They just see all these privileges and they go, I need those privileges. That's a good thing. No, it's not. So always be aware of IAM roles. And apps still equal apps. They have vulnerabilities, so we need to fix them. Attack vectors are the applications themselves, so keep that in mind. Now, let's talk about the general attack vectors in the cloud as it comes to misconfigurations. Unrestricted ingress and egress points. I can tell you from experience, I have seen so many incidents where a simple little oops, 0000, and you just created an ACL rule that says, open my application to the entire internet. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Meant to do it internally, but typed it wrong. I thought 0000 meant our company. Nope, didn't work. It happens all the time. People say, oh, come on, that's such a common mistake. Is it? It is. Secrets management goes without saying. I'm going to show you several examples. Missing logging. All of this stuff, if you can't detect it, then why are we even in this? And people turn off the logging because it's too noisy. Okay? There is a great tool out there. How many know what OS Query is? A couple of you? Yeah. OS Query is a great tool that basically quantifies all your assets and internals of every operating system piece of all your systems that you have it installed on. And you can query it, and it's SQL, and it's real easy. And you can say, show me all the endpoints in my environment that are running OpenSSL. Show me all the endpoints that are running TLS 1.2. Well, enter Cloud Query. Cloud Query is basically OS Query on steroids, and it works in your cloud environment. It is open source. If you get anything out of this talk today, that's the one thing that you should be installing and using, because anybody can use it, anybody can learn SQL, and once it's installed and you can query your environment, you can say, show me all the org policies that, whatever. I can't think of one that makes sense right now. That is doing service account key exports. Or show me all the org policies that are allowing 0000 access. You know, you can query everything. So again, make note of that one and go research it, because it is the best thing that you can take from this. It extracts all your cloud assets into a Postgres database, and you can do anything with it to do reports, to understand if you need to patch something or if you need to fix something. Okay? Insecure backups. I see teams create backups of their cloud, and then they forget about them. And I've got some examples coming up. Okay? And then buckets and storage access. How many people remember the Uber incident from, not recent, not the Slack one, but the one where, the first one, basically, a few years ago. What was it, 2016, 17? I forget the year. But 50 some odd million writers were exposed. It was an S3 bucket. And once they gained access to the S3 bucket, what did they find? It wasn't encrypted. Oops. So they had access to it, and it wasn't encrypted. Not a good thing. Okay? So these buckets and storage access are, again, critical. What about all the permissions, all the privileges, and all the policies associated with accessing a bucket? That could never be a problem, could it? And then lack of TLS or SSL encryption in between the environments. Okay? Permissive access to VMs in containers, another one, very easy to misconfigure. So here's some examples. If we take infrastructure as a service, the number one way to exploit that or potentially misconfigure it is if you have weak credentials. You provide too many credentials to give people the ability to change the infrastructure of the environment. Remember that infrastructure as a service is basically defining quite a bit there, where we kind of have to trust that take and bake kind of company. Okay? So weak credentials. Anything that belongs to the tenant becomes the attack surface. So that's a lot when you think about it, because the take and bake was only the pizza. Everything else was your responsibility. So that is the tenant. That is you. So that's a lot of responsibility. And that infrastructure as a service, think of it like Terraform. Like if I'm on my own prem, or maybe I'm using Terraform to deploy my cloud, which I can do. Okay, there's a lot of ways you can do this. Application bugs, don't forget those. Why? Because it's still part of you. remote code execution leading to gaining access and maneuvering within the environment. Okay? And then misconfigured firewalls. Metadata API is something I'll give you an example of. It is essentially, after I get credentials, if I can dump the metadata API, I can list all the details of every asset that you have in your cloud. And that's a problem with every cloud vendor. They all have metadata APIs. So it's not something that is just going to be within a cloud vendor. Okay? We have the platform as a service. Well, it's a little bit more than the infrastructure, but a little bit less than the software as a service. So we're looking at application vulnerabilities in that case. What can we attack to that platform? Case in point, somebody has a Cloud SQL instance. Well, are there vulnerabilities within the Cloud SQL? Or did somebody deploy Cloud SQL with, oops, no root password? Or they just put it with password as the password. It's common. And storage is super critical here. Okay? Data in transit, people forget about it. The metadata API, what is it? Every single cloud manufacturer has them. You can read about it. I've given you some links. I will make these slides available on my GitHub. It's the same as my Twitter and Mastodon. It's Rainbow Cat, so RNBWKAT. I'll post it up there tonight so you'll have these links to go and look at it. But basically, there's an AWS blog. You can read about the metadata API. There's a good one at GCP. Azure has another one to read about it. They all have them. They have to for the cloud to work. Okay? So keep that in mind. It provides access to almost all of the data about all the services that you're running. You do need credentials. But if I can have the basic credentials that get me access to that, that's going to give me a great way to map your entire system. All right? Now, more on storage. Everybody does storage. Remember NFS? How many people have NFS servers? Well, the cloud is just a fancy way of doing NFS. The problem is people create these things called cloud snapshots. They are not encrypted by default. They are complete image backups of an entire system. If you just leave these lying around and I get even the most basic access to your environment, I'm going to own you. They're like volumes that are also out there. And these volumes are also left unencrypted. Don't believe me? I've got an example coming up in a second. So cloud snapshots are very much the infrastructure as a service attack surface. If I can find a cloud snapshot and I can open it on another system, I can gain access to it. That's the same with the volumes. Think of it as a disk image copy of the entire cloud instance. Okay? Snapshots are the same thing. They're volumes. They can be retrieved. I can then attach them to an instance that I stand up, and I can copy and search and do all sorts of things, not being monitored by anything that you have. You won't know about it. Okay? And then, obviously, if you remember under NFS, if I can attach them, I don't have to worry about permissions. Permissions themselves, we have public, writable, and guessable names and passwords, and I should have put a slash in there. Guessable names, passwords, and buckets. Buckets, how many of you have seen bucket names typically of S3 buckets or GCP buckets or Azure buckets? They're long and random and complicated. I have developers that will say, hey, can we name our bucket passwords of all our systems, or financial data for the last 6 years? Well, why would you want to do that? Well, we can't remember these big, long bucket names. They're too hard. We have to store them somewhere, and we need to call it. Well, that's the point. because there's tools that will find this stuff. There is a tool that I list here. It's called Gray Hat Warfare. This is a picture of it. It will go out and search for buckets. It will find them. These are publicly exposed buckets. This I ran back on April 1st. Why not run it on April Fool's Day? But, you know, look at the number of AWS buckets. Good Lord, the number of Azure blobs that are out there. And this is how many out of the buckets that it could identify that were publicly readable. This is not good. If you know Shodan, think of Gray Hat Warfare as the Shodan of bucket hunting. Shodan looks for anything attached to the internet. Gray Hat Warfare searches for buckets. And it kind of works the same way. You can run free searches or you can pay for extended search and so on. It is a tool for you to play with as you see fit. All right. Here's an example. These are S3 buckets that have server access logging enabled. I ran a tool. In this case, it was a tool to go out and look to see if all the buckets had logging enabled. Uh-oh, there's lots of buckets that have access logging disabled. Why? And actually, this is a very short list. I cut it off. It went on for pages and pages and pages and pages. No access logging. So you think, okay, so nobody can tell if somebody's reading our S3 buckets, but we make them all private. Well, we also don't encrypt them. So this went on forever and ever and ever. Again, common mistake. It's not a default to add an encryption layer when you create a bucket or a storage bucket or a storage volume. Common thing. Here's another one. This one, well, you can kind of read it. Potential secret found in the user data. It was in a bucket. I guess we shouldn't worry about it. There were about 80 of these, and I just cut this off so it wouldn't. There were a few, no secrets found. Oh, good. But yeah, it went on again for a couple of pages. And that's not something we want to see very much of. There's another one. It just goes, it's common mistakes. Why? Because engineers have a very bad habit. They want to store tokens on a file system, in a volume. They want to store passwords. But when you tell them no, where do they put it? They then come back to you and say, can I put it in my infrastructure as a service configuration file? So that way when I deploy it, at least the secret goes with it. Wait a minute, you're going to put it in that configuration data that you're then going to use to create the infrastructure, and there's the secret to get into the infrastructure right there in the config file. And that config file is readable by how many people? Common mistakes. Here's another very important example. This is the one that was just discovered 2 days ago. Now, it is fixed, and it's already posted on the internet. So I'm just posting a little snippet of what it found. But many of us are now moving over to Mastodon, I being one of them. I did. This is actually someone I know very well, Lennon. He is an awesome application security engineer who happens to work for the company Min.io. And if you go and read that entire article, which there's the link to it, you'll see his investigation involved. He was going through his Mastodon setup, and he noticed that in order to upload his image, his avatar that he had created, it used Min.io. It made a call to it. And he thought, well, gee, I work for the company. Maybe I should go look and see what it does. So he did. So you see, he created his InfoSec Exchange account. He found the anonymous access was enabled, and all of the files were exposed. And they were all S3 buckets. And what he found was, and that's the very top line, the anonymous credentials that were created to access any S3 bucket with all the Mastodon data for a user had S3:* privileges. Star means read, write, access, change, alter, delete, everything. Oops, there's a misconfiguration, and it's common. And it got fixed, and that's the important thing. Personal opinion, I think if it was something they found on Twitter, it would probably take days and days and days and days. But because Mastodon is, FedSec kind of an environment, it was boom, they fixed it. So there's the article. There's a perfect example of a very common mistake that was made to S3 buckets. Oops. So here's some tools for you to start looking at. These I left up there so you can take pictures and then type them all in, or you can wait until I just post this later on tonight. But Rhino Security Labs has Paku. This will go out and search configurations. Now, here's what I recommend you do. If you're a security engineer for a company and you have a cloud configuration, you tell them, I want to run some auditing of our cloud configurations because I'm looking for these misconfigurations. This is what these tools are going to do for you. They're going to run and give you the output that you saw in the examples I gave you. I was running the tool called Prowler for those particular examples of finding the buckets that were open, finding the unencrypted volumes, and so on. But there's Cloud Mapper. This is another one that's going to go through and look at your configuration in the AWS world. There's numerous tools. GCP Buckets Brute. This will go through and search for GCP buckets and look for the publicly accessible ones. Take a look at it. For SETI, great stuff to look at. Lots of good security tools for looking at your entire environment. This is the exercise that you need to do in your environment, making sure that you let people know that you need permission to do it. If you want to do it the right way, there are certain security auditor access permissions that you want to get for your cloud accounts. Then you can actually get really good reporting and see all the things that have been misconfiguration, from tokens left lying around, buckets that are unencrypted or that are named. These tools will do very well at finding, oh, look, somebody named the bucket passwords. Although, ooh, it's a honeypot. By the way, if you know me, I do a lot of talks on honeypots. Don't be afraid to use honeypots in these environments. It is a great way to see if you have kind of that insider risk issue. Put an S3 bucket out there that has a name on it and see if somebody from an insider threat is trying to access it. These are types of things you want to be able to do. Does everybody have the picture of that one? Because there's the next one. These are the links that you want to follow for hardening your environment. You can't spend enough time on the CIS security website. If you are not following CIS benchmarks to secure your cloud environment, then you're doing it wrong. The CIS security benchmarks are a great way to get you a very, very comprehensive security profile for your cloud. Please use them. There's Google's, there's Azure's, there's Amazon. There's how to go out and do secret scanning within your repository. There's another link for you to take a look at. And then Cloud Goat. This is another one that will help you secure your environment. So please take a look at these tools. This is what we need to be doing. We can't just like deploy the cloud and just go, oh, the cloud, vendor is going to take care of us. No, they're not. We need cloud right now. No cloud. Okay. They told me I could ask for cloud and I would get it, or smoke and I would get it. All right. So let's do this better. Let's start by training our users, our developers, with security cloud or security controls in the cloud. Give them the basics. Talk to them about your .aws, your .gcp, or any dot file when you're uploading them to repos. Tell them you shouldn't be doing this. It's probably not a good thing. Make sure your repos are private. And training with secrets management in the cloud. We don't do enough with our engineers saying, let us show you how to manage your AWS tokens, your GCP tokens, your Azure tokens, and so on. Let's do this the right way. Let's give them the tools. We'll do the auditing and finding the misconfigurations that prevent us from becoming the next incident. But at the same time, we're going to ask our engineers to do just a little bit more to safeguard the access controls that they have to all of these environments. So here are your key takeaways today. Common sense for the win. I can't say it enough. I say it in all my talks. We have thrown security best practices out the window because we attempt to automate all of security, and we forget that humans are part of security, and you cannot automate humans. I don't think. I hope not. Stop overthinking it. Think of the best practices. Think of what mistakes can be made. If I upload a folder, what's in that folder? If I create a repo, it's public by default. Common things that you can tell your engineers about. The basics, go back to them. That's for the win, okay? Okay, I'm not going to say stop fancy. You can keep doing some of your fancy stuff. Why? Because it allows you to do fancy charts and fancy graphs and fancy pictures for leadership. Great. Do your fancy. But keep the basics in mind. Go to the CIS hardening benchmarks. That's what you need to focus on. Okay? Audit your environment. Go back to those tools. Gave you two pages of slides of all those tools that you want to run in your environments to get the audit and that cloud query tool. If you are not installing that in every cloud environment that you have, you're making a huge mistake. The next time something like Log4j hits and you have 5,000 VMs running God knows how many applications, not to mention another 1,000 Kubernetes clusters that are running how many other applications, Cloud Query, Java libraries, show me, select star, and there's your list, and you now know what you need to patch. Secure the environment, security awareness. Don't be afraid to train your engineers. Give them a little bit and monitor everything. Don't turn on the cloud manufacturer's magical, let's turn on the security bucket dump of all things security and then get charged $5 billion a month for it. Let's look at alternatives, because without going into a bunch of the options, there are tons of open source solutions, Cloud Query being one of them, that I can install to monitor my environment without paying for all the fancy ones. All right? Apply security at all layers. I want to protect the configuration files that I have when it comes to infrastructure as a service. I better not be leaving those configuration files lying around on people's laptops which I have found. And then when I dump them, oh, look, there's a security token right in the middle of it. Oops. I say oops too much. I wish I didn't have to. Automate with CIS. At a previous company, it took us about a year to get there, but we only had a team of 3. But we worked diligently, and we got all the automation tools to where any engineer that came to launch a VM or a Kubernetes cluster or something like that, it only launched a CIS hardened image of it. And like I said, it took us a year to get there, but that was with 3 security engineers doing it. You can do it. You can automate with CIS. Look into it if you're not. Encrypt all the data in transit and at rest. Remember, with your own keys. Don't rely on the vendor to, oh, yes, S3 buckets are encrypted at rest, but what if I gain access to it? It's not resting anymore. Oh, you didn't encrypt it with your own keys. Thank you very much. See ya. So use your own keys and prepare for incidents. Everybody says it. You should always prepare for an incident. Practice what the bad actors do. Some of those tools are actually tools you can use to both pen test and access your environment, get permission, set up in an environment where you can actually use it and do some of the testing. And that brings us to thank you very much. I hope you learned a little bit of something out of clouds, but I hope what you take away from this is think a little differently, but at the same time, take the concepts that we all know from security best practices and everything we've been doing and just shift over a little bit and go, oh, look, a cloud. I can still use a lot of what I've been doing. By the way, that very last URL, I have launched a YouTube channel. There's only one intro on it right now, but I will be doing more training and demonstrations of a lot of what I've been talking about at various B-sides. So keep an eye on that. You'll see some fun channels. And I will leave you with, I don't know, how I did this before. How do you catch a runaway robot with a botnet? Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed something today. Or do I have any time for questions? Are there any questions? I see one there. Yes, to the mic.
You hit most of it in the key takeaways, but for small to medium companies, even large ones that are on the low end of maturity, what would be your map for success where they have none of that? And I'm thinking maybe more. Let me think of how to ask the question. It might be corporate culture. It might be, when they're not employing that, where security is an afterthought.
The best way I would do that is the way I did it at a company that was in that. They were a lot of development engineers, and security was an afterthought. They thought that the company that owned us would take care of everything. It didn't. And what we did find that the more we talked to the engineers and said, have you thought about this? Are you aware of these problems in the cloud? And we would show them. We would show them tokens that we found in the cloud, or we would show them. And we started to get the engineers to be what we called security champions. And they started to stand up and tell other engineers that, we should think about this. We should think about this. So when you get the engineers on your side and asking questions and so on, leadership starts to take notice and say, okay, maybe we'll give you a little money to do a little more development in your security environment. And there are a ton of open source tools that can do a lot of work for you for both the auditing and detection to see what your environment looks like. So don't be afraid of that. But changing a culture is hard, but start with your peers. That's the best way, I think, to do it. Any others? I can't see. Doesn't look like it. All right, cool. Well, thank you. I think coming up next, probably stick around because I think, am I correct, closing ceremonies coming in 5 to 10 minutes, give or take, at 5? Awesome. Thank you very much.
Hello. How are we doing today? We had ourselves a little conference. That's good stuff. Did you have a good day? Good stuff? Cool. All right, so let's do this. Let's wrap it up so we can go over to Aruga's and have a couple of cocktails or whatever is your fancy. All right, clicker, let's do this. So, at the beginning of the day, I asked for the new people to seek me out. They did. Here are the receipts. Today, I met, in addition to Tyron this morning, what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 more people. My goal was 5. I think I did pretty good. Next year, they won't be new anymore. Hopefully, they'll all bring somebody new, though. I hope you will, too. So moving on from that, numbers for the day. 22 speakers. I have to say, I did the CFP management this year. The field was extraordinarily competitive. We had 59 talks submitted this year for 18 different talk positions. So the folks that you saw today were the best of the best out of a great crop of candidates to speak. We had 7 workshops yesterday. It was fantastic. We had 412 people join us online for the streams, and 612 in attendance today, which, that's awesome. I was hoping for 300. So, well, it's Florida. Florida does Florida things. So we've had 2 hurricanes in the past 6 weeks. So, we've had a few things going on. Our minds have not been entirely on planning this conference, so I appreciate your grace and understanding as we've had some of these little incidents today. The CTF Wi-Fi, sorry about that. We'll see what we can do for next year to make that a bit better, or a lot better. Google Stream lockouts. Trying to get the virtual track up and running was a little bit trickier than we thought it would be, considering that we have done virtual talks for the past 2 years. So it goes. Discord confusion. Where do people go? We've got some Discord work to do. Now we know this. So my awesome idea to have like a dance party in here at lunch. I mean, I had a dance party, but unfortunately, because of food truck failures, and our food truck's not showing up, folks had to leave the campus for lunch, and that's a bummer. That one was kind of unavoidable, though. It's red tape, and we can't have folks here that don't have their permits. They didn't do their due diligence. So it's just what it is. So apologies for that. And unfortunately, we did have 1 code of conduct violation today in full transparency. And this one, and everybody always wants to know what it is, it was, we'll just call it an aggressive violation of the mask policy. So for everyone that wore their masks today, that everybody's continuing to wear their masks, I understand. Nobody wakes up in the morning and is like, man, I can't wait to put my mask on, right? Like, that's not a thing. But I appreciate that you understand that we're just managing risk here. That's all this is. And wearing the mask helps with that. So thank you for all of the grace and patience and flexibility you've shown with us today as things have changed. We've had to move course, and things like that. So thank you for that. So on to our sponsors. This takes money to run. So to our diamond sponsors, Black Hills, always a great crew over there. Active Countermeasures, awesome. They also provided the demo lab kits. Those were a great hit. And then Trimark. Unfortunately, Trimark couldn't join us with a table today. Hopefully, we'll see them next year. Moving on to our platinum sponsors. iBoss, thank you. GuidePoint. I feel like half the people here work for GuidePoint. The other half work for Full Sail. Lockheed Martin, also a big one. Shadowcat, and that's a product name. The name of the organization fails me right now. There you go. Ironwood Cyber, Fortress, PlexTrack, Hacker Boxes, again, who helped with our awesome badges. Flare, oh, let's try this one, Praetorian, cool. And then Bishop Fox. Our gold sponsors, Modus Create, Research Innovations, which is also our CTF sponsor, Graylog, awesome. Also our lanyard sponsor, if you check it out, they got a cool logo on that. Custom Apparel helped us out with our shirts, Red Queen Dynamics, and then G Research, they get a special plug here because they allow me to do this on their dime, so I really appreciate that. It's a pretty cool gig. Scicognito, Ian mentioned them this morning. Thank you for helping us out. Really appreciate that. Graylog, lanyard sponsors again. And now we are on to the results of the Sunshine CTF for 2022. Do you need me to hold that? This is Kevin with Sunshine CTF.
Close to being even halfway done with it. So the CTF is going until Monday at 10 a.m. If anyone wants to keep participating, sunshinectf.org. But yeah, so it was great competition. It was actually like kind of down to the wire. There were teams still solving some challenges right before like the in-person award deadline. And I must say that we have some really impressive prizes this year. Thank you, Ian, for helping pick those out. But the big one here is this lovely display sword and a plaque that you can hang on the wall.
Hang on a second. Ian, it's bigger than mine. The hex. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, sure.
All right, so, oh, wait.
Clicker. Sorry, I put it down.
Okay, cool. So yeah, the other two prizes are up there. There's like a miniature knight holding a sword that's actually doubles as a letter opener. That's right there. And then the other one is another smaller scale sword that's also basically a letter opener. And so those prizes will be for second and third place teams. Alrighty, so this is what the final CTF scoreboard looked like. I blanked out the names on there, but you can see, like, I don't know, that's just the graph of scores as they went up. And like the top two teams were only 50 points apart at the time that this screenshot was taken. I mean, of course, they're probably still competing to get more points. But now, to go on to the three teams that were in person that had the highest score at the end. So, first of all, big congratulations to Magi. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Yes.
This is.
So, not only was Magi the top in-person team, they were also the top overall team at the moment. The other two top teams at the moment, they are not in person, but that's OTH and Project Sekai. So congratulations to them. Thank you. Now, the other two in-person teams that were the highest on the scoreboard is FITSec, and then it is, sorry, I have to remind myself the other team name. It is Dertona's Finest. That is the third place in-person team.
That's awesome.
So, cool. So, we will be distributing those prizes to them after this.
Okay. Okay.
So, thank you.
Thank you so much for putting together the CTF. And I'll say this, since it's still going, take a crack at it. Have some fun with the challenges. They spend a lot of time putting together the CTF and writing those challenges. So have some fun. You don't have to win. It's cool. All right, so next up. This conference takes a lot of people to get it working, right? You've seen these green shirts all over the place today, people zooming from room to room, getting stuff done. Oh, wait. But I have to say, there's one volunteer that stands out to me as having taken the most stress off of my plate. And that person is our BSides Orlando MVP for this year. And boy, I hope they're here. I would like to ask that Laz, our speaker wrangler, join me up here. I don't know, do you want to say anything? No? OK. Laz, everyone. Thank you, sincerely. Handing everything off to Laz, knowing that everything was taken care of with our speakers and our workshop instructors, and tracking people down and getting people to the right rooms at the right time, and the speaker journey, and the endless fancy emails that this man wrote to make sure that everybody here knew where to go and what to do. I cannot thank you enough. I will find something ridiculous to give you as a thank you gift at some point after this conference. So, another round of applause for Laz, please. So we have a surprise raffle that one of our brilliant volunteers was just like, yay, we should do a raffle. And I was like, cool, do it. So Kate, if you would like to do the raffling. I'll do this at the same time at some point. So we had a few people donate some hacker boxes. Do you want to talk about it? Do you want to talk about it? Okay. Well, I mean, you're the one who put it together. That's cool, too.
So that one guy who gave it to us, I forget your name. I ate your cookies and your chips, but you still gave us 7 of these prizes, so thank you. I think his name was Patrick. Oh, yeah, Patrick.
Yes.
He gave us these really cool things. They're surprises. We kind of scrambled, but these are awesome. So
yeah, they're awesome. And the fact that that you put together a raffle last minute, I really appreciate that. That's cool. So do you have the things so we could do it live? Are they in the other room? Okay, well, I think we can come back to it. I'll just leave those there. I won't trip on them. We have event, yeah, we do. We have event insurance. All right, so we'll give Kate a second to get that, and we'll talk about the after party for a second. We have an after party. So this is going to be a little bit of a distance. You just have to walk all the way across the parking lot to Arugas. Okay, over there we've got some free food for you, some drinks. That includes non-alcoholic beverages as well. We've got vegan and gluten-free options if that's what you like. And then if you find that you might have enjoyed your day and your evening a little bit too much, find somebody in a green shirt. We'll get you a ride home. No questions asked. We're not going to worry about it. Okay? But I don't want anybody leaving here and getting hurt. So I'd rather do that all day long. So let's keep it cool out there. Get home safely. Okay. Back to the raffle. We good drum roll like legs. A sticker. Woo! All right. And the winner of the raffle is 7 winners. Oh, I thought we were doing all of them. That's fine. Let's just do all 7. Rosalie S. Is Rosalie S here? Gotta be here to win. Next. All right, who we got here? Caleb S. Well, look at that. Awesome. Take them all. Yeah, I guess. We don't have a whole lot of time. All right, just go. Just take one, and we'll just keep pulling names. Quicker. Logan Moston? Sorry, Logan. All right, who else we got? Oh, Daniel? Really? I don't want to read your phone number out loud. Okay, they don't have. Last four is 9312. Does anybody know their own phone number? Oh, excellent! Yeah, that's great. Like everybody's just like right there. That's cool. I don't know. I'm holding this gray lug sticker. All right, that's another sticker. All right, Christian Wooding. No? We're going to be here for a while. Ethan Gill? Caleb Hall. All right. Caleb, everybody. All right. We're just going to do this. All right. Just filling out. All right. Next up, DJ Pooley. 3. All right. Alistair Long. 3, 2, 1. Oh my gosh. What do we got here? Matt. 4442. That's a good number. 3, 2, 1. No honk? Yep. All right. Latasha Reagan. This is like fulfilling some like game show host stuff for me. Lunar. Yeah! Oh, you were the one who was giving your parent a hard time earlier, weren't you? No. All right. Let's see. How many we got? 3 more. 3 more. Let's do this. Jordan Teasdale. 7496. 3, 2, 1. Alex Schmidt. Woo! All right, 2 more. Let's see how long this takes. Ethan Eisen. 1864? No? 3, 2, 1. Christian Wooding. Andrew Silveri. Okay. I'm just going to grab them 4 or 5 at a time now. I can't read that one. Serge Augustin? I think I was actually talking with this person earlier. Juan Gill. We should have done all 7 at once. Preston Delgado. Oh, no. We are doing this until it's done now. Michelle Rhodes. Nick Falco. All right. My notes are in my pocket. Cool. All right, last one. Very exciting. Nicole Ketrell. Michael Rossi. Thank goodness. We'll sort it out. What's that? I'm not sure what's going on. All right, so I'm being told we're having some technical difficulties. Thank goodness I've got analog. Okay. I don't need to hold this right now. Let me put this down. Okay, so we did that, we did this. CTF, we did that. Laz, thank you again. Raffle, after party. Oh, okay. I don't think this slide matters, so yeah, that's cool. I think the community village and the swag village is already closed, but yeah, so that's cool. So finally, last thing. Thank you, all of you, for attending today. And again, it takes a lot of work to get to this point. It takes a lot of people power to get here. And if you see someone after the after party wearing a green shirt, or you know that was helping out with something, the presenters, the board, the staff here at Full Sail, just thank them. I mean, they made this happen. I just get to do this sort of stuff. This is cool. I used to have to do that stuff, and now I do this stuff. I like this better. But I'd like to ask all of the volunteers and all of the staff to come up on stage, please. All right, up top. Oh, I was gonna high-five your bird. We did it. Look at this. Is that good? This is not everybody. Oh, these people. I know these people. All right. I mean, I still see some people out there. Heather. No? She's taking pictures. All right, fine. I'll allow it.
Thank you to Heather Lauren.
Yeah, everybody turn around. So, more of that. Thank you. Thank these people. This is, can we do more smoke? Awesome. So, if you want to be up here, and you kind of do because it's cool, if you want to help out next year, if you want to be a coordinator, get more involved in BSides Orlando, we can definitely use your help. We are looking to fill some specific coordinator positions. We are looking for good ideas. If you've got something that you saw today that like, oh, I've been kind of wanting to do this thing, let us know. We're willing to like do cool stuff just to do cool stuff. So we want you to help. Help make this your conference, because it could be your conference in a couple of years. So I hope you come back. I hope you volunteer. I hope you had a great time. If you're interested in getting involved, reach out at info@bsidesorlando.org and let us know. And we'll get back in touch with you. Thank you.